Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good people. Yeah, you know what it is. Hard worker, scrappy, unfiltered, and sometimes unhinged football content. Hard to explain, but you know it when you see it. Doing it daily our way. I don't know what you're talking about right now. Redraft and Dynasty Fantasy Football, we got you covered. You know their defense is ranked like 31st in the NFL? NFL draft prospects and rookies? Now you know you in the right place for that.
Absolutely.
All right, then stop saying it. Then we're done. And prop bets with my man Jay Rich. Count that money, man. Now wipe the crust out of your eyes. Get you a cup of coffee. It's time to wake your ass up with Ray G. You honestly are making absolutely no sense, and you sound G-A-G-P-G-A. Good afternoon, good people. Appreciate y'all tapping into the stream. NFL draft, baby. Combine season is here. We got y'all in the building. Who's in the building? I messed up the Gene's talking in my ear. I messed up the intro, but it's all good. It's Saturday. Glad y'all are in the building. 182 strong. We got to talk combine reactions. I foolishly agreed to be here the whole damn day, so that's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna bring members of the DD crew in, Off the Line Fantasy, Overreaction Podcast. Y'all know them cats, Dynasty Trades in 5. I don't know who they are. Shane, Clay, Scott Connor, they'll be in. I got Ty DeClaire, members of the Discord. So we're gonna hang out today, watch this, chill, have a good time, engage with y'all in the chat. We're gonna do some mock drafts throughout the day. So run it up, hit the thumbs up button, tell your people to come in. And most importantly, we're gonna talk about what all this stuff means from a fantasy perspective, because that's why y'all are here. What does these times mean? Talk through the tight ends yesterday, and we're just gonna have some fun. So people are gonna come, people are gonna go. I'll be here for a little bit. I might have to go use the bathroom, get something to eat, but hang out with us, just have us on the screen, and everything we discuss on this stream will be related to why y'all are here, fantasy freaking football. So I think I got a couple of people here right now. I got Eugene from Off the Line Fantasy. He's about to join us, as well as Terrell Sanford. He does a lot of work over with the Dynasty Trades in 5 crew. But before that, let me just see who we got in here. I see Alan, my girl Lindsay Mack. What's up, Lindsay Mack? That's right. Hit the thumbs up, baby. Ty DeClaire, he'll be here in a little bit. 7 GOAT rings. Josh, one of our very involved patrons in the Discord, he'll also be joining us a little bit later. See Robert. What's up, man? How you doing, Robert? Robert's in the building. Ricardo, Angel. The Fantasy Draft Room, they will be here as well. Cody Smith will be in here. Francisco, good afternoon to you too. Emilio, what's happening with you, baby? Job Webb, Leo Scott, Baby Dragon, Rico Stone, Garrison, all the same cast of characters, man. We're going to have a good time. So, yeah, Gene, you ready to come in? Gene, you good? I'm looking at you on the screen. You good to go? Give me a thumbs up, Gene, if you're ready to roll. He said he is ready to go. Let's bring Gene in the building. Let me unmute him first, bring him in the building. Eugene O'Menahue, what's going on, baby? What's happening?
Hey man, what's going on, man? I appreciate y'all. I appreciate you for doing this grind, this 8-9 hours of watching people run and throw, man. I'm excited. I'm gonna be hopping in and out, but I'm excited to be talking with the people, man.
Thank you. Let's see what we got in the building. Joe in the building. Yeah, Lindsay Mack said, Gino, what's happening with you?
Hey, what's going on? What's going on?
We are also going to be on Prize Picks Watch. I don't know if any of y'all seen some of the times and lines Prize Picks put out for these 40s. Yesterday, Gene, Nate Wiggins out of Clemson, 4.28 officially.
Bro.
Prize Picks had his line set at 4.55. Yeah, crazy.
He got smashed.
Yeah, it got smashed. Here's one right here. Lad McConkey going under 4.54. I need that, Ray. I have it baked into 3 parlays with Corum 4.4 and Braylon Allen 4.41. I heard, and maybe y'all can, what's up, St. Seth? Maybe y'all can help me, because I had baseball practice before this. They said Blake Corum isn't running. Gene, did you hear anything about that?
I've not heard that. I know we talked about it yesterday. There was a rumor that all the Michigan guys weren't going to run, but it looks like they are. But I didn't hear anything specific about Corum. I want him to run because my parlays need it. But yeah, I guess we'll see.
Yeah, Robert said, looking forward to it, baby. Love your work, Ray G. We love y'all, man. Appreciate y'all. And if you're in the stream, hit the thumbs up button. But it looks like we're about to get going. So I'm going to turn this a little bit so YouTube doesn't kick me off of the stream. I'm gonna bring in.
Hey,
What's up?
real quick, did you see Corey Yates dropped his projection for Xavier Leggett?
Yeah, he said
4.31.
4.31.
Yeah, we're gonna be cutting it close with him and Worthy.
Yeah. So let's talk about that, man. What group is up first? Who's up first?
Does
Does
I'm
anybody know
assuming
in the
it's
chat?
I'm assuming it's the quarterbacks, but I guess we're about to
Quarterbacks?
see in a second. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know for certain, but it looks like it might be the quarterbacks running.
All right, we're gonna do some giveaways on the stream too. I got a bunch of stuff that. Check this out, man. So last year, during the NFL draft stream, we were giving a whole bunch of stuff away. Jordan Vanek in the building. What's happening with you, JV? Gump in the building.
what's going,
RBs
JV?
are up first. Okay, RBs are up first.
Oh, perfect. Okay,
Check
cool.
what I got. I'm giving this away because it's been in my closet for over a year. So we're going to give this away to somebody in the stream today. We got to figure out what makes them leave a comment. But let me show you what I got to give away.
All right.
One of the things I got to give away.
I know it's gonna be fire based on all the other stuff you've been giving away in the past. So
we are going to give away this bad boy right here. Sign A Rich.
Tebow.
Jersey.
I already know.
This ain't Rich. This ain't Rich. That's
A Rich. Oh shoot.
Yeah,
oh
that's
damn.
A Rich.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not Tebow. That's A Rich. We got to give this away. Signed A Rich, still in the packaging. It's just been in the closet. So this would be given away.
How can I get in? How can I be in the process of getting that?
No, you can't get in. You can't get in. You can't get in. If you're on the stream, you can't get in. Yeah, Patty Mills, A Rich. Yeah, I'm giving that away. We got boxes. I got a ship station right here, so I can literally print up your stuff and get it over to you next week. So we're definitely gonna do that for the stream. Running backs are up first. Gene, we're gonna talk about the height, weight, all of that stuff. I'm about to reposition myself, and we're going to bring Terrell in the screen, man. Terrell is a hard worker, man. He comes from the Dynasty Trades in 5 community, Terrell Sanford. He is going to join us on the screen. Let's get him in here. Let's bring him in here. What's up, Terrell? How you doing, baby?
What's up, guys? How you guys doing?
Hey, we good. We good. It's a beautiful Saturday, man.
We got Imani Bailey up, TCU, 5'7" 3/8", 202. Got to see him at the Senior Bowl and he looked fine, but nobody that I'm going to say that we need to go crazy over from a fantasy perspective, man. Yeah, David. My man said Tebow. Hell no, but Tebow jersey. Look, Tebow's getting some hype in here. Somebody said, what size is it? Rico, you can't wear the damn thing. You ain't supposed to wear it, bro.
Yeah, man, you gotta frame that and put that up on the wall.
He's trying to put that to good use.
Yeah, man.
He's trying to wear it on the Thanksgiving flag football game, man.
So we got Bailey, then we got Benson, Corum, and then Isaiah Davis, Ray Davis. Trey Benson, I think he came in at 6 foot, like 216, I think? Was he 216? Let me find Charles' stuff. Let me find this.
Yeah.
And we're going to be all over the place, man. We're going to be all over the place today, but we're going to talk about it.
Yeah, so Corum's 3, so he is running then? I know there was some talk about him possibly not running.
Yeah, it looks like he is running. It looks like it.
I mean, his name could be up there, but that doesn't mean he's running. Just because his name's up there doesn't mean he's running. 4, 6, 7 for Imani Bailey.
Oh, the names are just in alphabetical order.
Yeah, they're just in alphabetical. So,
gotcha.
I didn't see him standing like in the on deck circle. So, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't see him either.
Yeah,
all right, so Benson came in at 6 foot, 2'8", 216.
Okay. Slim down for the combine. I like it. Yeah, 216. That's good size. He looks good. He looks good. Now, his line was set. His line opened up at 4.37 on Prize Picks. 4.37. 4.37. Yep. That's fast. I don't think he's hitting 4.37. Scott Connor said any RB on a 53 except Imani Bailey. Come on, Scott.
Scott woke up and chose violence today.
He did. I guess he wasn't
the first run of the day.
4.39.
It's a good run. It's a good run.
Oh boy.
Trey
Benson.
Yeah, we're gonna be sweating. We are going to be. Damn. I'm just seeing.
He is running.
Oh, there's Corum.
Corum is running.
Okay.
Here we go. Here we go. Show up and test, Blake. Test, Blake.
Oh,
I want him to run well. What do we predict? What are we predicting? I'm saying
I'm saying
4-5-2.
4-4-7. Oh, 4-5-2. I'm saying
4-5-2.
I was gonna say
I'm saying
4-4-5.
I'm saying 4-4-7.
Oh, all
4-5-3.
right. Not bad. Not bad.
Okay.
That'll work. That'll work.
Yeah.
That'll work.
As long as he's above 4-3-9, I'm good.
Terrell, what do you think? 4-5, 4-5-3. What was Benson? You got his height and weight?
Benson was.
Corum. Excuse me, Corum.
I thought it said 206, something like that. But
Hell if I know. I'm
you look,
turning
yeah.
around.
Yeah, 205, 5'7", and 6'8".
All right, let's see what the chat thinks. Yeah, Lindsey Mack, oohing and ahhing over Benson.
Man.
Fast. Corum is up. Sad for no cowboy hat. Well, I got to rep the all gas because these go on sale, Joe, but the cowboy hat is coming. Don't worry. It's a long day. We probably going to sweat out this shirt. Corum ran, and we did cash the prop. We did cash the prop.
Well, remember, he got a second one.
What was the prop at?
Second one.
4-3-9.
Oh, it's the fastest.
4-3-9.
He's not shaving that much time off.
That's crazy.
Yeah. He's not a track runner, so you have to do some quick studying for you to try to cut your time off 1/10 of a second.
Yeah, that was insane. Isaiah Davis. Hey, let's talk about it though, because a lot of people were. Can either one of y'all real quick look up what Ray Rice ran for his combine or pro day? Because that's play style wise, he reminds me of Ray Rice. Cody Smith is in the building. Let's get Cody in here. One half of the Overreaction podcast. What's up, Cody?
Hey, what's going on, Cody?
What up, Cody? Got 309 in the building. Hit the thumbs up button.
Ray Rice ran 4-4-2.
Oh well. Ray Davis, 4-5-3.
I didn't think Ray Rice was that fast.
Yeah, I didn't think Ray Rice was that fast. You sure, Terrell?
No, I'm saying it too.
I typed it in Google, and that's the first thing that pops up.
Yeah, everybody said 4-4-2. Shit. Well, he ain't that. He's not that. But play style wise, that's who he reminded me of. Play style wise was Ray Rice. Audri Estime, a lot of cats. Dude, I'm gonna have to readjust this now because I can't see. A lot of people really like Audri Estime, man. I've seen some folks have him as high as RB2 in the class. RB2 for Estime. I know. I don't know about that, but
yeah.
Oh my God.
That's not what you want to see if you had him at RB2.
No.
I mean, he was hard to tackle.
I mean, he looks big. I will say he looks big, but that ain't what you want to see.
Yeah. Oh, damn.
Oh, man. 23 bench reps for Ray Rice. What did Todd, do we know what Corum did?
I think they do that tonight or tomorrow. I believe they do those later.
Okay, so they run and then lift. Yeah, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Cody, are you on? Can we hear you?
I'm here. I'm good in background. We're good.
Yeah, he's good.
Okay. Oh man, you got this new
I'm just
hairstyle. Look at this hair, man.
We're taking
his hair. Okay. Ray, those slips look good. Yeah, the slips are. Listen, we still got a long night, Dante. We still got a long night. We got a long night, baby. We don't want to get too high. We don't want to get too low. So Did Allen not test?
Wait, but hold on. I was gonna ask, do they have two groups? Because if not, then it didn't look like he's testing because he should have been first.
Let's look it up. Let's go find it. Yeah, he should have been first. Now, there's no way they got two groups. So he will not run a 40. He opted out.
Just kill those times 25 slips. Kill those times 25s.
See, here's my thing, man. Coward. Run the 40. Run. He dropped weight. Run the 40, man.
Damn.
Come on.
Price picks out here celebrating.
I had him all over the place.
Yeah, I had a lot of Braylon Allen. They had his line set at 4.40 for Braylon Allen.
Hey, how much do you think Price Picks paid him to not run? That's probably what they ended up doing, actually. They're like, hey, man, we're about to lose 50 mil here if you run this 40. We can't have you doing that.
Please don't run it. Yeah, don't run it. Don't run it.
Damn.
Man, yeah, that hurts.
Hey, we just missed that Louisville running back. He just ran a 4.33.
He did.
Hold on.
He did.
Yeah, Terrell, keep
Yep.
us on track here. Who ran a 4.33?
I'm trying. I got a TV over there.
What is his name?
Gorendo?
Isaac Gorendo.
Yeah, he's that absolute burner running back out of Louisville. Small, but
Yeah.
flies around field.
All right, here's Bucky.
Yeah.
This is a big 40. This is a big 40 because he came in at 192.
Oh no!
Oh, what'd he do? Y'all are ahead of me.
4, 5, 6. Or sorry, I don't want to ruin it for you, Gene.
No, you good. I don't really care. 4, 5, 6 is not good for somebody his size at all.
That needs to be 4 4s.
So let me ask y'all, man. Like, how much of this is really going to influence like where you slot him at? Because you turn on the tape, you see he can perform. Like, how do we use this, man? How do we use this information? Because right now, I think there have been a couple of surprises and there have been a couple of disappointments. But Dylan Johnson is up. Let's just keep watching. Dylan Johnson, a sleeper of mine. I like Dylan Johnson a lot. Let's see what he runs. I've got no clue what he runs. Probably 4.61. I'm gonna say 4.6 from Dylan Johnson.
Yeah, I would say like 4. Yeah, probably like 4.61, 4.63.
Oh God, this is a 4.65, 4.69. Told you.
I say,
I'll tell you.
It looked like he was struggling down there.
It was a 4.6, damn near 4.69. You could just see it from the jump. Lacks that explosiveness.
Yeah, stumbled at his start. Reaching, yeah. How big did he
Not
come in
ideal.
at?
Not ideal.
Can't
Not
do that
ideal.
for pass catching back.
Man,
5'11", 217.
Trophy Chase, one half of the overreaction crew said he looks so damn slow. Man, that is Kyron ran a 4.65.
Yeah. So hey, Cody, this was the running back I thought we were talking about, the other one, the Jordan that's about to run now. I had forgot all about Gorendo.
Jahar Jordan?
Yeah, he was there more like hammerback, right? He just got him in 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, he stumbled at the blocks too.
Ooh, we got the everybody's favorite sleeper up next, Dylan Laub.
Dylan Laub. I thought he was a little bigger than 206. At the Senior Bowl, he looked a little bigger than that.
Say right after that, we got Marshawn Lloyd.
Yeah, we got Marshawn Lloyd. That'd be an interesting one. That'd be a good one. Yep. I don't know about his straight line speed, y'all. I said it yesterday. I don't know. I don't know about Lloyd's straight line, but I'm fingers crossed, right?
I'm interested to see Cody Schrader.
Man, I don't see Shipley's name on the board coming up.
I don't see it either.
Well? Man, I was hoping for that one where everybody's opting out.
Man. Well, the good thing is I don't think Lob was very, very heavy, so there should be no continued talk about putting him in the Kyle Juszczyk role. You know how we like to lazily do that? White running back, Kyle Juszczyk. He's from New Hampshire. No, it's 209. Let him tote the rock, man. Looks cut up, man. 4.5. There we go.
Right on it, man.
Good time for him.
Okay.
Good time for him. All right, so if you followed me on X, I posted this slip on X. If you played it, you cashed out right here. Here it is right here on the screen. Nate Wiggins less than 4.55, and you've got Blake Corum higher or slower than 4.39. So that is a cash.
Wait, you got one more run, Ray.
Yeah, but he ain't.
I don't see him breaking it either. But
cash.
I don't see him breaking it either. But
all right, let's see Lloyd. Come on, surprise
nice
me.
Though.
Okay, Lloyd got out. We're going 4-4. We're going 4-4.
Okay.
Ooh,
there you go, Lloyd.
Prove me wrong, Marshawn. 4.46.
Nice.
Explosive. Yes. All right. Hey, can you what was Marshawn Lloyd's height and weight officially?
Official height and weight on him. 5'8" and 6'8", 220.
He was no way.
Yeah.
5'8", 3/4, 220. What they put on the screen.
Yep.
Not Audri Estime, Marshawn Lloyd. How much did Marshawn Lloyd weigh?
220 from Charles Robinson.
And he just ran a 4.46?
Yes.
Dude built.
He's climbing up them boards. We got the helmets out.
Let's go, baby. Let's go, Marshawn. Fight on, baby. We are ready. We're ready. We are ready. Let's go. Let's go.
Hey, Ray, so for your process in terms of how you then position these players after the combine, is there certain drills that mean more, that you put more stock in than others?
I think you just want to see him look smooth, man. You know? Like, you don't want to see him fighting through stuff, stumbling over the bags. But ultimately, Terrell, like, these are just the drills that we'll see. They're just kind of, let me turn this down. I don't know how loud that is for here, but they're just drills, right? You just want to see them look fluid in their movement skill. The big thing is, I believe that we are almost positive that 40-yard dash time and athleticism at the receiver position doesn't correlate as strongly to fantasy success as it does with the RBs, right? With the running backs, you want an athletic running back. You want a big, explosive running back. So the drill's not so much, but you kind of want them to see these guys check boxes, right? Combine shouldn't make or break anything with the ranking, but it can. Oh, man, they checked the box. I did not think Marshawn Lloyd was that fast. And I definitely didn't think he was. I think that he's listed at 210 on ESPN, at 210. So I thought he'd come in 208, 209, but 220, and you go out there and run a 4.4? Like, you've got my attention, bro. And vice versa, the 192-pound running back that damn near is running a 4.6, it makes you think, like, come on, man, if you're going to have that smaller of a size, then you've got to display some more athleticism than that. So, right now, I would just say Marshawn Lloyd definitely should be a little bit of a riser just off of that 140 time and the weight, because he's listed at 210, man.
Yeah, right. For me, it's a lot of, like, you got to hit minimums. Like, you come out, you were on 4.7s, like, just don't underperform. I'm not going to swing too heavily if you're even the Marshawn Lloyd, like, I love it today. I'm going to overreact today. Tomorrow we come in. Next week we come in. We, temper those expectations down a little bit, get back a little bit more to reality. But it's the low ones. It's those ones that just absolutely flop. The ones that go out for me that you just can't be coming out here and testing looking like that.
Cody, we don't want to hear the overreaction podcast member tempering expectations. We want that overreaction from you, man.
Yeah, Jake Anderson, shout out to Jake. Jake said Ray gonna have to change that RB8 tag. Cody Schrader, come on, man. 4.61. Damn.
Real quick, I did see a tweet from Eric Oldman that said that some prospects were requested at different positions. They had Daniel Lube at wide receiver, Keelan Robinson, who just ran at wide receiver, Malachi Corley at running back, Johnny Wilson tight end, and then some offensive tackles for center.
Okay. Kamani Vidal, good size, 5'11", 209. Good. I mean, that's Tracy, Tyrone Tracy. Excuse me. I was like, Vidal got bigger. Let's go.
Oh, okay. So Milton didn't run. So Brandon just said,
Milton
looks
ran.
Like there's like, oh, he did. I missed it.
Yeah.
Brandon, did you say there's a second group that's running?
Running backs? Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's another group. Because the measurements came in different batches.
Okay.
It's a good time. He didn't even look like he tried right there. Tyrone.
I know he looked like he was very upright.
Man, what's up? Welcome, Brandon Gonzalez. Brandon to the screen, man. Brandon's our kind of
What's up,
everything 5-tool utility player for DD. Brandon runs the social media channel. So anytime y'all see Destination Devy tweet something, it ain't me, it's him. It's Brandon. It's not me. It's rarely me. It's Brandon. So what's up, B?
Not much, guys. It's Combine Saturday.
Yeah.
It's one of the few highlights in the calendar, right? Combine Sunday draft, or Combine Saturday
Oh man,
draft.
Vidal's about to run a 4.7, dude.
Off on that one, Ray.
Whoa.
Not bad. It didn't look it. But,
it looked like he stumbled, right? Because
Yeah.
it looked like he stumbled. I was like, damn, man.
I was about to say his 10-yard split's probably going to be high, but like once he got up and
that's a good time. Yeah,
that
he stumbled. He can run faster.
That stumble,
Vidal should be able to run faster.
Yeah.
Run again, Vidal. You can run faster than that because he stumbled and still hit a 4.7. Yeah, Garrison, he looks slower.
Just under 5'8", 213 for Vidal.
Michael Wiley.
Yeah, he pulled up.
It's all right. I'd rather him pull up and go back than run a slow time. You know what I'm saying? Got Jalen Wright. That's a big one. Jalen Wright's prop opened at, I believe,
4.32.
2.
Yeah.
Was that the open?
Mm-hmm.
Anything on correlation with RB and height from 1912 fantasy? Height and RB. I don't know. I'm not sure.
I don't know.
I'm not sure. Jake, I'm just happy to see.
You don't have 5'6", but
I'm just happy to see Branch. I mean, not. Well, we don't want to talk about Zachariah Branch, but I'm just happy to see Marshawn Lloyd healthy, dude. I'm just happy to see him healthy and getting his just due. You know, it's been a long road for Marshawn Lloyd. All right, we got Ike, the other half of Off the Line. I'll make sure. Ike, give me a thumbs up when your mic and stuff is good, and we'll get you in here. He said he was good to go. All right. Let's add Ike into the screen. We got 6. It's a party. What's up, Ike?
What's happening? What's happening?
What's up?
What's good?
All right, I'm going on mute. I don't want
to. I had problems
with
these things over the last couple of years, so I'm glad I'm actually working this time.
Yeah, I know.
A lot of money riding on this 40, so I'm not looking.
I just found that Braylon is not running.
Yeah, if he runs a 4.2, man.
Braylon is not running. Okay. Yeah. I don't like that.
He looks like he's about to run fast.
I have Braylon everywhere. Yeah. Jalen Wright. Don't run a 4.32.
Stumbles.
Oh yeah, he's gonna come in like 4.43.
The heart is 4.43. Nah, they say he's going sub 4.3.
Be fastest time so far if he hits it.
I didn't like that get out. I did not like that get out.
You see the
that get out was sloppy. Sloppy
you see
get
that
out.
Broad jump?
Yeah, but the broad jump is a telltale though, so that's why I'm scared.
How much does he weigh? What's his weight?
I think it's at
210. 210. Bro, look at that broad jump, bro.
That's what I'm saying. I gotta go. I can't listen to y'all.
I'm behind, so y'all gonna tell me before I even see it. So
I'm ahead, but I'll be quiet.
It doesn't bother me. I'm worried about. I just like to see the get out. Then I'll know for sure. I don't like that. It sounds like it's close.
He moving.
Oh,
see, I told on the button. I told y'all. I said it. I said 4.44, 4.43.
He did call it.
Okay.
Yeah,
I called that shit. That get out, man. I didn't like it. I didn't like it.
All right, so we just got through the first round of RBs. All right, I want to ask Cody, since Cody is a part of the Overreaction podcast. Cody, initial reactions from the expectations. 4.2 here, Bucky Irving this, Blake Corum slow. What are your initial reactions first wave through, Cody?
Ones that are hitting me that I'm overreacting to. I mean, I had Bucky Irving coming in as RB1 on my board just from like film analysis, so not great to see there. He might take a little bit of a drop down. Marshawn Lloyd was a guy who I just had on the outside of the top 10. He's potentially coming back into that top 10, posting with that size, with that speed. Love to see that. So those are my two that I'm overreacting to the biggest here right off the rip.
Gene, what about you? What are your reaction right now? Like just off of what we saw first pass through.
I am surprised about Bucky Irving's slow time for his size. We'll see the second time around because I like Bucky a lot. Also, Marshawn Lloyd, I was somebody that I haven't gotten to some of the running backs, specifically him, but that size and you running that fast, that's a plus, man. Like it doesn't matter how you slice it. So definitely need to look at that. I know you talked about Monty Bailey. I mean, I just put the Ras score was a 1.56, so he's not even like Scott said. You don't even worry about him.
No,
don't even think about it. Outside of that, I mean, like even Killian Robinson, like I was kind of interested the UT running back. So overall, just first group is. I want to see what they do the second time around.
Yeah, Ice Walrus wants. He said, "No shade. You know, this is all family. It's all love here."
Ooh,
Blake Corn runs it. You know what? Let me give you. I'm good with it, man. I legitimately thought Corn was gonna run a 4.6 something, and I was okay with it. I thought he was like a mid to low 4.6. So the fact that he's probably going to, here's the comp. I'll take this. Y'all ain't gonna take that. Devonta Freeman.
I'll take that.
He was good for years for fantasy.
Solid.
They do run kind of similar though. They do have a similar stride, don't they?
I'll tell you this.
Short, a little choppy.
Mm-hmm.
My number one just like surprise shocker is I did not. I want to know how many people on the bingo card had Marshawn Lloyd weighing more than Trey Benson. Like I did not see him coming in at 220 and then going sub 4.5 at 220. That alone, plus the pedigree, and I get it, he had an ACL injury. This was some years ago. Like, Cody, I know he's outside of your top 10. He better be in your top 10 after today. That athleticism got to be in the top 10. Let's reel back the expectation from reality. 4.44 is still very fast for Jalen Wright, and I think he can probably get a little faster than that. I know the expectation was 4.2, 4.3, but I don't think people truly understand how freaking fast that is. If you watch Nate Wiggins run yesterday, that's a 4.2 runner, right? So a little shocked at Jalen Wright, but it is what it is. Marshawn Lloyd, I thought Trey Benson going 4.39 at 216. Sign me up. Like that'll do. That'll do. And then like Cody said, Bucky at 192 going 4.56. That is not good. That's not good. That's not good.
I missed that first run. Well, wow, 4.56 is
at 192.
192, bro. He didn't stumble. Nothing.
No stumble. Just not that.
Just not fast.
Yeah.
Wow. Just not fast.
Yeah, not what you want to see from a guy that plays in space.
Jake said Shipley over Buckley for receiving backs. Shipley's my RB4, so I hope he runs in this second group. I hope that's true. Go ahead, Terrell.
Yeah, I was going to say I was actually disappointed that we didn't see Shipley run, but hopefully he runs later. But he was one I was looking forward to seeing run.
Do you think people are down on Shipley because they saw Maffa get a lot of playing time this past season with Clemson? But I know overall Clemson wasn't really like good, but we did see a lot more Maffa than probably people were comfortable seeing.
Shipley was hurt this year. He was battling injury all year. He was all kinds of banged up this year. He was pretty banged up this year. And I think that's what happens when you don't have a competent quarterback there to kind of navigate that stuff. But I don't know. You look at what Shipley did. Go pull up his production numbers. Freshman season, fantastic true freshman season. Dominates as a sophomore. I think he had back-to-back 30+ reception seasons at Clemson, and does anybody have his official height and weight? I know he's listed at 5'11", 210. What did he come in at?
I'll see if I can't pull it up for you.
All right.
5'11", 210.
That's what he came in at?
That's what is listed here on Wikipedia, but I need to look at it.
I see 5'11", 206 was his official weigh-in and height.
Okay, if you round up, it's 210.
Yeah, 5'11", 206, that'll play. That'll play.
Yeah,
that'll work.
Yeah.
That'll work.
Yeah, I think a big thing with Shipley is also just player fatigue on it. He came in so hyped through the Devy circles, and I think Drake May is kind of facing some of that same thing now, where everybody was expecting, hey, he's going to be RB1, he's going to be RB2, going to be RB3, and after this time, like it's almost better in the circles to just be like a 1 year kind of hit hard, kind of like Ken Walker did last year, and then shoot up boards that way.
Yep.
Yeah.
What about Ray Davis, man? Like I know you saw him at the Senior Bowl. You see him out here running like a mid 4.5s. That has to be a good sign. That has to be.
Bucky with another slow 4 time.
Oh, God.
I think that's who he is. I don't know. Some guys are slow without pads on. Hopefully, he's somebody that is fast with the pads on.
Game speed kind of guy.
Game speed, yeah.
But here's my thing, man. We can't have it both ways. We can't pump up one for running fast and then the game speed for the other guy that runs slow. But it's tough. Cody, I want you to talk about it because you had him at RB1. How do you feel right now? Because you had him at 1. At least I didn't have him at 1. You had him at 1. So how do you feel right now?
To defend it a little bit more, like I don't think we see any of these backs really being workhorse running backs, and I think that's where that RB1 label comes in, and that's where I'm comfortable putting him up to RB1 because in his role, what he served at Oregon, I think he was the best at doing his role on the field, which is just quick lateral agility, that stop-start movement. Now it may just not be his thing to do long speed 40 time. So I'm honestly truthfully getting a little bit away from overreaction pod. I'm not as concerned as I think most people will be coming off of it today. Will he be RB1 by end of process? Probably not, but that's more so probably because draft capital won't be there if he's not running in the low 4.4s that we saw today. So I think the Draft Capital Association just has to lower him down a little bit, but him as a player, it doesn't change anything for me.
Bro, Dylan Johnson. I mean,
that's one.
That's not
that start was awful. That start was awful.
That's brutal.
Wolf.
Dean, you all right?
I'm fine up here. 4.76. I mean, is that really his game though? Let's ask the question. Is that really his game?
No, it's not his game. It's not his game.
So if it's not his game, I ain't gonna double count him because he's slow.
Yeah, it's just fun. It's just funny to see. That's all.
That's real slow though.
Yeah.
I mean, just because he was Kyron slow doesn't mean that he can't be good.
He's slower than Kyron.
He's slower than Kyron.
He's actually slower than Kyron.
He's slower than Audri Estime.
Yeah, he's slower than Estime. I want to ask the chat. How y'all feeling about Estime?
I mean, it must be those Notre Dame running backs. They're just slow.
He was hard to tackle.
You got Kyron, you got Estime.
He was hard to tackle. And he did a little bit of everything. He showed that he could catch the ball.
Somebody said Brooks ran faster than Bucky. Stop.
Oh, come on, man.
Hey, Brooks came in.
Man, while he's down.
I think he came in at 216. He was listed on UT's website at 207. So that's good for Jonathan Brooks coming in heavier, man. Yeah, Jake, I think that's what most people think he is a Gainwell type. Receiving back, I think he caught like 50-something passes this year, 50-something receptions in that role, over 400 yards. I think that's what a lot of people want him to go into that role. But, yeah, Marshawn going to run again, man. He's over there. Looks like he's going to run again.
Yeah, and Milton's after him. I think we missed him last time.
Yeah, we didn't see Milton.
Yeah.
So I saw someone in the chat say woof to Milton Wolf, but I don't know what that, I don't know what he ran.
So is Benson RB1 now?
Brooks is still my top guy, but Benson's got to be up there, right? Did he run again?
Yeah. Did he run again? Yeah, I didn't see him.
Again?
I didn't see him either. Maybe he took that first one and said,
if I were him, I wouldn't. I'd be like, I got a 4.39. I'm good.
Yeah.
You don't need to mess with that. You don't need to mess with that.
I say if he gets day 2 capital, he'd definitely be for the masses a first round running back. And
y'all see the math bomb for Bucky?
No.
Bucky Irvin? Yeah.
We're gonna see a slow speed score.
I'm gonna go pull it up.
His Ras score. His Ras score. Woof. 2.28.
Fourth percentile.
Oh.
You know what, man? How big is Milton? He looks huge. I'm fine with. Listen, man. If you watched any Kendall Milton and you thought he was going to run a 4.3, then you were kidding yourself, right? Go get glasses. Yeah. So 4.6, this thing will be this thing will be an official 4.65. For what Kendall Milton does, I'm fine with that, man. I hope you didn't think he was running anything, and he did not run again. Marshawn Lloyd didn't run again, so.
Yeah, 6'1", 225, Kendall Milton.
6'1", 225, I'm good, man. I'm good with that.
Yeah, that works.
I mean, you're drafting him to just carry the ball up the gut, right? right?
Yep.
To take carries, to eat innings. That's what you're drafting him to do. I'm fine with it. You're not drafting him to be your lead dog, so whatever. Whatever. I just joined, fellas. What's good? What's up, Tommy Sosa? How you doing? Second group. We got a second group. Estime was productive. Let's see. Marshawn has always been in my RB1 conversation. Love it. Estime has intangibles, raw, athletic, score, not as predictive in this day. In today, 4.43.
Okay.
Yeah, not bad.
Okay.
Not bad.
Yeah,
Not
still
bad.
Brooks. Dave said he still has Quorum at the moment. Gump says Benson RB2, Milton 4.6. Yeah, I'm fine with it. Whatever.
Trey Benson's Ras scored 9.78.
Tell you, he's gonna be a first round rookie draft pick in fantasy and for the masses.
I
think that's Terrell. When he goes on mute, you could hear it. You could hear his mic go out. Go off mute, Terrell. Now go on mute.
I'm off mute.
Yeah, you can hear that clicking.
You can hear it when it's clicking.
Yeah.
It's all good. It's Terrell. We know it's Terrell. We just had to find the culprit.
It's all good. My bad. I'll mute on the through my laptop now.
Hey, I'm just glad that I'm not the culprit for any mic related issues or anything like that.
Don't worry, it's coming.
It's coming. You just not.
Wait for that draft stream. You had some challenges last year.
Jalen Wright, 9.75 RAS.
Okay. Hey Ray, there's a question in the chat. Where are we ranking Benson if he's drafted to the Cowboys?
Cody?
He's still not going to go in my first round, but in terms of running backs, he's going to be one or two off the board. So I think he's going to slide in right about the 201, 202 if that happened.
You don't think he'll slide in the back of the first?
I'm not personally. So people are going
okay.
to. I won't
okay.
Yeah, I think he'd end up going at like 109 for people if that ended up happening.
I was going to say, I think he might even go like 17, 18. Like, I think he'll be in the JJ McCarthy. For people just out there, everybody kind of loves their running back still, even though I know like the circle like we run in, we're kind of running backs don't matter, but people always get excited to put a RB1 out there for some reason.
Let's see if Jalen Wright can go at least sub 4.4 on this next one. His start looked a little wonky, didn't it? And can anybody confirm if there is a second group of running backs or not? And I see you with the hammer shirt on, Terrell. I see you with the hammer shirt on. Because I don't know. I don't know why there would be a second group of running backs. I'm trying to think of who we haven't seen.
Yeah, we haven't seen Ali.
Ali's
Frank Gore.
Gore. We haven't seen Gore. We haven't seen.
Shit, it might be a second group then. It might be a second group.
McClellan.
Yep.
Shipley.
McClellan. Yeah.
Mayan Williams, as he ran.
We heard Shipley wasn't running. Didn't somebody say that?
I think we just assumed that because he wasn't on the screen.
Oh yeah. Okay.
There might be two groups of running backs because I'm starting to look through it now. There are.
There's enough.
Yeah, there should be some more.
There's Wiley.
Well, let's hope. Let's hope.
Yeah, there's probably another group. All right, let's go through some measurements, and I just want to get y'all's reactions on some of these measurements. I saw a lot of people. There's some more coming in. All right, y'all ready for some measurements?
Yep.
Jalen McMillan out of Washington, 6'1", 197 for Jalen McMillan with 10-inch hands.
I like that.
It's nice. All right, we got Jalen Wright coming up, and I'll pull up some more height weight. Man, y'all said that Louisville running back was little. He's 6 foot 221.
No, not you're talking about Jordan or Isaac?
Rendo came out at 221.
221, and he ran a 4.33.
Wait, what?
Sheesh, Jalen Wright.
He's running now. There you go.
There you go.
21.
Sub 4.4.
That'll work, Jalen Wright. And I did the video and I said, leaving the combine, he'll be in the conversation for the top running back. And I think he's put himself in the conversation to be the RB1. Leaving the combine.
Way better.
Well, think about it. Think about it. Everybody's saying Jonathan Brooks, right? But if you're just SEC, I mean, give me your top 5 right now, Ike. Give me your top 3 backs right now. You got Benson, you got Corum, you got Wright, you've got Jonathan Brooks. Like, come on, let's put this together. Let's community do this. Leaving this thing, just knowing height, weight, speed, score, athleticism, boxes checked, boxes didn't. I'm gonna take executive lead and say Jonathan Brooks is still RB1. But who would you guys round the horn quickly? Gene, who's RB2 for you right now in your mind? Who's RB2?
Benson.
Cody?
Brooks.
Brandon?
Benson.
Terrell?
Benson.
Ike? Benson?
Benson.
Yeah, Ike's muted.
I told you.
Never fails. Never
Let's go
fails.
third. So we got Brooks, Benson, and who's 3? Yeah, who's 3? Cody.
Corum.
It'll be Bucky.
Gene.
Corum.
Ike.
He's
You're
still
on mute.
muted.
I'll go for Ike Corum for me.
Brandon.
Jalen Wright.
Okay. Let's see what the chat said. I haven't even looked at the chat. Let's see what they say. Garrison says Brooks, Benson, Lloyd, Wright, Allen. So Jonathan Brooks, Trey Benson, Marshawn Lloyd, Jalen Wright, and Braylon Allen. Let's see. Jake says Brooks, Lloyd, Wright, Benson, Allen. Okay. Rico has Lloyd, Corum, Brooks, Wright, Benson. And then Joey Nelson said Brooks, Benson, and Lloyd. Right. Go grab Benson, Wright, and Lloyd in underdog drafts today because they are going up. Absolutely. And Jalen Wright is on a rocket ship. If I had to do it based on my current ranks, I have Jonathan Brooks at 1, Corum 2. I had Irving 3, Shipley 4, Benson 5, and Wright 6. Bucky's got to go. He's got to go for me. Like, I just, it ain't no overreaction, but if you're 190 pounds and you lack athleticism and your claim is going to be space creator, that's just a hard sell for me. Brooks,
small and slow is never good.
Yeah, small and slow is not what you want. Small and slow is almost worse than big and slow because if you're big, then you kind of expect them to be slow, but if you're small, come on, man. I think it's got to be a combination for me, a combination of Brooks, Benson, Wright, Lloyd, Corum, Shipley. I've got a problem. You know, I got 6 right there. So I like the top of it. Wright, RB1, and this is what I said. Cole World said RB1 personally for him, Jalen Wright.
Okay.
How big
agree.
was the Louisville guy? 6 foot 220, Luke. Got
Bro,
400
and
in the stream. 400.
And his RAS score was 999.
Who, the Louisville guy?
Had to be.
Yes.
I'm just gonna tell y'all personally because people really shit on Blake Corum. The fact that he checked the box and did run a 4.5, like I'm very, very happy about that. Very happy about that. Biggest loser right now. Biggest loser running back wise.
Bucky.
People are going to say it's Bucky. I'll go Dylan Johnson. I liked him.
Yeah, I'm with Cody.
Yeah.
I think Dylan. A lot of people like Dylan Johnson too, and I like the tape. But running a 4.7, and he's not even Audri Estime size. That ain't good. Yeah, 40 is done, but no one's confirmed if there's another group, man.
I don't think there is.
I don't think there is. It's a wrap.
Yeah, Trophy Chase. Chase said Corum's still good. Yeah, Corum is he's just really good, man. And I guarantee there's NFL teams that are just gonna love him, right? Absolutely love him. Yeah, Bucky is a loser. I'm not a Corum guy because I want upside at the position. I hear you, Jake. I hear you.
Who in this group gives
but
you
he's
upside?
a very solid player. So that's a fair assessment. What'd you say, Ike?
Who in this group gives you upside? Like, I don't personally see, like I said earlier, I don't see any of these guys being a workhorse running back. So, I mean, he's gonna be a role player. All these guys probably are unless injury vaults them up into that. But then that's just a number of touches that's vaulting you to upside. I don't think skill wise any of these guys are true upside plays.
Man, when I interviewed Marshawn at the Senior Bowl, man, he was just a real cool dude. He was like a real cool, and I saved him from like an awful interview, so he's like, "Thank you." It was like interview decorum, man. Like let these guys like ask your question and get out of the way, you know?
Yeah.
I'm a little disappointed Braylon Allen didn't compete, especially with all the talk about Corum wasn't going to do it and Braylon Allen doesn't show up. That's you know.
He knows.
Some people would say that he's afraid, right? Some people would say that he's afraid.
Man.
Interview decorum here.
Don't. We went in an hour discussing in the Destination Devy Discord.
This must be Audri Estime's agent. Are you an agent for Audri Estime? You guys are stuck on narrative street. It ain't no narrative. We just watched them run. What are you talking? We're just reacting to the time that he ran. He ran a 4.72 twice. That is slow. That is slow. Estimate he is super fast for his size. No. We're not talking about that. You're 4.7. Do you understand that when you get out there, you're not playing against people your size. You're playing against defensive ends running a 4.3. Like he's not super fast.
He ain't gonna get to the edge.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean he won't make it to the NFL. He'd be just a guy.
We're reacting to the time that he just ran. The time was slow for a running back.
His speed score, according to Ras, was poor. His 10-yard split, 20-yard split, and 40-yard dash, they were scored as poor. So what are we doing?
I didn't think I'd have to do this early in the stream. We're not even 60 minutes in. All right, let's see how they look.
We should have put
drills. Let's look at that.
So Braylon's running drills, but he just didn't want to run. Okay,
yeah, he just didn't do the 40. All right, while they're doing the drills, let's see how Corum looks. Let's see if he looks smooth through the drills. Look fine to me.
Yep, there it is.
Good job.
Yep.
He didn't trip over the bags. Looked good going through it. Isaiah Davis is big boy. Big boy. Let's see Ray Davis. No one talked about Ray Davis, man. Ray Davis has got to be a little bit of come on, Ray. Them feet up, Ray. Jake, you still in here? What you think about your boy Ray? Jake Anderson, talk to me, Jake. What you think about Ray Davis? Got 400. There goes your boy. There goes Edwards. Somebody mentioned Edwards didn't run. Let's see Estime. Yeah, let's watch Estime.
Oh.
Oh.
And I just had him ranked inside my top. Did that look smooth to anybody?
No.
His feet.
Them cuts look painful.
Ray over here doing hopscotch, doing the chicken noodle soup.
With the soda on the side.
Now let's look at Bucky.
Oh man,
smooth.
Slow
but smooth.
I wish I would have just cut that. That would have been prime Twitter material right there.
Hey, you know who else looked slow in this drill was George Holani.
Dude, I didn't even know Holani was still in college.
Bro, he was in college for like 8 years.
How old is he? Like 25, 26?
Man, he moved like he was 40.
Here's an interesting comment, right? The combine means very little. So here's my thought. Nice job, Marshawn. Good job.
Here it is.
I don't think it means a ton as far. Here's what it does matter to, in my opinion. Terrell, give me what you think. It matters to how NFL teams value the player, right? If you go out there and you perform well, then what normally happens is you get drafted, right? Like teams will feel a little more comfortable drafting you. If you go out there and face plant, it doesn't mean that the player, if they get the ball, they're not good at what they do. but it does influence and affect draft capital. Like you can't say that this box checking exercise doesn't matter. It does matter in relation to draft capital, and draft capital is what yields the opportunity, the longevity, the leash that these players get. So, I mean, I feel you. It doesn't matter, but it kind of does. Terrell, what do you think?
I completely agree. I mean, just like the guy in the chat that was going about Estime, if he doesn't have a good combine and he gets drafted in the 7th round, like nobody's going to say, hey, he's a top 5 RB in the class. So it goes hand in hand. What you don't want to do is, hey, Trey Benson has an awesome combine and has late draft capital, and then bump him up because his combine scores are great, because then the NFL didn't value it. So normally it goes hand in hand. A good combine typically is going to lead to increased NFL draft capital, which will lead to fantasy ADP going up from a rookie draft standpoint.
And I think the combine is a little important because you'll hear the gossiping that's happening around during this time, and it gives you a better it gives you another bullet point or data point that you can use in terms of your process for your rookie drafts, because these people talk and it gets down to us and we're going to use that information. So I think, for a standpoint of like, oh, this person didn't have like a great broad jump. Okay, cool. That's fine. But hey, what are the people decision makers? What are they saying? And how can we use that information?
And that's what it is, man. That's at least that's how I view what this is for,
Yeah, it means very little for some, means a lot to others. Just depends on where they're at and where they're being drafted and where they're being, prospected to be drafted. So yeah, it just depends on who you're looking at. And y'all kind of hit the nail on the head.
Yeah,
hit your thresholds. Hit your thresholds, and I'll tell you, 4.72 ain't a threshold.
Yes,
and here's
correct.
the thing: it doesn't mean it's always right either. Like, understand? Yeah. Let me also say that it doesn't mean that it's always right just because they go out there and smash the combine. Now they get drafted higher. It doesn't mean it's always right. Like, think about what's the receiver from the Jets that went out there and went nuts at the combine? What was that damn receiver's name? Steven Smith, was that his name?
No, Devin Smith, I believe.
No.
Oh, Stephen Hill. Stephen Hill.
Stephen Hill. Oh, my God.
Right? You're talking about a player that probably wasn't very good in college. He goes out there and blows the combine out of the water. The capital follows, and he wasn't good. Andy Isabella runs fast, gets drafted ahead of A.J. Brown. It doesn't mean it's right, but when those things happen, it thresholds get checked. I got to reevaluate. Now I'll talk myself into drafting said player, and there's the capital. So I want to go through some more of these measurements here, y'all. Check this out. Keon Coleman, 6'3" and 2/8, 213. 6'3". He's a big boy.
Yeah.
That's what you're hoping to see out of him.
Xavier Legette, 6'1", 221. He's about to fly.
4.32 fly?
I hope not. Not that fast. Luke McCaffrey, for anybody wondering, 6'1", 198. Ladd McConkey, 5'11" and 5/8, 186. So exactly the same size he was in Mobile. Ricky Pearsall, 6'1", 189. Jalen Polk, 6'1" and 3/8, 203. Brendan Rice, 6'2", 3/8, 208. And do we have any other? Okay, yep. Jacob Cowing, 5'8", 168. Javon Baker, 6'1", 202 for Javon Baker. Good size for Baker.
Johnny Wilson is 6'6", 231.
Yep. Spencer Rattler, 6 foot, 211. Joe Milton, 6'5", 235. See who else we got. Jalen Wright, 5'10", 210. Mayan Williams. Did y'all see this Mayan Williams size?
No,
5'8", 229.
The Ohio State. He didn't run the 40. Yeah,
he did not run the 40 at 230 pounds. He passed. Jace McClellan. No one's talking about McClellan. 5'10" and 3/8, 221, 10 and 2/8 inch hands, and 75-inch wingspan. It's a big boy. That's a big boy, Jace McClellan. Marshawn Lloyd, yep, 220 for Lloyd. That's good size. Yeah, there's no way there's a second running back group. These guys just didn't run. Frank Gore didn't run. Shipley didn't run. Good. We don't need a second running back group. Okay.
Trey Franklin 6'1" and 7/8.
Here we go. Franklin 6'1". Yep. Go ahead, G.
176. Was it almost 32-inch arm
little
arm
hands,
span, wingspan? Yeah, little hands. Wingspan is pretty long at 77.
Adnan Mitchell, Texas wide receiver, 6'2", 205. Xavier Worthy, 5'11", 165 for X Worthy. Tez Walker, 6'1", 193. Brian Thomas, he was listed at 6'4". He comes in at 6'2" and 7/8, so a tick under 6'3", 209. Rome Odunze, baby, 6'2" and 7/8, 212 pounds.
Just a little. I just need you to be 4'4" above.
Yeah.
Caleb Williams, 6'1", 214. Drake May, 6'4", 3/8, 223. And J.J. McCarthy, 6'2", 219. Good size. Good size. Yeah. Good size for McCarthy right there at 220. Real good size.
He's coming in at like 200.
Yeah, some people thought he'd be like, light. And that is not the case. Not the
case. And the person that did not get height and weight? Daniels.
I was just going to ask if you had his numbers.
Oh,
nope. He opted out.
Yeah. And people were complaining about Caleb. This guy did not get any measurements.
He said, "Is he doing anything?"
Keep that. They got to keep that same energy.
No, he just talking. That's it. He came to go shake some hands, kiss some babies.
JJ baby hands. Let me see what JJ's hands were. I didn't even look at the hand size. So McCarthy, 9-inch hands. I mean, May, 9 1/8 inch. Nix, 10 1/8. So Nix has some big hands. Penix, 10.5-inch hands.
Yeah, we already knew Penix had big hands.
And then Caleb right under 10. So yeah, JJ's got what was Kenny Pickett's hand size? Just curious. What was
8?
Pickett?
I think it was 8 8.5.
On the dot?
It was like 8.
I knew it was small.
It was
8 something.
Oh.
8 5/8 inches. Was measured at 8.5 in the combine. Went up some mystic.
1 percentile.
Mystically.
First percentile.
Yeah, that's not ideal. So, old Jaden, huh? Jaden ducking that scale?
Yeah, he ducked the scale, man.
Jaden ducking the scale? Come on, Daniels. Come on, man. Just step on the damn scale. We know you're skinny, man. Get on the scale.
Oh, man.
Brandon, you're on mute. Were you trying to say something? Okay.
Ducking the scale.
Just do what I'm
Somebody
doing.
Said
Need a
big
full
Penix
pizza
energy. I live in Ann Arbor. Have seen JJ in person. He's a solid dude. It's that baby face that makes him look little. Yeah, I mean. I need to look at this cat, man. This Isaac dude who ran a 4.33. Gotta go look at him. Had Worthy at 172. Oh yeah, I want to see what people were saying about the size. Rome is the real deal. Agreed, Steve. Agreed. Real deal. Who's got Rome at 1? Somebody in the chat. It's 408 of y'all. Keep it real. Who's got Rome at 1? Somebody's gonna do it. I know. Here's the thing. I know there are probably more than a few people, even if you don't have Rome at 1, which I hope you don't. Maybe we can make the argument. But a lot of people got him at 2, man. A lot of people got Rome at 2 over Malik Neighbors. Do any of y'all feel that way? Gene, Ike, Cody, Brandon, Terrell?
I don't.
Pick your flavor.
He's 3.
But I've heard the argument against Neighbors being as 3 because of, I guess, their scheme. A lot of the coverages where he was wide open, they always found him when the coverages were cover 2. So him streaking down the sideline, they wanted to use that to count that against him. Like, you can't do that. I don't think that's a reason. because they called a perfect play. They called a good play, and he was open.
Playing cover 2 in the NFL too. Like he can work underneath good.
I like Daniel. Yeah. I like this comment right here. Daniel Perry hit. This is what I'm talking. This is the can't have it both ways. He said it's funny. The combine doesn't mean much. Why do prospects duck the test? Got to mean something. Because if you go out there and if you go out there and put something on wax that they didn't expect, like in a positive way, it can help you. It can rouse your stock. And if you don't, it will hurt you. It will hurt you if you go out there and stink it up. You know, you can't face plant. And it's not so much. This is just what I've heard, it's not so much like the combine itself. It's checking the boxes, the preparation. Just go check the box. Go show that you are that fast, compete. You know, you'll get another opportunity at your pro day. Everybody knows that. But you don't want to go out there and be lack of preparation. Remember the big Alabama kid, Terrence Cody? Like that, just you go out there and you just look sloppy through everything. Just lack of preparation. Go compete and go check the boxes, man.
Daniel had another comment saying Neighbors 1, Rome 2, MHJ 3.
Daniel said that?
Put the pitchforks away, please.
Someone in the chat said that?
Yeah.
I see it.
I want to give Jonathan said, remember me about Audri Estime. I'm willing to stick my neck out there. Estime will be better than Corum. Book it. Hey, here's my thing. I'm not. If you think he's a better runner, I've got no qualm with you there. That is your personal opinion. We all have opinions, and none of us know what the outcome is going to be. I got no problem with that. If you think Estime is a better running back than Blake Corum, I've got no problem with that. You know, none. But you're not going to sit on here and lie to me on my stream and tell me that a 4.72 ain't slow. It is slow.
Pass time. Braylon Allen drops the first one.
Braylon Allen dropped
Did he?
the ball?
He dropped that first one. Yeah, he sure did. I mean, it wasn't a good pass.
Ruining my prospect slips.
Wasn't a good pass,
well, that's
but he dropped it.
Well, Gene, you know why he didn't catch it, right? Because it was ahead of the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, that's true.
If it was behind the line of scrimmage, it'd be fine.
That's true.
That negative A dot.
Negative A dot. Yeah.
Who's that quarterback that's throwing it? Who's that?
I think he's just the guy.
Yesterday they had Trace McSorley and Kellen Mond.
Like
he's still up there.
Who is that?
It's Kellen Mond.
Oh, that is
Mond.
Kellen Mond.
Yeah.
I was like, man, that's why I was wondering. This dude looked familiar. Okay.
Yeah, this is cool, man.
Yeah, they were out there throwing with the tight ends yesterday too. So I guess they're doing all the way through these 2 days.
That is McSorley?
Yeah, that is McSorley. Okay. Yeah. They must be jobless and they're trying to just get some on tape.
Yeah. That's cool that they brought him back to do that though. That's cool. They let them do that. I like that.
I'll keep my Kellen Mond thoughts to myself.
Hey, no.
Listen, man. Listen.
I see him every day at practice.
The real I see him every day in practice.
Man.
I kind of want to fire up a rookie mock. Should we Should we fire up a rookie mock?
Let's do it.
We're only gonna go 2 rounds. I'm gonna drop the link in the comment section of YouTube. So if you're around, let's do it. Let's fire up a rookie mock. We'll go 2 rounds because I want to see what y'all are about to do. I want to see what foolishness is about to transpire. So let me get it set up. And then we'll drop a mock in the chat. We'll probably run 2. I'm not going to be in any of them. I'm not going to be in any of them, but we're going to run some mocks since we got 400 people. Hey, everybody on here, DD fam, we thank y'all for, first of all 390, I'll get you the settings real quick. All 393 of you plus the 6 on screen. You're all sickos and degenerates. It's Saturday. Gene and Ike, at least I know for a fact, it's beautiful out here, and we're in here streaming, watching the combine. Y'all are insane, but we love y'all, and we want to bring entertaining and actionable content, so thank y'all for being here. Let's drop a couple of mocks in there. Let's just keep it simple, okay? Let's keep it simple. PPR. First one will be PPR. Single quarterback, single QB. Let me say it again.
No tight end premium.
One quarterback PPR, 1.5 tight end premium, which to me still ain't tight end premium, but others may feel differently. So that's what we're going to do. The first, through the whole running back, here's what we'll do. Through the whole running back section, running back and some wide receiver, any mock we do is going to be single quarterback. We'll get to the point we flip it for super flex, but let's go single QB. Let me get it set up right now.
Did y'all see the next gen stat saying that Jalen Wright was the fastest clocked running back in the last 2 combines?
Mm-hmm. I've seen that.
15 miles an hour at 5 yards.
Man. Faster than A-Chain, who was a track runner.
Faster than A-Chain?
Yes.
At 5 yards.
Yep. A-Chain was 2.
A-Chan, Gene. A-Chan.
A-Chan, you're right. Yeah, you're right. My bad, A-Chan.
I'll tell you something as another A&M guy, it's A-Chain. At least it was for the 4 years he was here.
And somebody says, Tim, where are you at where it's snowing? Jeez. It's 80 degrees over here.
80 and beautiful.
80 with the sun beaming.
Now we'll go 3 rounds. Let's go 3 rounds. Let's make it matter a little bit. We'll go 3 rounds. Let's update this.
Yeah, let's get some likes, man. 144 likes and there's 411 people in here.
Let's get some likes. Let's get some likes. All right, so I'll just drop the link in here. All right, about to drop the link. Link 1 going up now. Link 1 is... All right, can they click that?
Yeah, they can. I just clicked it.
Yeah, they can because I clicked it. Yeah.
All right, get in. I'm going to set up another one. Damn, that filled fast.
Quick.
Let's go.
Quick.
Right. Run it.
Quick.
I'm setting up another one. Let's go. I'm setting up another one. Let's go. Mock.
Dang.
New NFL rookie mock. Can you
Y'all
not
pay
just
Ray
like
to get in that thing so fast?
Can you not just like copy a mock that you've done? Like just can I just
can.
duplicate this?
You should be able to.
Oh yeah, create a copy.
$80 degrees in West Palm Beach. Yeah, let's go.
So everybody's excited to mock. These are filling up quick.
All right.
Again, 1 QB because I just forgot as I was looking at the board.
1 QB, single QB. We'll go.
Well, let me just wait until we finish, but I know it's going to get close quick.
Update. All right.
Gene got that trigger finger.
Second link is going in the Ray, post a link in the DD Discord. Got you, Steve. Steven, got you. Give me a second. I'm gonna drop this one in here real quick, and then I'll do another one, and we'll put it in the DD Discord. Link coming in now for the second board. Link is up, and then I'll create a copy, and then I'll drop this one. Where are we at? Ding, ding, ding. Damn, that joint.
Look at you.
Filled.
Damn.
Wow.
Boy.
Damn. Man, people join that faster than Estime.
Somebody said, Grant said, people joining the mock faster than Estime ran his 40, man. Oh, dirty. Come on, man. Stop.
Ooh, Cody. I see you.
And I'm just going to read them off, and let's see what y'all are doing. All right. Let's do this. Copy link. I'm dropping this one in the DD Discord, and then we'll do maybe one more. I want to kind of talk about it. So let's see how the reactions are going right now.
I'll be interested to see the DD Discord one versus the just the random one in the YouTube comments.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. All right, and I'm going to share the screen so we can kind of look at what's going on and talk about these as they are transpiring. Oh, I got to start the draft. I'm sorry, y'all. Y'all are waiting. Start the draft, right? Sorry. Apologies.
Sheesh.
Filled up quick.
I mean, both of them filled up quick, but I'm looking at the one that's already in the second round.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Let me pull this board up. Let me find the stream. Let's find the stream.
Ah.
Let me make sure I share the right screen. I don't want y'all to see stuff y'all ain't supposed to see. All right, here we go. Let me zoom in. So this is the first one we got over here. Harrison, Neighbors, Odunze, Brian Thomas. We got Brock Bowers at 105. Franklin still off the board at 106. Caleb, Exworthy, Jalen Wright, Trey Benson, Jonathan Brooks, Adonai Mitchell. Roman Wilson, he will be, Ty, I'm looking at Estime. Roman Wilson will be in the first round before we finish the night. Blake Corum, Keon Coleman, Drake May, Marshawn Lloyd, 205. So he didn't really move. Wasn't he around 205? He didn't really move a ton.
I have to go look at what JB's put.
I'm pulling them up right now. Give me a second.
He didn't move a lot. Let's go look at the other boards. Lad McConkey came off. Todd took McConkey 2-6.
Come on, load up. There we go. What are we talking about? Running backs?
Look like.
Man, the Coleman gap stands out between the drafts. 108 to 203, that's massive in one QB.
You're right.
Yeah.
Keon went 203 here. So you had 3 backs and a quarterback in that one. No QB yet until 111 here. I kind of like that better. Caleb at the back of the first, then in that middle range.
Question. I know Jonathan Brooks is RB1. We know he tore his ACL late. He said he's going to be ready for training camp. I don't know, but how would y'all handle that? I know for me and Ike personally, we don't deal with running backs that tore their ACLs in year 1. We wait for year 2 before we start really entertaining them. So, in your rookie drafts, how would you handle Jonathan Brooks?
I'm gonna be lower on him than others. I can't personally put him up at 1 if he has that torn ACL. Like now, if he's correct and he shows out that he's fully healthy, he's gonna be RB1 because tape and everything. He's RB1, but that torn ACL hampers things for him at year 1. I'm right there with you. He'd be, 1 QB route and mocks that we're doing here. He'd be mid second for me almost, I think, or back at the first. So it's got to drop him down because if you can't ingrain yourself in that offense year 1, you don't have time during the season to ramp up and actually learn that playbook and everything. So it's the Kendre Miller effect that we saw from last year. Love Kendre Miller, but if you can't ingrain yourself in the offense during the offseason, you ain't going to be able to step on the field much.
Brandon?
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I'm with Cody. It's going to be harder. I mean, I think last night when we were talking, I said something around like 205, 206 is where I'd feel comfortable in a rookie draft. I could talk myself into because you're going to have that built-in excuse. Well, he's coming off a torn ACL. This might be the cheapest you can get him. Kind of, you could talk yourself into it. I can't get him any higher than that. I mean, looking at these drafts, where would you even like? Let's say he's fully healthy. Let's say he's fully healthy by week 8. Like, you taking him over Xavier Legette at 2-1? Or Roman Wilson at 2-1? You know what I'm saying? Like, are you taking him over AD Mitchell, who just jumped 11 feet 4 inches in his broad jump? Like, where are you going to realistically put him? You know? Like, not trying. Like, I'm just trying to be realistic, right? Like, where am I going to fit him in the back of the first, early second? If he's healthy by, let's just say, week 8, week 9.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Sorry, y'all. Sorry.
What about
DD?
That's where
Terrell, what about you? What you think?
I couldn't put him up that high either. Again, these guys typically take a while to come back to form. And when you're talking about, I know we're talking rookies right now, but if we're talking that mid-second round, in most leagues, you can probably take that pick and swap and get a Kamara. I would much rather that versus hitting draft on Jonathan Brooks that early. So just based on how I play, I'm not going to have any Brooks. And if I'm going to get him, it's going to be week 4, week 5 when he's not playing and I can get him as a throw-in. No way I'm spending mid-second capital, especially in super flex drafts on him.
Can we stay here for a minute?
Not right.
Go ahead, Gene. Finish.
Yeah, You're muted. His mic went out again.
So let me, Terrell. Let's talk about this, right? And I want the chat and YouTube to talk to me. Ray, one more sleeper mock to activate. Hold on. Let me see. Which one haven't I activated real quickly? I'm sorry, y'all. If that's the case.
We got some overreaction though in one of these mocks.
What do we have? We got one almost done. We got one of them
We've
almost
got a
done.
We've got a Garendo at 2-4.
Good job, Mach 2. Whoever's in Mach 2, good stuff. Good stuff, Mach 2. They finished up. We'll talk about that one in a second. Which one?
IQ good? Let's see. Nope, still muted.
Nope, still can't hear him.
Yeah. So I want to talk, Terrell. I want to go back through this again. So you are out on Jonathan Brooks. Like there's no chance you would have this guy as your RB1 or your RB2 in this class. No chance.
No chance. I'm hitting select on him in second round of a Superflex draft. No chance.
What do y'all think?
For me, it would depend on the build of my team.
I think I've lost Mach 2. No, Mach 2 finished. Mach 2 smashed. Yeah, Mach 2 smashed.
Yeah, Eugene, I was going to say, even for the build of my team, if I'm rebuilding, I don't want to hit drafting him. And if I'm competing, I don't want to hit drafting him. If I'm rebuilding, I want to get him in week 4, week 5, when he's putting up zeros on somebody's team trying to win, and I can get him as a throw-in. That's just how I'm going to be playing it. So in rookie drafts, I'm probably going to have 0 of him across all my leagues.
What do y'all think?
We can hear you. We can hear you now, Ike.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
I didn't think I would have to deal with this twice within a 45-minute span.
But to the point though, like, I know some people were like, you're going to see a lot of the if my team can wait a year, then I'm fine taking it. But it's a flat asset until he steps back on the field. Like, he can't go up in value. Now, sure, he can't go down in value, but I'd rather place a bet on any of the other probably top 3 or 4 running backs to actually start hitting and raise in value compared to just putting him in on an IR and waiting a full year or whatever that ends up being. Now, of course, everything comes back to what do the medicals actually look like once we get to the season. But right now, it'd be hard for me to put him and actually take him in the top 5 if it was actually a draft and I was putting him on a team.
And I see some comments in the chat. Sorry, go ahead, Ike.
Go Terrell. Go ahead, Terrell.
No, I was just going to say a lot of hope involved.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm looking at the chat here, and a lot of people saying his price won't drop that much if he's only out till week 4. Price won't drop. Let's look back last year. Kendra, price dropped. You were drafting him late first, early second, Superflex drafts. Week 4, you couldn't even get a third for that dude. In our leagues, you ain't flipping him for a random second when he ain't scoring no points. So again, I'll just throw that challenge out there to everybody thinking that price isn't dropping. If you're drafting him mid, early second round in a Superflex draft, ain't nobody's giving you that price back in week 4 when he's not playing.
Ike?
I'm about to pick right now. Hold on. Okay. Sorry. What was? Sorry, I was
talking about your thoughts on Jonathan Brooks and drafting him or not drafting him.
Yeah, like kind of like y'all mentioned, it kind of boils down to like a lot of hope, right? You're holding on to the asset because he's coming off the ACL. You know he has all the hype coming out of college, but he's not accumulating any value. And much to your point, that y'all made, he's not accumulating much value. So I think I'm better off, getting some of the other guys that are just going to be better assets for me, at least in the interim, before like I smash the the draft button on him. Like, I think that's just kind of how I would approach it.
This is I'll just say I was not aware of, we had even within DD so many people who were a little I don't want to say anti Jonathan Brooks, but anti drafting Jonathan Brooks. I didn't realize that. So good insight, Terrell and Cody and Gene, what about you? Where do you have Brooks at?
Yeah, I mean, naturally, like seeing him play, he's my RB1. But in terms of like actually drafting him, like I'm not one to draft hurt running backs, especially if you can't accumulate any value. Like again, Terrell said, like I remember I drafted Kendra the like 112 in one league, and I couldn't even throw him in a trade to get something else because people were just like, nah, bro, like he's hurt. And even when he stepped on the field, he couldn't finish a game because he would get hurt again. Or, you saw Jamal Williams in front of him and he was getting all the work we thought Kendra was going to get, even when Kendra was fully healthy. So I'm like, it's the same. It's going to be the same out. I mean, in terms of Jonathan Brooks, I don't want to go through that again in terms of waiting for somebody to recover from injury.
So for me, the injury's already baked in. Like, you're talking about a class, right, of I think good running backs, but probably nobody that we're going to look up. Let's just and say this is a top 5 running back in like 2 years. I doubt we're getting any of those guys out of this class. But when I look at the combination and the skill set of size, I'm just going to say athleticism, or at least perceived athleticism, skill set that they bring to the table. I do believe that Jonathan Brooks has the capability of being one of those 3-down running backs. I'm not even going to use the word bell cow, but a running back that can be deployed as a weapon in the receiving game and also the proficiency between the tackles. Even if I've got to wait a little bit for him, I'm okay with that. Like when I draft him, I will roster construct around things will be right, that I'm not needing Jonathan Brooks to go score me the points today, because here's what's going to happen. The same way y'all are talking about Kendra, when he did get on the field, you had an opportunity to move him. People were excited. Now, the outcome may not have been great because Kamara was still there, but the moment they say Jonathan Brooks is activated and he's on the 53 and he'll be on the field on Sunday, like wherever he's at, it's going to do this. There's no doubt about it. And, when I look at, again, the combination of size, perceived athleticism, because we don't know, there's no numbers on him, I'm fine betting on him because I don't think any of the guys after him are elite either. So I'll just take the guy that I truly believe is the best of the bunch. Hopefully I'm not in the situation where, I got to take him, I've got to reach to take him, but I still like him. It's baked in to the draft capital when I press select. And Scott Connor talked about this on Wednesday. Jonathan Brooks is going to have like a little bit of baked in security because people know he's injured, so the expectation's already lowered. So it's almost like he kind of has a pass for this season. So whereas Kendra, you thought he'd be ready because they kept telling you he's ready. There's a big difference. They kept telling you Kendra was ready, and then he'd go out there, hamstring hurt, doesn't look all the way right. But had he been ready, had he been on the field, healthy, cleared to go, you would have been able to return whatever that initial cost is on Kendra. You would have gotten that back. And I think Brooks provides that same type of insulation to a degree.
How are y'all treating Brooks in best ball? Some of y'all underdog drafters completely avoid, because he's the first running back that's being drafted in terms of ADP. Are y'all just completely avoiding him?
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what my exposure is. You're avoiding him, Gene?
Yeah, I haven't drafted. I've done 26 drafts. I haven't drafted him in any of them.
Okay.
He wouldn't be in my top 10 underdog.
I got him in 0 of 20.
Yep.
Wow.
No chance. No chance.
Yeah.
Now, at this point, why would I? Well, I mean, how much higher can he go once let's just say in August, Ray, you got BBM 5, right? And you're drafting. How much higher is Jonathan Brooks going to go in rankings? Maybe around?
Y'all are leaving? Our kids are leaving right now.
So why am I going to?
I'll be right back.
It's all good. Like for me, if he's only going up a round, maybe a round and a half, there's no reason for me to plant that flag today when I can go get somebody a few like in that same area of underdog. I can go get somebody else that I want, and I'll just wait. Like it's not, if I don't get them, I don't get them. I'm not going to lose my sleep not having Jonathan Brooks on my rosters, because like we just talked about ad nauseum, for at least the first 5, 6, possibly even up to 8, even longer, you're going to basically be holding a 0. And in underdog, you only get in BBM 5, you get 18 slots. You're basically saying, I'm going to play down a man the first 6 to 8 weeks. That's just not a good strategy.
Nope.
Yeah, if you're planning to draft the entire offseason, I don't think there's any reason to be taking a single one at this point. You have 5 months for him to prove to you medically he's cleared and good to go, and he'll be on the field week 1. At that point, get your exposure to him, but I can't do it right now.
Yeah, he's going ahead of players like Jerome Ford, Khalil Herbert, the aforementioned Kendre Miller, Zach Moss, Tyler Algier, Elijah Mitchell, Gus Edwards, some of those Antonio Gibson, Miles Sanders. So I mean, he's going in that range. So
all right, I'm gonna give y'all my underdog exposures right now. I have done 30 drafts. Anybody want to take a guess who my highest rostered running back is? He is a rookie, highest rostered.
Jalen Wright.
Jalen Wright, 31%. 31% Jalen Wright. I've got 27% Blake Corum. That's my second highest running back. This one, let me go ahead and get it out. Let me get the sad out. This is my
Watch it be Dylan Johnson.
I've got 20% exposure to Dylan Johnson.
Man.
I have 15% exposure to Marshawn Lloyd, 13% Trey Benson, 13% Bucky Irving, 10% Ray Davis, and that is pretty much it from the rookie class for the running backs. I got 3% Braylon Allen, and I drafted Jonathan Brooks on one team, so 3%.
Yeah, to your point, I'm looking at the rookie ranks that I pulled from Underdog before the combine, so these are going to definitely change. Jonathan Brooks was average. His average ADP was 117. Wouldn't you rather get Marshawn Lloyd at 156 or Jalen Wright at 182?
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like you don't necessarily have to go up there and reach in the 117s. Like that just doesn't make sense if you're trying to build.
Jalen Wright, 202. When Gene and we did our show the other day, Jalen Wright, when I pulled the data, he was RB 61 at 202. So
that's over with. So
that's over and done with.
Enjoy that. Scott and I took a lot of Jalen Wright and FFPC as well. We are 25 drafts in, and I think we've taken like Jalen Wright the last 7 because we knew what was about to happen, right? And the same thing is going to transpire once these receivers run here in a little bit. But
how high does Garendo go after this showing? I hope I'm pronouncing that name right. I have no idea.
Is it Garendo? Is it Garendo?
Yeah, it's Garendo.
Yeah.
It's Garendo.
Garendo. Okay, Garendo.
He's probably he's going to probably go in the upper 190s. Watch.
Hey, man.
999 Ras Score. You're going to have a chance.
I got to look at his numbers. Let me see what he did at Louisville.
He's going to probably jump up.
There's the next film session right there, right?
I'm hopping out for now. I'll be back later. I appreciate y'all.
Thanks, Gene. Thanks. See you later. Garendo, let's see. Guere. I haven't done anything with him, so
I haven't either. Not even on a list.
So
we got some verticals.
Wow. Since
we got verticals on the wideouts.
All right, hold on real quick. 2019. So he's a 5th year senior. He had 810 yards, 11 TDs, and then he had 22 receptions for 234 this season. And if you want to watch a game, I guess to just watch him, you see some good players. Versus USC, he had 23 carries, 161, and 3 touchdowns. So go pull up the USC game. You could probably find the highlights on YouTube. What do we got, Brandon, for verts?
All right. Top vert, Jalen Coker, 42.5 inches. Xavier Legette, 40 inches. A.D. Mitchell, 39.5 inches.
Ooh.
Troy Franklin, 39. Jermaine Burton, 38.5. Keon Coleman, 38. Baker McMillan, 37. Jacob Cowing, Luke, and Ladd McConkey, 36.
Okay.
These receivers about to put on a show.
Yeah, they're about to put on a show. Keon, I get ready for our Cowboys, man. Keon is just get ready.
His cousin CeeDee Lamb.
Get ready. Yep, Steve said USC game for Isaac.
Yeah, A.D. Mitchell had 11.4.
A.D. Mitchell what?
11.4 broad jump. The dude's about to fly.
Adnan.
Man.
I'm telling you
love
right
my
now.
stuff
I'm
Mad
also
Max.
looking. You know who's going to run fast probably too is Jermaine Burton, 11-1 on the broad jump.
I got him sub 4.4. I got Burton sub 4.4.
Yeah, Coker at 10.8 in the broad jump. Keon Coleman 10.7. Jalen McMillan 10.7. Xavier Leggett 10.6. Troy Franklin 10.4. Lad McConkey 10.4. So those are notables.
Man. So,
I'm seeing the Garendo vert jump from earlier. My goodness.
let's
41.5.
Let's look at some of these. Let's look at some of these mocks. Leggett
I
looks
said
like an Alshon Jeffrey.
I think I saw in one of the mocks AD Mitchell like top 4, and I know it's one QB, but I think that was even pre those jumping numbers coming out. I thought so. I thought you had it on screen for a bit. I could be wrong.
Lord have mercy. We're gonna pull it up, man. Let's pull it up. Let's pull it up. How y'all doing? Y'all hanging in there on the stream? Y'all good? Y'all good, fam?
Oh, we riding.
The night is young. That's what I'm talking
gotta,
about.
I'm here.
I got to bounce in about 10 minutes. So,
All right.
Yeah, I got to bounce in. I got to bounce in 20. I got to go be a dad again.
All right, go be a dad. I sent my kids and wife off. Cody Smith, I guess we got to hold it down. Me, you, and Terrell.
Yeah, I'm
I
here.
got water over here. I got a pizza right here. I got beers over there. I mean,
He's
we
got
are
the
set up.
beers.
Just not move.
Hashtag single life.
All right, Terrell, what we got in this one, man? What do you?
I
What
heard Scott
stands out
Connor's
to you?
coming.
Scott's coming.
Scott's coming at 4. So those of you who are itching for Scott.
Yeah, Scott. We got to send the announcement. People want some
Scott Connor.
stone hard analysis.
So
Let's go. All right, let's go. Let's look at this mock. This is single quarterback PPR 1.5 tight end premium. This was the second board we dropped. What stands out, Terrell?
I don't know if these guys are watching the stream or watching the combine, but Jalen Wright back of the second behind Estime. Lloyd behind. I mean, I'm not. I spoke enough on where my feelings on Brooks, but I think that's too high. But yeah, Jalen Wright, Marshawn Lloyd back of the second. Get it together, guys. Come on.
You don't like Brooks at 109. Like you're not doing that.
I can just do way more with that pick somewhere else. I would rather take the shot on Caleb, even though it's one QB.
Absolutely.
Versus the Brooks pick. Again, just the way I play. But yeah, Wright and Lloyd at the back of the second, those are absolute steals from what we just watched today.
Yeah.
I mean, we could pull the one up that I was in. Jalen Wright went a full round higher than that.
Is this the one you were? Okay, so there's another board. So we had Wright, Benson, and Brooks come off the board. 80 Mitchell, 112. Corum in the same spot. Both mocks, 2-2. Blake Corum. So that seems like it's pretty. Running backs are done now.
Okay. For what it's worth, I was just looking at our ADP. Jonathan Brooks has been trending at 15.7 ADP in DD mocks. So
15.
So
okay.
So early
Terrell's
second.
About to kill that. Terrell's about to bury that.
I promise you, I've never taken one. It's funny. A few weeks ago after the Senior Bowl, I know I kind of got clowned a little bit for taking Roman Wilson at the 2-3, and that was such an outlier. And now that's where he's going all the DD drafts. And I'm like, again, if I had to sell somebody now, that guy has all the hype. It's just straight up. I would have loved to see where he was before I took him at that 2-3 draft, because I think I drafted him like a round early. Yep, Roman Wilson. That guy he's going to end up being a late first round in my opinion, if he gets the capital.
Especially if he tests well today.
Is this number 3? I can't find the third damn mock. Did I not?
I want to see the DD mock.
I heard the DD mock was crazy.
Here it is. All right. Here it is. All right. We got Marv, Malik, Odunze, Bowers at 4, BTJ, Keon Coleman, Franklin at 7, Caleb Corum in the first by Shane. Wow. Corum in the first. Got Lad McConkey over 80 Mitchell. Marshawn Lloyd. There it is. So at least Terrell is happy that no Jonathan Brooks in the first. You got 2 running backs ahead of Brooks. May, Benson, Roman Wilson, Worthy, Brooks, Leggett, Jatavian, Jalen Wright. He has got to be higher, right? Like, he has got to be higher.
Theo Johnson side?
Theo Johnson.
Jalen Polk.
Comparable to Jimmy Graham.
Can we talk about Theo Johnson for a minute? Can we do that? Can we do that for a little bit? Can we talk about Theo Johnson?
Pick by Shane is the worst.
What are y'all thinking? Well, we're going to bring Ty DeClaire in. Y'all have probably seen him. Trades in 5. One of a loyal DD patron. He's rocking the DD. Is that the bomber? The DD bomber.
It's the yellow zip up action.
There it is, right there. Ty DeClaire in the building. So Theo Johnson apparently is the most athletic tight end, according to Ras, right, in NFL history. Is that correct?
I think he hit the 10, so like I don't know if you can get higher. I think a couple people hit it.
One of these. He was a Devy darling like 4 years ago. Didn't really do a lot at Penn State. Athleticism at the tight end position matters. How high are y'all willing to take him? Because this is one for me where I think I've been fooled too many times by Penn State athletes. I just don't have a lot of interest in Theo Johnson. Now, I'm saying this, March 2nd, and he gets drafted by some team, and I'm like, okay, I kind of want some shares. But what are y'all thoughts on Theo Johnson and his performance yesterday that I thought was historically, I think it's really, really, really good. Any
He's
thoughts?
more athletic than Burden Davis and George Kittle, and
for his size, because he came in at like 6'6", almost 260, and everything that he hit. I think when you like compute it for size adjusted athleticism, I think he was like the number 1 most athletic tight end ever. I believe. Wow. Or I could be. I'm also known to be fake news, so don't quote me on that. Somebody go look it up.
Yeah, let me see what that's.
I mean, he's not jumping Jatavian Sanders for me. And then honestly, past that, I don't really care until we get to draft capital and landing spot area. So it's a tough val for me. Obviously, it's great to see. It probably improves his draft capital up to be. I mean, what was the one? Brenton Strange last year was like a round 2 guy just because he was athletic. Tactical Jaguars. So we could see something along the lines like that. Obviously, he got stuck behind Ingram, but tight end isn't deep right now, and he could get a spot. So
number 2, excuse me, Mr. B said number 2, 999 Ras Scores, second most athletic tight end ever.
So it's a tough eval for me because he's not going to jump Jatavian Sanders, but he's probably locked in at 3 for me for now.
Yes. I mean, what is 3 in the class though, right? And I mean, yeah, like 999 Ras Score. You always love to see that, and I usually always revert back to Scott's tight end series, right? Ras is just one piece of it. The draft capital has to follow. Now, showing out at the combine, like we've been talking about, like it's one way to tank your stock, but sometimes at least you check the box or you get more eyes on you. That can make the draft capital follow. So I'm more interested today than what I was previously, that's for sure. But what is tight end 3 in the 2024 class?
So his final year at Penn State, he had 341 yards, 34 catches, and 7 touchdowns. Is that enough to get you excited for anything? Despite his, even with all his athleticism, the prior year, 20 catches, 328 yards, higher yards per reception, but 4 touchdowns. 12 total touchdowns in his career.
I don't know if anything that happens at Penn State gets me excited enough to be moving anybody up, but no, it doesn't. Like the statistical isn't there, and it's a little bit lower down.
Did y'all see this? Holy moly! Check this out. I don't know if y'all saw this or not. I'm gonna post it on the screen right now. But how do you say his name one more time? If you say it one more time, I'll get it. What is it? Garrett? What is it?
Garindo.
Garindo?
Yeah.
Yep.
24.08 miles per hour on that 40. Devon Achane and Keaton Mitchell is the only running backs to reach 24 miles per hour on a 40-yard dash past 2 years.
Jeez.
It's moving. That's moving. That's
And at 220.
Yeah, at 220? What?
He's cooking. He's cooking at 220.
Yeah.
That's why
I
it
want
was
to see him
interesting
in
seeing
some
him
in the
all over the
receiver
place.
drills.
All right,
What's
fellas,
receiving
has to be the
numbers
next-
roll
like?
out. I'll holler at y'all later. I gotta
Take care,
drop.
Eric.
Appreciate it, man. Thanks, Ike.
All right, appreciate you.
It'll do.
Yeah,
4 or
that-
5.
yeah.
I mean,
That has
that's
to
the
be the
thing with-
next film session for sure.
Yes, yeah. Well, we gotta look at some tape on him. We gotta look at some tape on this young man, because I think here's the thing: wherever he was going, he just increased it. Wherever he was projected to go, I'm not saying he's going to jump up 5 rounds in the NFL draft and he's going to be the second running back off the board. But if he was projected to be a 7th rounder, now he might be on teams' radars for the 5th. And. At least we're drafting him, or at least thinking about drafting him in 4 or 5 round single quarterback or super flex leagues. What you got, Cody? What's up, Cody?
I'm just seeing in the chat. He's going to Miami round 4, and imagine what people would do for that.
Oh man, what would people do? What? Okay.
He's gonna be the new Mostert. That's what it is right there.
That's exactly what the comp is going to be.
Yep.
Hey, we get quarterbacks, so quarterbacks and receivers are coming up. Wait, who's the next group? Is it quarterback or receiver?
Should be quarterbacks.
Should
be
QBs?
quarterbacks, but how many of them are actually running?
Yeah, and that's why they combined it. It said quarterbacks and receivers, so we might
be done faster than
yeah, we
than
might be.
anticipated.
This might not be as long of a stream as we thought. This is flying. Why is this going so fast? I was literally like, I'm gonna be here until 9:00 at night. And now we're already halfway through. Ty, what are you thinking, man? What are your thoughts so far? And for those of y'all that don't know, Ty DeClaire, he does some stuff with Dynasty Trades in 5. He and Kanja. He is our resident sort of like trade expert. He puts out a trade piece every single week on the website. Go to dd.com. So very tapped into the advanced analytics, the numbers, and the film. Just your thoughts so far, watching the running backs, Ty. Who impressed you? You do underdog drafts. You're in dynasty leagues. Who's one of the running backs that you're walking away from this thing saying, yeah, man, like I'm gonna get some shares of that guy?
Like you said, right? This is a box checking event. This is like a stress test, right? Put up a little bit of competition. Are you going to do what we think you're going to do? For me, Jalen Wright's been my highest exposure running back on underdog. Happy to have those shares today. But I mean, honestly, the 3rd round, I'm hoping we get a little bit of clarity in these upcoming mock drafts, kind of see who goes where and what to do. But I'm mostly just excited for my 3rd round picks, because I mean, even Garendo, is that Garendo?
Yeah,
Am I saying that right? Garendo. Like, hey, if I have a draft before the NFL draft, I love selecting that Garendo right now, because I can probably sell him for something at least before the draft hits, right? If people want to say like he's not going to get the draft capital. Really, it's been more of a who hasn't really impressed me. And again, like Dylan Johnson, I'm on that ship with you too, Ray, right? Like I needed something, like for someone who has like that pass catching profile in his game, I needed a little something more than that. If you're going to get the rock, at least be able to take the rock. And I don't know if that's really going to translate based on the athleticism numbers that we have today.
And he had the lowest 10-yard split as well, Dylan Johnson. So he wasn't even like fast and don't have top speed. He just never even got there. He was the slowest in everything.
And it's never one thing, right? But when the pieces start to add up against you, it's tough. Like only a 9.9 broad, like okay, it's okay.
No, that you're being too kind. That's absolutely horrible. A 9.9 broad jump, no.
Second last invert, 31.5.
Seeing it in the chat a bit, I don't know why he would even go out and do this if it's true, but like, is there anything from the foot injury that's still lingering on him? If there is, I don't know why you go out and do anything, but.
Bro, I'm not. Yes, he was injured and we know it, but I'm not about to start to make those excuses now. Like, why did you go out there then? Like I can't do that. I can't be like, oh, he's hurt, excuse it away. You were below threshold in everything, right? Below threshold in everything. I can't do that, man. And he very well could have. The foot was a real issue. He did have foot problems at Washington, but that's what you did. You participated, and that's what you put on wax. Like
and how much we talk about that like dynasty stink that gets on these prospects before we hit the draft, right? How much stink is going to be on Estime, on old Dylan, right? Like, I don't see it right now. Maybe he lands in a great spot and he becomes a serviceable NFL running back and he gets his opportunity, smashes. Maybe, right? Who do we think was slow before? Ramondre. He kind of had a whole like change in his body type, but I don't know. I'm not leaving impressed in any way.
Goat Rendo. Who is Sugar Bomb? Are you from Louisville? Sugar Bomb ain't playing. Good broad jump by Estime. Let's give Estime some love. We've been hating on him all day, but let's give him some love. A 10-5 broad jump. Ray Davis, 35-inch vert. Good for Ray Davis. Yeah, Sugar Bomb's got to be a Louisville alum. Goat Rendo. I like it. Goat Rendo. I like it.
He's pumping them stocks up.
Marshawn Lloyd checking freaking boxes, man. 36-inch vert. 9-10 broad. You wish that'd be a little further, but whatever. Yeah, you can't win them all, Marshawn. There goes Garendo. Goat Rendo. That's what we're going to. 41.5-inch vert.
I keep seeing this. Bucky's a loser. I don't necessarily think, and I think for me, the reaction that I'm taking from today is that it's not necessarily that these guys are losers. It's just that I'm not going to go take them with a second round pick, right? I know Bucky was getting pushed up into the second. Jonathan Brooks was getting pushed up a little bit. Some of these other guys were getting pushed up. All right, so just switch them out. That's all. That's really all it is. Like, I'll take a third round Audri Estime. That's fine. I'll take a third round Dylan Johnson. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think it's necessarily that they're losers. It's just that you just don't need to rush to take them because the public perception is already going to be on these guys. Well, Dylan Johnson's slow. Audri Estime's slow. This guy's slow. Like, these guys are slow. All right, so they're not going to be taken in the second. You could scoot them up. Like Ty said, I'm really happy for my thirds because now my thirds, I can take these guys. There really isn't much downside risk. Like, if they don't hit, they're cut. Period. End of story. I lost a third.
Let me read you the third. Let me through the mocks that we did 3 mocks earlier. Let me just read you some common theme names in the third. Ray Davis, Garendo, Ricky Pearsall, Braylon Allen, Malachi Corley, Jalen Polk, Bucky Irving, Devontae Walker, McMillan, Estime. That's what you're looking around in that third. Shipley hit the third one time. I mean, I'm with you, Ty. I think I kind of want, especially if you're trying to get a couple of these running backs, I think I want a couple of these thirds, man.
Did Vidal go in any of the drafts we just did?
I haven't. No Vidal. I didn't see Kamani Vidal in any draft. Not one.
I mean, 889 Ras, 44640. Where is it? 37.5 vertical.
You guys want to
10
laugh?
flat broad.
I'm looking at the DD Discord, patreon.com/all gas. Scott Connor, Garendo, RB1.
Scott's got some power behind it.
Estime, just a guy. So.
Garendo's
just teasing out for 4 p.m. Make sure you're here.
He's definitely on he is on the I want him now list, whereas an hour and 52 minutes ago, not a soul was talking about him. You know?
I apologize. I didn't know your game.
Yes, yep. I did not know your game.
And what did T say earlier? Sometimes I want the guy that's a late riser, right? That's the stock I want to hook onto.
Yep. Yep.
Is Ray Davis just the most like flat line? Doesn't do anything to raise your blood pressure at all, but he's just there and he's going to be good. Like, I like Ray Davis, but he never gets brought up in any conversation. He's just solid good. He's like the Jalen Polk of running backs.
Yeah. Look at Marshawn. Nice. Look good in that. Good feet. A little stumble right there. It's all right. A little stumble. Let's see him in the receiving. A little flat route. Turn it up. Get that ball high and tight. Texas route. Nice catch. Get upfield. Look good. Look good. Who are they simulcamming?
See that simulcam? Blake Corum.
Let's look at the two. Whew. And Corum is
So
very
can we take
smooth.
a second really quick?
He's very smooth.
There's apparently some there's some buzz that the Steelers are involved in L'Jarius Sneed from Kansas City. That would be an interesting. I know it's not combine related, but
I mean that would be a DB room. I mean, but the Steelers are always known for defense, but yeah, seeing them go up against Cleveland or Cincinnati, sorry. But
yeah, well, I wonder if it would change their first round draft pick, because I know a lot of times we've seen them being mocked to a cornerback like Cooper DeJean. Would they change and possibly go to like maybe an AD Mitchell, who they've already talked to?
Now see the comment on the screen. There. I like that. I like the name. Voice of Reason. This is just one part of the process that I'll take into consideration. Ultimately, draft capital and where they land will determine my RB rankings. Absolutely. You know, that's why I think it's important for me in general. Like, I like to put some things out pre-combine. Like, what have I seen? Are they going to check those boxes on tape and make me feel good? Or is it going to make me go back and be like, all right, not necessarily that I've got to pull these guys down, but there were some names that popped up today that probably deserve some consideration. And, I mean, Daniel said it right here, man. This is 100% proof the combine matters. Not one person was mentioning Garindo yesterday. All eyes are on nobody. Name the analyst that was like, watch out for Isaac Garindo. That's going to be the guy to blow the combine up. It was Jalen Wright's going sub 4.3. Blake Corum was going to duck the 40. Bucky Irvin was going to do this. And Estime was going to check boxes. And you look up and it's, man, that Garindo looked good. That Ray Davis, he looked a little better than I thought he looked. You know, Kamani Vidal looked a little better. Like, it makes you... Your first and second round picks, I don't think really gained or lost any value. But them thirds, those thirds that you were pocketing and holding, they definitely accrued some value today. Because here's the thing, there are probably more people in your leagues that want Garindo, but you can't spend a first on them. So if they don't have those late seconds or thirds, they're like, shit, what can I do to get one of those picks to get one of those guys, right? I want that level of athleticism and speed. So yeah, it matters. It's important. It's important.
Ray, what I'd say is when we're looking for draft picks to increase in value, I'm looking for these receivers to come up. If these guys smash those late first, early second round picks, you're not going to be able to get them. They're gonna shoot up in value. So I'm excited to see these wide receivers coming up.
Who needs reason? Who needs data? Just draft off emotion and gut. Just gut feel that thing. There it is, Adam. Just have some.
He's got the dog in him.
Fun. Have that dog.
Hasn't gone wrong for me yet.
What you said, Ty? Don't work for you doing that?
No, it hasn't gone wrong for me yet. At least in my mind.
Wrong for you?
I know his best friend. It's Ben Mason.
Hey.
Best friend.
There we go.
Gut feel, aka the Borp rating.
Coleman had Garindo. That's the only major name I've seen call out the RB from Louisville. So Brett Coleman. There it is.
I think I heard Jeremiah say that he was going to run fast at the combine. I've only heard his name once, and I don't grind film or I don't grind the content like Scott Connor does, but I watch about 8 hours of content a day. So to only hear his name once is pretty impressive going throughout this pre-draft process.
That's impressive. All right, let's check in on these prize pick slips. Let's see how we're looking.
And we got those mocks to break down too as well.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Where are those mocks at? What which one were we looking at?
2? No, 3.
We were looking
at 3. We looked at 3. Number 3. Sorry, not.
Yeah, we did look at number 3 because that's the one where Marshawn Lloyd hit the first round. So let's see.
Yeah, I think this was the DD mock.
This was the DD mock. Okay, so you got Braylon Allen, Bucky, Will Shipley, all in the third. Ray Davis, Garindo at 3.8. Dylan Lobb. You got McCarthy, Corley, and Estime. Estime still cracked the 3 rounds. Cracked the 3 rounds. Mm-hmm. This is the guy right here, y'all. X Leggett is going to be the one. He's probably going to run very fast. Fast. So I'll be interested to see where he goes when we do the next set of mocks here in the next hour or so, where Leggett goes, because he is, based on his jumping stuff, he's probably going to run real fast.
Mm-hmm.
What was that?
Yeah,
Okay,
I like
McCarthy's gonna throw. He won't run though.
McCarthy's throwing, not running.
What was the PP line on Leggett 40?
4-3-2, 4-3-5, 4-3-2. I think something like that. Low 4-3s for Leggett. All right, let's check out. This is the mock that we have the 3 running backs. This is number 1. This is the first one we put out. Got Brian Thomas at 4. What do y'all think about Bowers at 5? Just curious. 1.5 tight end premium. Brock Bowers 1.5. Terrell.
Single QB league. I'm good with it. I mean, you're shooting for total upside there. Again, 1 QB. I typically just also assume shallow lineups, so I don't get as excited about the back end receivers. So I'm good taking a shot at the potential positional advantage in Bowers there, even in 1.5.
I kind of agree. I could honestly see him above Brian Thomas as well. I know we lean into the tight ends don't matter narrative a lot on here, but like he was saying, 1 QB, typically shorter lineups. The tight end means more of a percentage to your overall points on a week. I could see taking the upside swing on a Bowers here.
Yeah, I think with the information we have at 3:03 p.m. Eastern, like I agree with kind of how it fell there. I think Brian Thomas is probably going to run pretty fast. We're going to be pretty excited about him, and I don't know, like someone could pop up, but I think Bowers around 5 and a 1.5 premiums. That's fine. It's fine.
All right. Let's see what we got here. McCarthy isn't going to run anymore. Yeah, he said that the other day that he wasn't going to run. I need to start listening to this Garindo talk. Dude was totally off my radar. He was off most people's radar. I'll say this. I won't say everyone. I'll say most. I think Ray Davis is just going to be a nice player. So you get you a running back like this in the 3rd round. I'm all for it. I'm all for that. How did Braylon Allen look? Let me ask the chat. Chat, we're on here and screen flipping around and running mocks and doing all that. How did Braylon Allen look in the drills? Did any of y'all see it? And in the chat, I didn't see him do anything drill-wise. So I didn't see a lot of the guys, honestly. But any thoughts on Braylon?
I'm kind of like you. We were flipping back and forth and everything, but I didn't see him catch a single ball. I went back 3 different times and saw 3 different drops for Braylon Allen.
Yeah. I didn't see much either. I was, like I said, flipping and stuff, but I mean, he looked rocked up at least. That came in like kind of what you were thinking, right? Like he at least checked that box.
You're hoping for Jamal Williams last year in Detroit. If you're a big Allen fan, you're hoping for them 1 yard touchdown runs, 1 for 2 in non PPR standard format. I don't know who still plays in them leagues, but he's probably a guy you're gonna want.
Yeah, and again, y'all. I mean, but here's the thing, right? I'm just going to go out on a limb and assume that the NFL organization that drafts Braylon Allen is not going to have him lining up in the slot, running option routes out of the. I know that's an assumption, but I'm just going to assume. And for me, right, like I want my running backs to have some sort of receiving upside. Something. You got to be able to catch the ball. I know Brandon got to run. Take care of the little one. He doesn't have any. So now you are truly hoping that you've just got a hammer that you can turn around, give the ball to 300-something times a season. He's the primary goal line back. But you just don't see NFL teams doing that these days. They're using committees. And if you're not going to be deployed as a pass-catching running back, I just automatically off the rip, you're lower on the board. Unless you're Derrick effing Henry, you're lower on the board. And I don't believe Braylon Allen is Derrick Henry. And is like Audri Estime and Braylon Allen as a fan of my team, I want them to come in so the quarterback can turn around, let that hammer run it up the A-gap. But fantasy, Give me the running back that's on the field in 4-minute drills. The 2-minute drill, catching the receptions. Even Isaiah Pacheco this year started to catch the ball towards the end. So, I mean, how are y'all feeling about these cats, man?
Yeah, I see Josh in the chat. It says Allen becomes Najee. I think he's probably even a poor man's Najee because Najee came in with draft capital, with expectations. So if you say that's his absolute ceiling is what Najee is currently, then yeah, I could see it. But I think he's more of a poor man's Najee versus Najee.
Yeah. It's definitely if I'm trying to walk out of this draft with a running back, I'm probably feeling like a little less hopeful that I'm going to choose the right one, and I definitely want those 25 first. But yeah, I mean, for the most part, a lot of things is kind of like not much has changed in my overall scope of things. I don't want to get washed out and just like the recency bias, but like I said, there's a couple guys like Allen where like I wanted a little something out of you, especially where he was in the Devy community before we even started. All right.
Najee had a 74 catch season, so I'll put that one to bed pretty quickly with that.
Najee could catch. Najee was good. Najee could catch coming out of Bama. Najee was good. He's just big and slow, but he could catch.
Yeah, but I'm still dying at the comment. The MVS said Allen had bad hands. That one got me pretty good. So you want to see something more. Obviously, you can't take him down. And like you said, he's going to be a role player. He's good at what he does, but there's obvious limitations to that, and it limits and caps your upside, at least for what our purposes is for in fantasy.
See what y'all are saying.
And this just came across the old X timeline for me. Johnny Wilson has a 84.5 inch wingspan, longest ever recorded by a wide receiver. Insane. This is the year for those big wide receivers, huh?
There goes one. Allen is Lat Murray. Downhill. 6'2" downhill.
I like it.
Jerry Rice, the GOAT. Got to meet the GOAT a couple of weeks ago. That was pretty cool.
Was he out there in Mobile?
Yeah, he was there watching his boy.
Yeah.
Watching his boy play. Practice and stuff. That was cool, man. T.O. was there. And then, of course, all the GMs and scouts and all that stuff, all those guys were there too. So, interesting stuff. Allen is more of Gus Edwards. Got Allen, Gus Edwards. But point is, Lat Murray, Gus Edwards, first and second down backs, right? That's what you're probably going to get, and you're hoping they fall in the end zone. They fall in the end zone.
Your upside is Brian Robinson. He's like the guy who we never really saw catch the ball, and then he ends up actually catching some passes this year. Like, that's your upside?
What did B-Rob finish as? Was he a top 20 running back this year, fantasy?
I think like 17, somewhere around there. Obviously, format dependent. But.
Let me see if he finished as a. Can we talk JJ McCarthy a little bit with the crowd, with y'all, Terrell, Cody, Ty? I want to talk some McCarthy as I look up. I'm pot committed to Brian Robinson right now, so I've got.
Looks like Brian Robinson he had a 21st on the season for points per game, I think.
21st. Let me see. 22nd, 13.2 fantasy points per game.
There you go.
Yeah, there we go. McCarthy, though, it's honestly really good to see that weight come in at 220. I think that's one of the biggest concerns that both NFL had, that a lot of media had. You come in that undersized and just underdeveloped athletically. I think that actually checks a pretty big box for McCarthy, even if it doesn't do anything for us. It checks a box for draft capital that everybody thinks this guy is going to get. So it's been an absolute rise because I think everybody was putting him at like QB6 a month ago, and there's just been this media storm of everything, and the events like Mobile and everything. Whenever you start talking to the NFL guys, and we've seen this rise to where he's going quarterback forward, pretty much guaranteed. It feels like now, and going inside the top 12, you have to start respecting the draft capital because we play mostly in Superflex, and he's going to be an interesting one to see where he lands in because we've had this top 6 group locked in so heavily for us. Where does J.J. McCarthy fit into that range? Because I think people are going to look at him and say the upside isn't there as a quarterback because he doesn't really run as much as all these other guys do. So where does he end up fitting in? I currently have him like that 107, 108 in Superflex rankings. So interested to see what y'all think about him, but you got to respect what the NFL is telling you until we find something else different.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, I'd say yeah. Oh, go ahead, Ty.
Oh, thank you, T. The people have been looking at JJ McCarthy all offseason, and we're trying to do that chicken or the egg argument. Is the offense or is it JJ? I think just getting the chance to throw today and just actually put the ball in the air. I think people will start to tell their own narratives in their head. I could see JJ securing that QB4. If people really, really hate Drake May, that could also make him rise up higher.
You think there's a shot for McCarthy to go ahead of May?
Not
yes.
Not Ty Declare, but yeah.
From a community standpoint, May lands in New England, McCarthy lands in Atlanta. People are going to be debating that 105 spot. Ray, I'm just telling you, like, what do you always say? I'm just asking the question.
Yeah.
I've been watching the chat. The last 2 minutes of the chat has been McCarthy's a stud. McCarthy's a stud. McCarthy's going to the Vikings. Like, I got it right here. This is the chat, and here saying that. But I do like that McCarthy ran that pro style offense in college, so I don't think that transition to the NFL game is going to be as bad on him as some of the other guys, just because, again, some of that comfortability of being able to play in that pro style offense in Michigan. I think he's going to transition very well, assuming he gets that early first round draft capital where he's currently being projected at going.
Mm-hmm. All right, and we got 40s. We got 40s. We got 40s too. Y'all, we can keep going. I'm just letting y'all know we got 40s.
It looks 40s. Like you're setting up to run a 40 here too.
I gotta maneuver this around because it looks like QBs and receivers are lumped together.
That 4.8 from Hartman was pretty nice.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. We got Cody's other half.
4.84. Sorry, go ahead, Ty.
It's all good. We got Cody's other half, Chase, in the chat. Drake may still 3 for him. I'm with you, Chase. I'm personally with you, but I'm just trying to figure out what the community is trying to do. And I can see the narrative's already starting. So I'm with you, Chase, but come on.
Correct. I didn't want to be. I also still have May above McCarthy, but I can see it becoming a conversation as we're approaching rookie drafts that people want to take McCarthy above May.
I'm looking in the comments now.
Ray's got the damn lounge set up.
I had to switch it around, man. Ray Davis is Michael Turner. Ray out here name dropping. Man, let me name. Wait, Hartman's running back to what's going on? They don't even give him a break?
He's huffing and puffing.
The only quarterback running?
They're doing my dog Hartman dirty. Come on, man.
I was about to say he's been on the screen for the last 5 minutes. I thought they were showing replays.
I thought he was practicing. Isn't McCarthy man, there's a lot. Terrell, you weren't lying. There's a lot of pro JJ McCarthy love in here. Look at Hartman. Let's go, Sam.
Great hair too.
Yeah, great hair, Ron the Commander. Great hair from Hartman.
That might be why he's on the screen so long. He's pulling in views right now.
That Head and Shoulders calling his agent already.
At this point, Sugar Bomb is the agent for Garindo. I love Sugar Bomb. The more Garindo talk, the better. He's a Wisconsin transfer. No one knows anything about Garindo besides Sugar Bomb. And then he says, yeah, Sam Hartman, fresh off the days of our lives. All right, Javon Baker. All right, let's go. Here we go, boys. Here we go. Let's get into it. Thank you, Garrison. Let's get into it.
I have a faster stream than most of y'all, I think. What do you want me to do? You want me to be quiet? You want me to say when I see things? What do you want?
Yeah, don't give us that Canadian internet, that speed. Don't say shit.
Okay,
not
was
bad,
hoping for
bad.
More.
not bad though. It's not bad. I didn't expect much more. Baker, not bad.
We got Burton coming up next.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you. Said nice setup. Almost done. I got to get these doors changed. You're supposed to be doing that soon, but thank you. and then I would turn the sign on, but it will jack the screen up. It like makes it look all.
Oh yeah, it does.
You see
Looks
what I'm
like
saying?
you're recording your computer screen from your phone.
Yeah, it looks awful. Looks awful.
Jermaine Burton.
I think he could go sub 4.3. I don't know though. I think he can go sub. I'm not sub 4.3. Excuse me, sub 4.4. Sub 4.4, not 4.3. Four 4.6.
Okay.
4.3 is hard, man. Let me ask you this: are we a little too ridiculous with what we deem fast or slow? 4.46. 4.41. I was hoping for a little better. Are we a little ridiculous here? Us armchair scouts and Terrell's like, yeah, man, like 4.54 is still moving. That ain't slow for anybody. That is not slow. Oh, we got Josh joining. Josh is jumping on the screen. Josh is gonna bring some. He's about to slap some reality right on our heads, man. What's up,
Josh, the fountain of knowledge.
Yeah. What's up, guys?
What's up, Josh?
What's up, Josh?
Doing good. Just enjoying this combine weekend. Lots of fun so far.
We're watching the receivers now, Josh. But can you answer the question that I just asked about? Are we us armchair scouts a little ridiculous when it comes to 40 times? And it was only a 4.5, and it was only a 4.4. That's still moving, man. 4.5, 4.4. That's still moving, Josh.
It's still moving. Bucky's time didn't get me too excited. Not gonna lie, right? Not gonna lie. I'm not too warm and fuzzy about that. But talking about our boy from Louisville, kind of blowing the doors off. And last year we had Deneric Prince out of Tulsa doing the same thing. So, we'll see. We'll see how they show up in the draft.
You just saw Coleman?
Yeah.
I just saw Coleman.
Yeah, man.
Even further. He's a third round draft pick now.
He is. So keep it in perspective, like for Coleman, he's kind of tall. His game is not predicated on speed. So you saw how
Gene, that's what people are upset about. People are like, he can't separate. He's just a contested catch guy. He doesn't run good routes, and now he's not very fast.
You saw how straight up he was as soon as he took off. You're not going to collect speed, man.
To answer your question, right? Oh, go ahead, Josh.
Yes, you answered it, Josh. Yes.
Yeah, they're for sure going to double count it because he hasn't had a speed score or a 40 or something to tell you, but they're not going to realize it's already built into the fact that he's a contested catch player. Because people talk about how explosive he is and how athletic he is, and then you run this, and he will get knocked down. Like, this is one where they are going to double count it.
But didn't he just jump like 40 inches in the vert, have a 10, 11 broad jump, something? 40 is a lot of technique, man. I'm going to just say that. I'm going to just say there's a lot of technique that goes into running a 40. And if you think you're finna get in the blocks and stand straight up and run fast, it won't happen. Like, you're not going to run fast, right?
There's months of training that goes into a 40. Months.
Troy Franklin, this is one that's interesting because he is a lot shorter than listed. He was listed at 6'3", 187. He comes in at 6'1", 170 something. And he said that he hopes to run sub 4.4, but he said he's definitely running in the 4.4. So this every mock, we did 3 mocks. Troy Franklin, no further down than like the 108. A lot of people have him as a top 4, top 3. Some people have him higher than Odunze and Neighbors, not me. But let's see what Troy Franklin runs, man. I think he's going to run fast. You'll tell by the start. Good start.
That's a good start.
4.41.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. That's about right. Yep. That's a good start.
And that's what he said. He said he hopes to run in the low 4.4s. But again, this is a player that some people thought could run sub 4.3. You know what I'm saying? Franklin He's got odds on DK as being one of the fastest here. His prize picks had his prop at 436. How does this? I'm not putting y'all on the spot because this is your final rankings, but how does this impact how people feel about these guys, like initially? You know, Franklin should be still good in my opinion. I mean, 441, that's fast as shit, man.
Yeah.
Doesn't it almost feel like the same? Go ahead, Cody.
To the original point you were talking about, whenever we were talking about hundredths of a second sitting here from the armchairs while drinking beers and eating pizza, that number comes in at 439 and everybody starts feeling much better on the second run. So people are going to ding him because he's known in the community as this true burner, and he's not that by 40 time. People are going to care. I personally don't. He'll still be right there alongside of Brian Thomas to me.
Yeah. I think we almost try to approach it like we do with like waivers in season. It's a lot of gut feel, try to make like my initial reaction and go for it. And I think that's what like the 40 numbers kind of give us a chance to do, especially when it doesn't meet our expectation. But I mean, to answer your question, like I think it's reasonable to expect elite style numbers from players trying to enter the NFL, especially if we're talking for fantasy purposes. Right? Like if their game is predicated on speed, I do want to see that box checked.
Okay.
And I think what Josh is saying too, right? I think it's reasonable to take things in context. If we're not expecting a guy to be a burner, if they run a 4.6, like they're not a slug, right? But there's also certain cats who, if they can't reach, like I said, that 4.7, like I don't know. Like that's where it gets really tough to really trust.
Keon is going to be knocked. Like there's no doubt about it. And I think we did 3 mocks, and let me see where Coleman went. Coleman went 106 in one of them. He went 203 in another. And then he went 108. Is anybody right now feeling good about Coleman 1.6 to 1.8? Just off of that, just give me like don't be too. Just gut feel right now. My gut feel is no. Like I'll just be like no. Like, gut feel is no.
Yeah, and these were 1 QB drafts as well.
Yes, single quarterback.
Yeah.
All right, we got Xavier Legette, Luke McCaffrey, Ladd McConkey, Jalen McMillan, Bub Mean should fly, and Adonai Mitchell. So we've got some pretty heavy hitters from a fantasy perspective coming up to run.
Yeah, these next 6 are going to be good.
See, this is back to Audri Estime. This is what in a pro Estime way. No, he's got to he's just not a straight line. That's just not his thing. Because I'm looking at the other things, like his vertical jump was 38 inches, so he's not a slug. He's got to have some commercial break
right before it.
Oh, no.
Come the hell on, man. Right when we were going to get Legette and McConkey. Come on, man. Legette was
all
right
back
up.
To back, too. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what's up, Makai? What's up, baby? What's up, big dog? What's up, little man? This is what I love, man. We are all, listen, everybody
Say what's
on the
up.
stream, we're family, man. We got stuff going on, man. This is what it's all about, man. Get the little one on the stream. This ain't no.
He said he can run just as fast as Estime, man. He's ready.
We'll get him to class of, what class is he? 30, 33, something like that? 20, 30,
Nah,
20,
bro.
30?
He'll be 41.
Class of, good Lord. Class of 41.
41.
Real year.
Tracking those picks on spreadsheet.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah,
There's good NFL genes in the family, man.
Yeah, he's gonna look back and be like, "You guys actually use that to stream? Like, what is this crap
I know.
I'm looking at?"
I know, and my wife is hoping that he doesn't become the size of any of my brothers, since they're all like 6 foot, with my youngest brother being 6'6". So, because otherwise he'll automatically be putting them pads on to see what's going on.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What's up, big dog? I can't believe they really cut this damn stream off, like how they did that, man.
Bro.
Like, what? Like,
we need those numbers for prize picks, man. I need that.
There's a lot of money riding on these damn 40 times, but yeah, Keon, I don't think there's any way. I think with the 4.6, people will say because it works both ways. Because now it checks the boxes of the people who already weren't high on Coleman, and they were like, he is not explosive like everyone is saying. He does not have elite athleticism. He is not a good, and that is true. Like his route inventory is not as robust today. So it's going to check boxes for other people to say. And a lot of times in fantasy, what they say is it's not about finding the hits, it's avoiding the busts. It's which profiles do you avoid? And I think people will avoid Keon Coleman.
Hey, Ray, so I just pulled up the stats. Troy Franklin so far actually has the lowest 10-yard split of any of the receivers. I don't know how much we put into that, stuff like that, but I was surprised to see it when I just pulled it up on NFL.com. His split was a 1.61. For reference, Coleman, who we just knocked for being slow, was 1.58. And the fastest was 1.49, Anthony Gold. So, I mean, he definitely picked up at the end to still run a 4.4.
Leggett 4.47. Leggett 4.47 for Leggett. Luke McCaffrey 4.47. Oh boy, Lad McConkey, come on, Lad.
I'm seeing
okay, Lad got out. Lad
Okay,
got out.
all right. Okay.
4.43 for McConkey.
Oh, I like it.
4.43.
That's a big one.
Cooper Kupp, Danny Amendola, Wes Welker. Who else can? Lad McConkey. Good job, baby. 4.43 for Lad McConkey. Let's go. Bub Means.
Woo. Wide receiver 5 or wide receiver 6 in the class.
Who's that? Lad?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he'll end up being there as well.
Here goes Adnai. Let's get Adnai. I didn't see it. Don't tell me. Don't you tell me. Don't you tell me. Oh, he's moving.
Yeah, he is.
Oh,
he's moving.
Wow. Oh, man.
There you go.
There it is.
4.35 for those that watch it.
God.
Let's go.
Oh.
Let's go. AD. Let's go.
Damn, bro. I did not see that.
No,
Hey,
I did not.
hey, what's that? What's
Did
that got
Brian
you make
Thomas
you feel?
run?
No, he didn't run yet. How does that make you feel about Xavier then? If you got Adnan running 4.35,
man, that's my dude. I'm telling y'all. And DD fam, Josh, I just for the record, because a lot of people think I copied Brett. Have I not been saying for months that he reminds me of a great value version play style of CeeDee Lamb? Have I not been saying that in the DD community?
On wax.
Yes, you have.
On record. I just want to say that. He is not CeeDee. I said great value play style wise, but to go out there and run a 4.35, check the box, man. I'm about to go talk some shit.
Welcome to the Buffalo Bills. Welcome to the Buffalo Bills in the first round.
I was going to say, does he even last that long? I mean, he might have. I mean, these coaches like their speedy receivers, especially at that size.
Go check boxes, AD. Let's go. I mean, okay. I'm trying to bring it back down. I'm feeling the juices are good.
Got the scar tissue moving.
Where was Xavier Worthy at? Where was we're missing?
I didn't see him run. Neither I didn't see Thomas either.
Group, right? We got a second group. They stopped at the M's.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Yeah.
Ooh, baby.
So 4.43 for Lad, huh?
Oh, okay. How we feeling? Let's watch Keon run again. If I'm Adnai, I wouldn't run another one. I wouldn't run another
no
one.
need.
I wouldn't do it. Stop.
That's your mic drop moment right there.
Stop. Don't do it. Yep, don't do it. 80, a first rounder now, wide receiver 5. I currently, coming into the day, I had Adnai Mitchell as wide receiver 6. My top five receivers coming into the day, with Marv, Malik, Rome, Brian Thomas Jr. at 4, Roman Wilson at 5, and I had Adonai Mitchell over Xavier Worthy, over Troy Franklin, over Keon Coleman. I think he is one of the most complete packages at receiver. And I know the yards per route run and all of that, and I'm just going to say this, and I'm going to just say it. Watching Texas, because you're trying to scout Brooks and you're scouting Worthy and you're looking at Mitchell and Jatavian Sanders, you know what my biggest takeaway was, Cody? My biggest takeaway is Quinn Ewers stinks. That was my biggest takeaway. Like, honestly. Like, I'm sorry. Maybe my biggest takeaway was, man, if they had a quarterback.
Mm-hmm. I mean, watching his tape and watching both Worthy and Adonai Mitchell, I don't know how Quinn Ewers had over a 50% completion rate on anything other than screens. It's awful. Just anything beyond 20 yards. It is 5 yards away from the receiver. And going further into that, I've agreed with you as well on Adonai Mitchell was my wide receiver 6. I had him above Worthy. It is he just doesn't put it all together sometimes, but he even said that at his press conference whenever he said he never runs a route. He never ran a route at full speed so that he could play the entire game. And you can see that comes across on film because he does not play field speed at a 4.35. That does not exist in his tape. But if he cranks that thing up in the NFL and he actually starts running true to his athleticism, Adonai Mitchell, I love that one now.
Cowan, 4.38.
Yeah.
No, Cowan can fly. Hey, I heard. So I missed the Lab McConkey. The 4.4. What was that? 4.45.
4.43.
4.43.
Yeah, he was moving.
Yeah.
Exactly. I didn't expect it either. Crazy. So I did catch the when watching the film. You came out with the same thoughts as I did in terms of Quinn Ewers. A lot of bad passes. A lot,
man.
And how does Texas keep him with Arch Manning there?
They already did.
Because he's still better than Arch.
He's still better than Arch.
12-2.
Yeah,
they went 12-2.
12-2, and he's probably right now better than Arch Manning. Keon Coleman, y'all. He ran another 4.6.
Oh, great, Bob.
He ran another 4.6. I don't,
I'll just say he didn't come out in my top 10 in original rankings. So I've already been Keon Coleman hater from day one. So it doesn't change anything for me because I saw like this is exactly what I figured it would be. So no change in my book, but it's still bad.
I guess what was the expectation? Like truly.
For who, Keon?
For Keon, yeah.
I thought he was. My expectation was for him to be in the low 4.5s, the high 4.4s. I thought he'd show a little more explosiveness than that. When you just look at him, he's built right, and you see him on the punt return team, and you're trying to piece together what you saw at Florida State. I thought he'd be faster than a 4.6. Now, again, the correlation of 40-yard dash time and fantasy success is not. Again, I don't want to confuse the two, right? Because this is more so because he ran a 4.6. What's the capital get? Now, if he falls to be a second-round pick and he's working to get snaps on the field, and now you got to wait. I think that's the disappointing thing, right? Is if you're drafted in round 1, you're getting out there. They're going to put you out there, hell or high water. You're going to get on the field to make some plays, but the later you go back, you really got to earn your way on the field and get there. So I expected a little faster than that, Ty. I expected a little faster than that, realistically.
That's fair. And like you said before, it almost feels like it's harder to put a dampen on what the X streets have been saying and like can't separate. Not going to translate. So disappointing. I'll give it that. But I mean, I'm just thinking in my head. He goes to his pro day. He runs a 4.48. Right? Does that do enough to change it for you? Right? Like, it just feels like the stink's already there.
That watch.
Yeah. Right.
No, nobody's changing their opinion because of the pro day. They're just going to say the watch was broken.
Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah. I still think he goes second round because he couldn't run straight line. His broad jump and vertical was still up there, so it just shows they just can't run fast in a straight line.
So he won't run 9 routes. They won't throw him on 9 routes.
Yeah. Basically.
Goal line fade specialist.
Oh, man. Keon Butte Coleman.
Don't start it, Ray.
Yeah, Emilio, I'm with you. Them pro day numbers, man. What did you run in Indianapolis? Like that them pro day clocks, they stay juiced up.
Wait. I just saw something on Twitter. I don't know how real this is. Worthy is not running.
Nope, he didn't run.
No, I know there's a second group.
Second group, yeah.
But I'm seeing that he's not going to run at all. But I don't know if this is somebody.
No way. After AD ran a 4.3, he's got to go.
Yeah.
Somebody said, "What about Jerry
I don't know
Rice?"
how true that. I don't know how true that is.
Jaquan Jackson, he looked good at in Mobile. If I'm Ladd, I don't run another 40. Talk about Ladd a little bit. Anybody want to talk about Ladd McConkey?
I'll get up. I love myself some Ladd McConkey.
Leggett under 4.4. 4.39.
Leggett.
Ooh.
Hey, the prop still hits.
Ladd.
The prop still hits.
Gene. I'm buying Apple Vision Pros for the whole team, man. The whole damn squad's getting Apple Vision Pros, man.
Dude,
Apple Vision Pros on Prize Picks.
Ladd, let's go.
Okay.
4-4 flat.
4-4 flat
Bro.
for Ladd, Cooper, Kupp, McConkey, baby.
Bro.
And anybody that is not familiar with the bit by now, I legitimately asked him this at the Senior Bowl, who he compares himself to, models his game after. So he gave me permission to say Kupp. He told me to my face, Cooper Kupp. But let me just say this about Ladd. I think he's a really, really good wide receiver. And he's not just a slot wide receiver. I think he's the real deal. His ability to separate immediately is going to work at the next level. Like, what's the fantasy ceiling? Like, is this potentially an 80, 90, 100 reception a season guy? I don't know. That's high ceiling, but I think early on you're going to see Ladd on an NFL field, like playing and making plays. So you got to be on the field to score points. So I'm very excited about McConkey. I think I had him at wide receiver 8 coming into the combine, 8 or 9. I got him 8 or 9 in that video that video I put out. So he's a top 10 guy for me for sure. For sure. Where do you think Ladd goes in a 10-team super flex?
10-team super
Probably
flex.
end of second or early third.
I think he'll go before that. That seems way late. That seems way late.
You think so? Well, because
Yeah.
I'm thinking in 12 teams he's going around that range already. I'm sorry.
I think he's gonna go.
He's going up now.
If we do a mock right now, I guarantee you. Who is this running the 40? Is this A-Rob? Yeah, it's old A-Rob. If we run a mock right now, I guarantee you Keon Coleman goes later. I think Franklin falls a little bit. McConkey and Adnai definitely get pushed up a little bit. Yeah, I don't want to run one until we get the other receivers. Like until we get the next receiver group. There's no
wait for all of them.
I want to wait for the next receiver group, and then we can run another mock.
Like that mid-second feels right because that's the range where we're going to start to sort a little bit after today, right? So I could see Ladd rising right in that range. So yeah, again, love those love those thirds, love those seconds right now.
Ooh, Barrett just put out a dunking tweet on Adnai.
Who did?
Barrett did.
Okay.
Comparing him to Dylan Loud. It looks like Barrett's not a fan of AD.
Here's the thing. No disrespect. I don't give a shit what Barrett thinks because if the NFL says I'm taking this dude in the top 25 picks, like there we go. Like I got to ride with it, you know.
Yep.
Yeah, I think he doesn't pop in the analytical models. I think as many people want him to. And so I think that's where a lot of people pushed him down. And so there's definitely a division and how you think about him based on what you've seen him do on the field versus what you see show up in the metrics.
All right, check it out. I'm about to post ADP, our ADP for these guys. Oh, Luke McCaffrey faster than Christian. Let's go. Luke over Christian. All right, let's put this on the screen and just let's talk who the risers and fallers are. Where is it at?
Adnan Mitchell's Ras Score 997.
997.
All right, here we go. Here's what was happening, and this is through the 26th of February. So here go the receivers. Marv, Malik, Rome. No change, right? We're still good?
Mm-hmm. This is pre-mobile?
No, this is 226. So this was a week ago.
Okay.
A week ago. Those three were there. Brian Thomas and Troy Franklin were coming off of the board in our single quarterback mocks. BTJ, Troy Franklin. Ladd was already ahead of Keon Coleman, who was sandwiched in between Adnan Mitchell. So based off of what we've seen, where would you put Coleman at? Coleman stays where he's at in between Ladd and AD, or does he fall behind Mitchell at least for now, or are you dropping him behind Worthy? What are we doing?
Behind Worthy.
Mm-hmm.
I would even have him lower. I already had him lower than Wilson. Wilson's low in this draft, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
And then Leggett also just ran sub 4.4. So I think those two are going to rise, and I think he's going to end up in about that range.
Mm-hmm. Is Corley running today?
I guess so. Another group. I don't know why Corley wouldn't run. I legitimately have no clue why he wouldn't run. Yeah. So let's do some predicting here. I think I'm looking down here. There's Baker. He's pretty low. Roman Wilson's going to run very fast, so he'll probably end up jumping up. Legett's going to move up. I want to see what Polk does. Where's Franklin at? Franklin, let me have Franklin's right here at 5. Where's Franklin go? Talk to me. Where's Franklin go? Ty, Josh?
I would take McConkey over Franklin, personally.
Yeah. My gut tells me Franklin drops to 7-8.
Why is Franklin dropping? He ran a 4.4.
Well, I think AD Mitchell rises.
I think it's more of what Ladd did mixed in within the tape study with the time than more like Franklin. I expected Franklin to run 4.4. It's just you mix in the tape with now McConkey runs just as fast as Franklin. I would prefer McConkey over Franklin.
Yeah, and I would take AD Mitchell. And I personally also had Roman Wilson ahead of Franklin even before today. So that, based on where he was, I think he was on 5 in that screen. That was 3 names that were already behind him that I had above.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm just gonna follow the drum beats there. Yeah, Keon's probably gonna fall behind those guys.
I'll be the one to stick on Franklin, I guess. He's still wide receiver 5 for me.
You are a stubborn. You know that, Cody?
He's missing the Oregon flag. He's missing the Oregon flag behind him. Bucky as RB1.
That is true.
Top 5.
That's true. Where's Bo Nix rank for him then? That's it.
Yeah.
Get the trifecta. Get the stack.
Unfortunately, that's the one that doesn't complete the triple crown because he's quarterback 6, quarterback 7. But I have priors that definitely bleed into that one from watching him during like my sophomore year of college, which is crazy to say. So that one I'm a little bit biased on, but I do love my Oregon guys.
Did they just compare Ladd to Brandon Stokely?
Yes.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did.
That's one I haven't heard yet.
Yeah, that's a throwback name, man.
You don't want it.
Are they gonna show the second group before they get this field work?
Nah.
Someone in the chat said Franklin equals Hyatt. You don't want to see that.
Ladd to Christian Kirk. That's not a bad one.
No,
I
that's
don't
not
mind
at
that
all.
Hyatt. Jalen
Well,
Hyatt
I see-
is what the chat says.
Adam C said Ladd is Christian Kirk, and I'm saying I like
Oh,
that.
Yeah.
down.
Like that's a
Yeah.
I
that's a
do
really
like
good
that.
one. That's a really
Yep.
good
Yeah.
one. I like that. Josh, let me get your opinions, Josh, because you are a man of the people. You like the film. You look at the data. What are your thoughts on what we just saw? Keon Coleman, Adonai. Like, what are your thoughts, man? How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm with Cody. Franklin doesn't really, nothing changes for me on Franklin. I certainly didn't. If he ran a 4.3, that's nice and all, but based on what he's capable of doing on the field, I think he's fine right where he's at. If you want to have him 5, 6, right in that range, I think that's perfectly fine. I think seeing Ladd do this, is really good for him, because right now he doesn't get targets down the field when he was at Georgia. And so that's really going to be the big knock on him in this transition, is can he get some work down the field once he gets to the NFL? But seeing him have this explosiveness is really good to see. So I think having him in that same bucket in group is nice. Coleman's down there with Leggett for me. I think it's really after those guys have too big of warts in their profile, to where like it's really going to be tough to see them have a big likability once they do go to the NFL, even if they get back end second capital or front end second round pick capital. It's going to be one of those things that it's just going to be too difficult to move those kind of players, and they just do certain things really well, but not enough to be a dominant force. That would be kind of my projection with those guys. It's going to be Roman, Polk going ahead of them, in my opinion, and seeing Coleman and Leggett next to each other.
It's going to be interesting, man. It's going to be interesting for me. Nothing really changed on Franklin for me. What did he run? Was it a 4.40?
Yeah.
4.40. Yeah, nothing changes for me with Franklin. I was lower than consensus than a lot of people the entire time. People thought I was the crazy one for not having him at wide receiver 3 or 4. I think he's a complimentary receiver, man. I think he does something really well, which is run fast. When he gets the ball, he's pretty good. But I don't view Troy Franklin as a number 1 receiver at the next level. I just don't. I do not view him that way. I think he's got a good skill set, but I was not the guy that had him top 4, top 5. So he's probably not going to change for me. He's probably not going to move. I had A.D. Mitchell ahead of him already, so nothing there. If anything, I guess Franklin would get the obligatory. He'd get bumped because I'm going to drop Keon Coleman down. So if he gets dropped below, and I don't even know if I had Coleman inside. I didn't have Coleman inside the top 10.
Well, I think for a lot of people, Coleman was up there coming into the year, and didn't really want to take him down in their process. So you kept seeing Coleman pop up and people mocking him to the back of the first and ahead of some of these guys, even though the picture became more clear once we started looking at people like Ladd and Roman Wilson, and just people just didn't adjust for it. And they're finally going to it. Well, we'll see. But my guess is that people finally adjust for it based on what happened for this weekend.
Yeah, I'm looking. I'm sorry, I lied to you guys. I had Ladd dropped it. I mean, they're all running half-ass. Franklin at 7, and Adonai at 6, Roman at 5, X-Worthy at 8, Ladd at 9, and then Javon Baker was 10. I had Jalen Polk at 11, and Keon Coleman was 12, followed by Leggett. So I don't even know if Coleman really drops. Not yet. He's still there at 12. But
yeah,
I'll say this: Adonai won't rise for me, but I feel good. I've got him at 6, and I feel good about him at 6. These quarterbacks are awful. Is this Kellen Mond and
yeah, that was a terrible throw that Mitchell just had to catch.
Yes, it looks like it's still Kellen Mond and
somewhere Mike Zimmer is just cringing. Mike Zimmer. I saw him every day.
I see him in practice.
Hey, and to go back on the Coleman take, remember when their season pretty much when they were when they were messing with them if they were going to make the college playoff or not. People started looking into the tape and they were making, Florida State, they're misusing Coleman, they're misusing Bell because they're not really getting any targets, this and that. So I think that was also baked into why people like might have had him higher than where some people might have been comfortable with.
I'll go full overreaction podcast real quick. He looks a lot closer to Johnny Wilson than he looks like a top wide receiver in this class.
Oh my gosh.
Who is this? Keon Coleman?
Yeah.
Ooh.
So KJ Kim said HJ Kim says, do you care about Keon's speed if he lands in a T. Higgins situation?
What is that? What does that mean?
I think he just means like a situation with a good quarterback, I guess, is what he's saying. With the QB.
A good quarterback, he's the true number 2, not number 1.
Chargers.
He's got a number 1.
Keenan Allen's still there, but Mike Williams leaves.
So early second draft capital, but depends on how you interpret that question.
I'll just say this, man. I hope I'm not at the spot where I got to make that damn decision.
Okay, somebody in the comments said
I need to give away this
Evans leaves.
If Evans leaves. So like Godwin's the one in the offense. Keon goes there, and I feel like Trey Palmer would eat all those targets anyways there. But
again, I think that
it would be a good compliment because Trey Palmer's a burner, so I think it would be kind of a good compliment.
Yeah.
I think it also depends. Does Tampa Bay then take him at the back of the first, or does he go back of the second? Because those are two completely different draft picks. Like,
who are you talking about right now?
Talking about Keon Coleman, because somebody in the comments said TB if Evans leaves. So we're just kind of trying to play out the scenario how that look like. I wouldn't want to spend a first on him if I'm Tampa Bay. You got way bigger needs.
Somebody go pull up Mike Evans, what he did to I'm pretty sure Mike Evans was faster than Keon Coleman. Mike Evans can run. He's a big dude, but I think Mike can run.
I think Mike Evans was 4.4. He's a strider.
Yeah, go pull up Big Mike. Mike can freaking run. I don't think you're not
4.53.
Yeah, at what 6'5" to what?
Yeah, 6'4", 6'4" and 3/4.
230.
231.
At 230.
Come on, man. Yeah, come on.
Yeah.
It's a surprise Cody didn't have that memorized.
Look at Cowan.
I know you're making some good. Looking good.
Oh God! Back to somehow everything is going back to Estime. Adam I don't even know what Adam's talking about. He said except Estime. I don't know what's going on, but except Estime. So yes, Estime is getting crushed today.
40 times don't matter.
Look at this. Look at Troy. All over
he's fumbling every catch, man.
Go back and watch Cowan, how smooth and confident Cowan was going through that. He stayed online, caught every pass.
Man, you see Troy Flanken fading the going to each catch and not going to.
But again, y'all, I'm not gonna let the gauntlet make me move my ranks. I'm just taking in the information, right?
Yeah.
I was gonna say, Lad dropped one pass. How far do we move him down the board now?
Look at Jaquan. Just look at him do the drill. Like, focus on look at that. That was beautiful. Straight down the line, confident catches, and he didn't veer off the line. Like, that's a receiver that trusts their hands. Cornelius don't trust him. Look at him. I don't. Trust the hands, man. Run the route. Run the drill. Let's go, X.
What they say, the concentrated catches?
Oh, Lord.
Oh, it's two.
Come on, X. Come on, X.
He was right on line. He just didn't do the whole catching the ball thing.
Oh yeah, this is a guy lunch pail player right here. Lunch pail. Bring your. I want my daughter to marry this kid, Luke McCaffrey.
First in, last out.
First in, last out. All right, Lad, don't make me look bad. Nice. Stay online. Stay online. Good hands. There we go, Lad. There we go, Lad. Did you guys know, fun fact, that Washington at one point in time, run the route, McMillan, had Puka Nacua, Jalen McMillan, and Romo Dunze on the same team?
Yep.
It's crazy.
Yep.
Run, Bub, run.
I know he's
He
jogging.
looked like he was stuck in mud on that one there. Like,
he's toe dragging at the hatches,
right.
just making
All right,
sure.
AD.
Dropping
We know
ankles.
the hands are sticky. Stay on line. Stay on line.
oh,
Stay on. Oh, Lord. Oh, good
Oh.
Lord. Get up.
oh no.
Sniper got him.
You're not even running fast either.
Get off the
That's a
field.
curved toe in week 2 right there.
Get off the damn field. Hey, Puka, speak of the devil. There's Puka. Let's see what Puka did. Oh, yeah. Look at him right down the line. Look at him. That's what you focus on those things, right? Like, and then when you go in the league and you got to run that crossing route, you got to run that dig route. You can't you can't veer off to the safety. You will get your head blown off, right?
Yeah.
Run the route you're supposed to route. Stay on line. That's why, man, you love to see it.
Attack the damn ball too, right? Like he'll be fading back, like you're saying.
Man, Tank Dell and Puka Nacua right there. Hey, and Ronnie Bell made some plays on special teams for the Niners this year. I mean, he didn't do anything, offensively, but he was on the field.
He scored a touchdown one game. I can't remember which one it was.
But he wasn't like Puka and those guys. But look at you know. Let's see, Lad. What's Lad's MPH? Let's go, Lad. Nice. Boom. Straight. Good job. Don't even show Adonai falling all over the damn place. Got me looking bad.
Those three receivers all went to a Shanahan or a McVay offense. 49ers, Rams, and Texans. That's interesting.
Keon runs faster doing this than he did a 40. Kept a straight line, though.
Look at him. Doesn't he just build like it? Look at those hands. Just sucking those balls in, man. Look at him.
Man, pause.
Excuse me. Y'all know what I mean, man. Come on, man. Y'all are
where's Cameron, man?
On,
where's
man.
Cameron and Nate,
y'all are
man?
absolutely ridiculous. Come on, man.
Troy, what are you doing? Watch this rep by Troy when he comes
So
up.
that means the Rams and those guys probably pay attention to this drill. They're probably like, let me see how they run this because we run so many crossers. You know, we run so many digs. Come on, Troy. Run straight, baby. What are you doing?
He spelled the damn S out there.
They got Joe Milton throwing now. Yeah, they got to get some real quarterbacks here.
Real being relative.
Troy.
See, and this is interesting. So no one really responded to what I just asked, but my dog HJ said it. He said, I asked, do the Rams, like, when you think about what you just said, Josh, all those Puka, Tank Dell, Ronnie Bell, they all go to Shanahan-style systems, right? And I just asked, so I wonder how intensive they pay attention to, like, this drill, the gauntlet drill. And then it's got to be a reason, right? Because that's what they run. They run a lot of crossers and drag routes to where you've got to, you need to be on target and catch the damn ball. So I guarantee they're probably watching this and they're like, oh, this dude, nope. Like they probably don't check that box for them, right? So in the grand scheme of fantasy, does this drill matter for the draft capital and all? Probably not. Maybe not. But for the 49ers or for the Dolphins, it clearly does. Or the Rams, it matters in that system. So I think it's a way to just kind of like dive deeper into it. That's what we talk about, man. We try to get more than surface level, and that's just another layer. Look at Ladd right down the line. Like, that could be a 49er. Yep. That could be a Ram. Yep. That could be, you know.
Yep. To your point, where like we sit here and we scout one position wide receiver as a whole. I guarantee when these teams are scouting, they're not scouting for one type of wide receiver to fit every role. They have 4 to 5 different roles within an offense that they are scouting for. And whenever it's what we do whenever we're like doing all of these mock drafts and the NFL mock drafts. There's a type of prototypical wide receiver that some offenses like more than others, and there's needs that they need to replace. So like scouting all these guys, we have to do it because they score the same amount of fantasy points at the end of the day. But obviously, yeah, like definitely these NFL teams definitely have different things that they're looking for depending upon what they need to draft and what their positions are.
Yeah, I agree. That's a great Great take, Cody. We look at them all into one. You know, whether Josh, here's the thing, Ty, whether Ladd is the third receiver on the Bucks or, you know, Franklin's the one receiver in New England, like you don't give a shit. Like, who's scoring the where's the opportunity coming from? You know what I mean? Like, your scheme position doesn't matter in the grand scheme of what we're trying to do, but it 100% matters for teams. Like, I'm just a zone blocking offensive lineman versus a power gap scheme. Like, I don't want the guy that didn't have to go fire off the line of scrimmage and take on that defensive tackle. Like, it's a different game that we play versus scouting for a team, right? And then what we're trying to do is take that information and then apply it to fantasy. So it's interesting stuff to think about. And I'm gonna give a plug here, man. It's not even a shameless plug because I'm proud of it. We talk about this stuff all day. Like, it doesn't even feel like any different than voice chat for me. So if you are listening to this or watching this and you want like a deeper layer of just engagement around fantasy and how the NFL works into fantasy, come join the Discord. Give it a try for a month. The start of the month just hit. Everybody got paid. Give it a try for a month. Matter of fact, I want to give away a Heisman tier membership to somebody. So, yeah, I'm going to give away a membership, man. Legit. Like, give away a Heisman tier membership for y'all to check out. So you got to do it in the YouTube comments, not this chat. YouTube comments, hashtag Heisman. YouTube comments, hashtag Heisman, and I'm gonna give you. I'm gonna make you really want it, right? I'm gonna give you into the day before the draft for free. Come hang out for like 2 months with us for free. 2 months, the day before the draft, it'll go away. Matter of fact, man, Prize Picks did me well. I'm feeling good. We're gonna bring 3 people in. 3 free Heisman memberships, man.
Yeah.
Hashtag Heisman on the comments. You not in here.
Not in the live chat.
On the YouTube.
After it gets posted.
Yeah. It's got to be the comments of the YouTube. Hashtag Heisman. I'll give the 3 away on Wake Up on Monday. When we do me and Jay Rich do the Wake Up show, we'll get you the link to the Discord. But, like, point is, this is what we do. We just, Josh, I just want you to give a plug. You're not a content creator for DD. The other guys, they do stuff for Destination Devy. Like, as somebody who, if I'm not mistaken, Josh, you pay, right? Like, you pay to be there, right? Just what are your thoughts? Just give the pitch, man.
Yeah, no, I definitely pay. I'm not a content creator, although I do spend a lot of time on the AMAs. For anybody that's on the feed. So yeah, I mean, Heisman is just one of those places that when I first joined DD, which it just crossed a year, Heisman was the first level I jumped into, and seeing the ability to interact, not just in a chat that you see in a lot of communities, but the voice chat is just like the next level of engagement within a community. Not only do you get to talk to Ray and Scott on a daily basis in there, but it's the people that are on this screen and then all the other individuals that are inside of there. The amount of stuff that I've learned and been able to talk to you about theory with Dynasty, with prospects, with roster construction and trade analysis, just countless hours. Anybody's willing to help be engaged. And it's some of the people that are the most thoughtful about being engaged with their Dynasty team in the process of playing this game that we love. So couldn't be happier that I made the jump there a year ago to move into Heisman crew. And, looking forward to the future community and the involvement with that group.
Yeah, man. It's I don't do a lot of stuff like giveaways and little promotional stuff. Like, just it's word of mouth. I don't do a lot of that. But if you like this kind of conversation that we're having, we do this all the time. And a lot of times I'm not even there, and it's these guys. It's Cody. It's Terrell. It's Ty. It's Josh. So if you're looking for that, come to DD. But let's get back to the combine, man. We got the real draft eligible prospects throwing. There's some good catches out here. 80 let that one get through his hands, pass from Leary, but it looks like Troy was catching strong. Ladd with some strong catches. We got JJ throwing right now.
Mm-hmm.
This should be easy for him. Like, these guys should look real nice in here, right? Javon Baker, nice hands. So I think after this drill, they do the 9 route, the go, and then this group would be over, and then we get the next set of 40s. I think there's one more passing thing after this. I think it's the fly, the 9 route. 9 route, go ball, fly, whatever the hell you call it, where you play ball at.
Yeah. Like grand scheme, we're really not going to learn a lot from these kind of throws from guys like JJ, right? You don't want to see him dirt these things like a Kellen Mond, basically. And so far, so good.
Come on, man. For me, I just want to see the receivers catch it because, the quarterbacks are trying to put a little juice on it to look good. I just want to see the hands, right? Just the hands catch the damn ball. Yeah, Jake said, I hate that they don't list the wide receivers and the QBs during some of the drills. Man, Elwood hit something, man. These wide receivers are deep, and there are going to be analysts who don't have your favorite guy as the 1 or the 4 or the 7, but I've continued to say it. I don't think it matters, y'all. Like if somebody says, Ray, I got Javon Baker at 14, Brendan Rice at 16. I wouldn't even take that as a slight. Like, I got Jacob Cowing outside of my top 20. Jacob Cowing, and I'm watching him like I would love my team to get drafted. It's just a good class. It's a good class, and not everybody can be a top 5. Don't argue about that stuff. Let me just ask y'all, chat and people on the screen, do you think the fact that it's a good class is going to make it a little more difficult? Because the reality is we ain't getting 20 receivers from this class that end up being top 20 wide receivers. It's not happening, right? So how are we going to decide which ones you're in on? Is it landing spot, situation, capital? Is it I'm trusting what I saw on tape for 2 years? Like, how are you going to decide between Malachi Corley and Jacob Cowing if they're both third-round picks? Between Brendan Rice and Xavier Legette if they're both second-round picks? Like, how are y'all personally going to do this? Because the class is good.
I'll tell you first on mine, and it's basically a 3-step process for me. That first one we've already done for most of the players here. First thing is film. And I'll go through all these guys. Some of them I haven't gotten to that are deeper, like 20-plus guys. If they get the capital, then we'll go back and recircle. But we start with film, then we go to the draft capital, and then it's the evaluation of what do you look like whenever you're stepping into that role. And this is the big one that's changing for me this year because JSN should not have been wide receiver 1 last year. Stepping into that role with both Tyler Lockett and DK Metcalf was not conducive to him to be
you're saying JSN shouldn't have been wide receiver 1 in the 2023 class, just to be clear. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. And within his own class, he should not have been wide receiver 1 because of the opportunity. We're already seeing it just because of all these other guys that had the opportunity that were able to produce. Now, sure, if he goes out there and overtakes those 2, yes, he's locked in as a wide receiver 1. He's probably up there along with Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson. But if he doesn't, and he does exactly what he was supposed to do as a rookie in that offense, he falls to like now wide receiver 8 if you're to redraft it today. And so that's where I'm looking a lot more at opportunity and this fit and Can I push
back on you a little bit, right?
Yep.
So if I flip that and say, then by that token, you should add QJ like top 2, top 3.
And it's not a foolproof system, is it? We're gonna miss, but I would rather focus my bets in like that. And again, this is third step of the process for me.
Right. Yep. You did say that. Yep.
It's the film first, then it's the draft capital, and then that's where I start to break the ties between the people. I'm not saying that JSN should have been like wide receiver 7 or wide receiver 8 in the class, but I do think he was much more closely related to like the Zay Flowers than we had him as a separated out player.
Okay.
Yeah. If I get to what hits me in the face with this draft so far is just I'm going to want to do a trade back and let someone else make these picks for me, and then let me just take whoever falls. I think there's going to be a large amount of I want my guy from that like late first to like early second, and then that mid to late second to like early third is going to be guys who probably will be right in the same range, right in like the same kind of floor outcome kind of range. So if I can take a step and move back sure. But if feet to the fire and I have to make the pick, I think Cody laid it out pretty well. Like I want the film to make sense. I want to make sure that the landing spot they go to, can they actually fill that role? And does that role equal fantasy points? So, I mean, landing spot means a lot to me. But then just, draft capital and where that puts them in the range of outcomes.
Yeah, here, because I didn't see this, but historical anomalies said landing spot has kind of screwed us the last couple of years. QJ, Mingo, Sky Moore.
So I'm going to differ a little bit from Cody and Ty. When it comes to the guys at the top, like I still would have had JSN 1 overall next year. In the leagues we play in, we mean it when we say these guys aren't on our team for 5 years. These guys aren't on our team forever, not even a year. Like, these rosters turn over. So those guys at the top, I'm not saying I'm just going to go chalk, but I'm drafting these guys for the value, not for, hey, JSN is going to be the wide receiver 1 on my team.
Hold on,
now, when I get
real quick, Terrell, I want you to keep going. If you're not talking, go on mute. I got a text. Somebody is snoring like a dragon on air. So everybody, me included, go on mute when you're not talking. Thank you. Go ahead, Terrell. Keep going.
So yeah, those guys at the top, I'm drafting them for value of what they could be, of that high end upside. Now, when I get into the back of the seconds, those 3rd round picks, that's when I'm really going to start looking at the opportunity that's there. And that's where I'm then going to try to make those kind of gut decisions on terms of, hey, like, which way do I go one way or the other? But at the top of the draft, I'm really focusing on, hey, like, who can I turn and sell? Because those picks are immensely valuable.
It's just interesting, right? It's just, damn, Franklin slipped and fell. Must be a slippery surface out there. Seen a couple of players fall. It's interesting, y'all. I'm just asking questions because, and I promise you, I'm not trying to get anybody in a aha, I got you. This is what we do. I'm just thinking through how the Dynasty community is going to react to stuff and what we're going to start. Because, like it or not, this is why the combine matters. Because everything after today that you hear from your favorite analysts, whether that's ESPN, NFL, BDGE, Fantasy Pros, DLF, Dynasty, whomever it is, a lot of that narrative of what they disseminate to their audience is going to come from this. Because this is going to plug into something else, and then it's going to give them a conclusion. So when we're watching all of this stuff, it's good to just think through every situation. How league mates are going to react to the running backs. How are people going to feel about Keon Coleman running a 4.6? Even if you individually, at the core of how you watch football, don't think any of this crap matters, right? What can you do on the field? There's GPS tracking. This is going to shape the content in which you consume. When you're listening to all of this, you're going to keep hearing, not only was Keon Coleman poor in this department, he went out there and was 12th percentile in this and didn't hit these thresholds. And you're going to hear that for weeks and weeks and weeks. It shapes the direction, and you start to hear that. And then what happens? Now Keon Coleman starts going at the 109. Then it's the 112. Then it's the 206. And then before you know it, you don't want nothing to do with him come draft day. But then he gets drafted. 2nd round to this team. You're just all over the place. So it's good to kind of think through all of this crap right now, because what's happening right now is going to shape the future direction of the content that we're listening to for the 24 class, and then going into the offseason for the actual start of the NFL season. That's why this stuff matters. See what the comments are talking about. Good ball from Bo Nix. Yeah, I saw a couple of good passes. Yeah, I want to see these quarterbacks unload it, just cork it, right? Jake said 80 having some drops. Mitchell with the drop. Come on, AD. Now, didn't y'all tell me drops don't matter? Then y'all don't start talking about them damn drops and then tell me they don't matter now. Do they matter or not? It was old QJ.
Remember the old Anthony Richardson deep ball from the combine last year and how much play that got on the old timeline through this process last year?
That got a lot of play. I do remember. Do y'all remember? And this is total revisionist history. My wife was in the chat too, laughing at me, said I'm already on the couch. I had baseball practice for 2 hours this morning, damn it. But what the hell was I saying? What was I saying? Shit.
Deep ball, combine.
Something about throwing.
Baseball.
Rich.
Oh, yes, I remember now. After CJ Stroud threw last year, people were saying that was the best passing combine performance they ever saw. Crazy. And we still took damn Bryce Young over him in Superflex. Woof.
Because we were
Sad trombone. Sad trombone. Ladd looks amazing too. I just want to say that. McConkey looks incredible, y'all.
I mean, T's going to remember it. Scott got absolutely flamed for even suggesting that A-Rich could be a top quarterback early on in the process.
Who did?
Like
Scott
did
railed?
on DTI 5. Yeah. Might have even been Shane that railed him. I don't know. But no, it was
a
not
pre-combine?
Pretty sure it was pre-combine. Yeah. When we in Heisman House, patreon.com/ all gas, right? We were talking about it early. And then Scott started to buy in, and then the community did not like that. And then he went out and put out a show, and it was wheels up from there. So
let's see McCarthy. This is a good ball right here. Let's see. Good pass. Keon Coleman drops it, but good pass. It had to be damn Keon too. It had to be Keon Coleman.
I remember that one time, but that was back in because we were ahead of it, right? We were saying that back in October, November that he was going to be getting up into those 101s. Ray was leading that charge, and I wasn't fully bought in. But by the time that we got there, you get everything coming out, and you're going to get.
Y'all got to start to listen to me sometimes. Like I led you all astray twice, 2 times. And the one time I led you astray, everybody else liked him too, but they just weren't as loud as I was. But everybody else liked him. I'm telling you, it's hard to spot those risers like an Anthony Richardson. That's just an easy call. Big athletic freak, SEC. Gonna put on most athletic quarterback to ever test. That was an easy call.
Yeah, I mean, I remember the wake up show, and I think Jay Rich bet you that A-Rich wouldn't be a first round pick. I think that was a wake up bet.
Yep.
And that was way early in the season, way before even college football and everything. You were way on that in terms of A-Rich being a first round NFL draft pick. So
yeah, he was an easy call. He's just too much of a freak. Here's the thing, let me ask y'all this question. And it's hard, and I'm going to ask you to try to be objective. If you had to bet on the outliers, right? You've got to make that outlier quarterback bet. Do you want to make the bet on the raw passing prospect, but has physical tools that we've never seen before, right? Just close your eyes and imagine this. Raw passing prospect, he's raw, but truly just a ball of clay with physical tools that we haven't seen before at that size, or a player at a size we've never seen succeed because they're so damn small, but all the intangibles are there, but the arm strength isn't there. The size, if you just had to bet on one of those 2 outlier outcomes, which one would you pick?
We're talking fantasy, right?
Anything.
I mean, I'm gonna approach it from a fantasy mindset, because something that you've talked about too, right? Is these rookie quarterbacks, we take them, and usually if you sell them before they really get the opportunity to have a shot, or before they get their opportunity, you're not doing the best thing with that asset. You've said I just want to wait a year, just give it a whole year, and then kind of see where it lands. If I'm taking a pick like that, yeah, give me the project where I don't need him right away, or I'm not expecting it right away. The guy who can actually be that war difference making kind of guy. Like, I think I'd rather take that bet than the quote unquote safe bet, because I can find safe bets weekly at the quarterback position in fantasy.
Yeah, to Ty's point, if I'm looking for that quarterback, I want the potential 3x lottery ticket. I want that potential massive return on investment from what I paid. Paying just a single rookie pick for a guy that in a year could be worth 3 firsts. Quickest way to turn around a team right there.
Bingo. Hey, chat's killing these quarterbacks. Scott Connor's coming in soon, baby. Scott is coming in soon. I literally just sent him the link. He is coming in soon. Man, 80 said he don't run routes at full speed. He needs to change that. Come on. JJ is lad 439.
Official?
I've got to bring it out. I'm sorry.
Lord have mercy, I'm about to bust.
439. Yeah. So yeah, this might have hurt some people. It said AR was too soon after Trey Lance. It was just too. People didn't want to get Trey Lance again, and a lot of people said that. A lot of people were saying, I don't want Anthony Richardson is just Trey Lance. A lot of people didn't want to get Trey Lance again. Scott Connor, what's up?
What's good, everyone? Good to see all these new voices in here. Ty, Cody, Josh Terrell. Of course, Ray's been going strong for, 4.5 hours, damn near.
That's what we do,
So
man.
it's good stuff. I'm just catching up with the results. Who was it the other day? Was it Mike Renner saying Ladd McConkey, Antonio Brown, and he was like, didn't want to say it too loud?
Mm-hmm.
And I've seen it mentioned like 7 or 8 times already today. But Antonio Brown didn't run no 4.44.
No,
remember, he was one of those guys that
officially 4.39 for Ladd McConkey. Official
I saw
4.39.
Okay.
Official 4.39 for McConkey. Yeah, official.
Well, let's see. We only got 10% of Ladd McConkey in FFPC, Ray. Probably going to be, 6 rounds more expensive now when these drafts fire up on Monday?
Scott, there was a window, and I've been saying he was the real deal. I said he is the real deal. I had hit my man Damian Parson one night about 2 months ago, and I said, yo, am I crazy for thinking McConkey's better than all these dudes? And he was like, no, you're not crazy, man. He's a good player. The production, you gotta make the exception. I'm just telling you, if anybody watched Georgia play, wasn't no receiver getting the damn ball. I mean, they built the passing attack through the tight end position, which is unheard of in college. But McConkey he's a professional receiver, man. And he just checked boxes. He checked boxes. Hey, we got somebody else joining the stream. Hold on. We got somebody else joining the stream. It is just a hammer affair in here now. It is a hammer love affair. We got somebody else building, man. Joining the stream.
Am I live?
Yeah. Get that. Yeah, you're live. Yeah, you came right in. Turn that shit off.
Do I have
and not
do
muted.
I have audio? Do I have audio? Yes, it sounds like I do. Rock and roll. Hey, so Ray, thanks for having me on. Fun fact, this is the first time I've ever been on Destination Devy. I mean, we have a partnership. We got some stuff intermingled. That's basically intercourse, right? And here's the first time I'm on your network, man. Thanks for having me.
No doubt, man. It's all good. We just been hanging out. We've done a couple of mock drafts. We have decided to hold off on the second set of mocks until we get the at least the 40 times for the other receivers, and then we're going to fire up another one. Y'all want to see what happened in the first ones just to kind of look at, and I just want your opinion on names that you guys probably have never heard. Can we pull up the board for you guys? Let's do that. Let's pull up this is board 3. So this is board 3, and we're going to give Scott and Clay a little second to review this board. This was right after the first, the running backs finished up, and we did these after the running backs finished up. So I'll kind of single quarterback, full PPR, 1.5 tight end premium. All right, so there it is right there. What do y'all see here that we haven't been seeing before?
I mean, Keon Coleman sticks out to me. That's who sticks out to me.
Absolutely an egregious pick of Theo Johnson in the second round in a non-tight end premium. Talk about just pissing away a pick. Woof.
Well, that was Shane who did that, by the way. Shane did that.
Hi, buddy. I love you. But that's one of those where, that you probably wouldn't even want to use that pick on the tight end, let alone one that you would have never even considered in the first 4 rounds until he posted what Penn State guys do. A great athleticism score.
So now we're going to be, Adonai Mitchell's going to be climbing this board that we're looking at right now, right? When he ran that 4.3, whatever, I was like, Cody, you turn that Longhorn back upright. All right. Nice process of players. So I got the
here's another
4.34 official.
Here's another board.
Love it.
There's another board. Take a look at this one. A little different.
Yeah,
look who RB1 is. And I said this would happen. I predicted this would happen after the combine. But look at who RB1 is. Look at where RB1 is at. Same thing, single quarterback, PPR, 1.5 tight end premium. Clay, anything stick out to you?
Man, we haven't seen any green in our wait, so is this 1 QB, obviously? Yeah.
1 QB, yep, single QB, yep.
Dude, it's tough for me to digest single QB, honestly.
Yeah,
it really is. When I'm looking at single QB, I look at the first 3 or 4 picks. Well, in this case, 5 with Bowers. And then I hopefully already punted to the next year if I don't have one of those top 3 picks.
Scott, check this one out. Where's the one where we get, here goes the final one. This was number 2. Look at that second round.
Isaac Garendo at the 204. That's very interesting. The one thing I don't understand in these 1 QB mocks, I don't understand people taking Caleb Williams in the mid-first, a whole round ahead of Jaden Daniels.
That's what we're talking. Why
we don't play in a lot of 1 QB, but that makes no sense. I mean, if you're shooting in 1 QB for higher upside, I wouldn't take him in the first round, first of all. But the second thing is, why take him a round ahead of Jaden Daniels? Drake May over Jaden Daniels, I don't understand that either. And then J.J. McCarthy at 312. Why McCarthy over 2 rounds lower than Caleb when in a 1 QB you're basically shooting for, if you're not hitting top 10 or better, then what's the point of even taking a QB? That's I don't know. I don't play 1 QB, but anyone in 1 QB that may need a quarterback, like, look at that and say, I can get J.J. McCarthy in the 3rd versus Caleb in the 107, 109, 111.
Keon Coleman looks rough out there. I mean, he looks stiff as a board. Trying to turn the cone. I mean, he looks stiff as a board. And this is it. I think it's the hive mind because he's always been mocked in round 1 by draft analysts. We have just put him in round 1, single quarterback or super flex. I don't think there's a chance in hell he is mocked or drafted as a first rounder in any sort of fantasy draft. I think those days are gone.
Do you guys think that he's going to be the player who it's like, who's going to pick him first? A game of chicken to see who's going to take him, just like complete opposite, but like a Keenan Allen or Devontae Adams in a startup. Who's going to take him? Who's going to take him? I feel like Keon Coleman is going to be one of those.
It's the Kadarius Toney. It's the like the Kadarius Toney. It was like, who's going to take him? Who's going to say the value's good now? Right? Yeah. I could see it.
I think Troy Franklin's hurting his chat saying it too, but he just I think he's hurting him. Again, how much does this matter? We'll see where they get drafted, but I guarantee there are teams there right now who just off the board. Like, we're good. Like, they're not they're not playing Devy like we are. They don't give a shit. The NFL guys, they're not doing that, right? Like, what did you do? Did you check the box? The name Troy Franklin means little to them opposed to whomever it is. Who's going to fit that skill? Josh, we saw that when they showed the 3-layer box with that gauntlet drill, and every receiver that was in the top 5 of that thing played in a McVay offense because they look for that particular player. You need to be able to do that thing right there. If you can't bend right here, maybe some teams are like, that's just not the receiver for us. But This is going to impact how people feel about these guys in these mocks moving and these picks. Not even just the mocks, but the picks, because now people are going to be like, at 110, it's between Keon Coleman or Troy Franklin. I don't really know about that 110 now. I'm not saying that's right or wrong, but that's what people are going to start to do.
Can we throw a wrinkle into this whole Keon Coleman situation? Because he ran the fastest gauntlet at 20 miles an hour over everybody. The most stiff 20 miles an hour gauntlet. I mean, his profile is just an enigma. I don't. It's just all over the place.
And he ran a pretty straight line
too. Did that too. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, let me ask you guys something, because I've got a puppy dog pal's worth of show to do this. So I wanted to ask you this. So yeah, you know what I'm talking about. So the data that we have, I remember I was listening earlier, Ray, and you're like, what do we think about this? 4, 4, 4, 5, does this matter to you? So what matters to me is how everybody, after they consume this information, those numbers, how do they react? That's all I care about. So I'm going to be a listener after this, a watcher and a listener. Going to do a lot more film study this time too, but that's what I care, is the consumption. And we can see right now things like everybody's going to compare Kyron to who ran like crap. I forget who we were watching earlier, but they're gonna estimate. Yeah, they're gonna compare Kyron. We all know the narrative, so like, what's the play? Because us just talking about the narratives is double tapping. So what can we say that's new? What's the play?
I mean, I think that goes back to what was said earlier. Trade back, trade back, trade back. Here's the thing: who in your league wants to trade up? That's the question. Someone has the 203 and they could get Keon Coleman because no one else wants him. Why the hell would they trade up to 109 to draft AD Mitchell? Is it going to be that big of a difference to where there's actually going to be a market for those picks? It's easy to say it, but who's actually doing it? Is anyone in here right now willing to trade the 203 and 204 in a super flex for the 110 for the security that maybe they can get that Lad McConkey now?
Not. Absolutely not.
So how can you use the analysis of I'm just going to trade back?
Well,
you got to lean into the fact other people need to make the move on the other side, or you're not going to have a partner.
Let me tell you why there will be a market. Here's why there will be a market for that to get done. Maybe not with you, but there will be a market. Here's why. Because the names that people are used to seeing at that 108, 19, 110, they're gone. But there's some names that people have been bubbling to pump up there that have now risen. Jalen Wright, Lad McConkey. If Roman Wilson runs 4.3, people will say, I've got to make sure I get that guy. I don't care about Keon Coleman, but I do care about Jalen Wright. People are already Marshawn Lloyd, RB1. Our man Jake Anderson, you know Jake, man, DLF, we work with him, Scott. The RB1, D-Bro, RB1. So that 10, 11 today, it looks different. Not saying it's any better or any right or wrong, but people are going to be like, I want Jalen Wright, and I feel like I've got to take him at the 110 because there's no way he's falling to me at the 209. I got to move up to get him. There'll be a market for it, but it'd just be for a different name.
So should we start slinging offers out? I mean, we do it anyway, right? But trying to convince them to move up to the 110, like whatever you just said right there, basically, should we just fire out a bunch of those feelers? Because maybe, like Scott was talking about, does anybody want to move up right now? Maybe that'll change here. And again, it's always timeline, right? Like, when do we do this?
Clay, I've always said, I think there are 3 prime windows for trade picks to just spike in value, and we're in one right now.
Yeah,
right
for sure.
now is that window is that door is wide open because people are like, Lad McConkey is Antonio Brown. I want him. Roman Wilson, and they know they don't have to trade into the top 5 to get Lad McConkey. They know they don't have to have a top 6 pick to get Roman Wilson. You probably need to have 1-8, 1-9, 10, 11. If I can get one of those, I can get one of those guys. I think the answer to that question, Clay, unequivocally is I would be sending them out. If you were trying to unload some 110, 111s, I would start doing that today.
Yeah, I did some trading back, but I also did a bunch of jockeying around to move up like a couple months ago. I feel like it was like a month or so ago. I was taking my assets, my 110s and whatnot, and just trying to get up into that 106, 107 at the latest range. But yeah, now it comes, do I want to move back again? There will be some instances where I literally will have to check my net to be like, okay, I just moved right back to the same freaking spot. Did I at least get a third with my time? So,
well, let's start to bucket these receivers, because I think after today, if you're just looking for good draft capital and really no negative perception in the community, like AD Mitchell and Ladd McConkey are big winners today. They're going to be in that top 8 or better receivers off the board in the NFL draft. It's going to be locked in. They're going to get drafted in the top 50, probably top 40, maybe both in the first round. We're still waiting for Brian Thomas, Roman Wilson. Like, we're still waiting for those guys to see if they check the box. And Ray said it earlier, Troy Franklin, Keon Coleman, they've been at the top of those mocks in terms of wide receiver 4, 5, 6 all year. But now they're going to be sitting there. I don't even like those guys. But if they're able to kind of fend off the negativity from the combine, now you're talking about Troy Franklin, wide receiver 10 in the class, could go at wide receiver 9 in the NFL draft. He could go mid-second round, and you're going, okay, I can get him now at the 208.
Yep.
So I think that the more players we get, like if we get Roman Wilson that smashes later, that's a guy that the community never put up in that elite tier of receivers until today. He could go Ladd McConkey, and all of a sudden there's 2 new names in there, because there's still going to be the old people that are like, I still like Troy Franklin. I still like Keon Coleman. They're still at least on my interest board. So it's actually nice we're getting some of the newer names pop up too, because then you look at receivers are now 9 deep. I can get 2 of those names for 1. You can have Ladd McConkey. I'll take 2 of the other guys, and that's always going to be a pretty good bet. So I'm just curious how the rest of the second receiver group plays out, who jumps in and who jumps out.
All right, I've given away 3 memberships to Heisman. I've given away 3. You had the hashtag Heisman in the comment on the YouTube channel. Like not the live stream chat, the actual comment thing, okay? You had to do that. So now it's time to give away the freaking A-Rich jersey. So we're giving away the signed A-Rich jersey. And Terrell has graciously given us his time since the start. He has not taken a break, and he's got his people on with him. So you need the hashtag hammer, right? Hashtag it, right? Hashtag that, and somehow Brandon or Terrell will figure out who the winners are, and you get you an A-Rich jersey. So remember, hashtag Heisman for the membership. In the comment thing, not the live stream chat. It won't pick up. It won't pick up. Interesting talks there.
They're conditioned to throw it in the live chat with Clay there, right? Clay, that's the move. It's in the live chat.
Yeah, this StreamYard, man. You got this eCam. It's like the cheese nips versus the Cheez-Its.
Oh man, get the heck out of here. Can I ask you guys both about just some of the running backs names that you've heard that disappointed today? Quickly, Bucky Irving, big loser today for Bucky Irving.
Not if you believe that he's now the new Kyron Williams, and you just got to wait another year and have the Kyron workload. Scott Barrett tweeted out the comp between the two and how their combines are similar. So of course their outcomes could be similar.
That helps Cody, because Cody said he's still going to have him top 3. So that helps Cody out at least for now. At least for now. What about Audri Estime? Talk about Estime. This was a guy that people wanted to jump on him because 5'11", 227 pounds. He runs back-to-back 4.7s, but then he jumps like 38 inches in the vertical jump. So Clay, 4.7 40 ain't fast, my friend. How are we feeling about this guy? Scott, Clay, 4.7 40 running back. Are you interested?
When you just look at him, right? You want him, like if you're in a war, you want 1 million of him. Just that doesn't look fun. But yeah, honestly, I'll punt it to Scott. I can't speak intelligently on SMA, so I'd be talking out of my,
Well, he was only 218 when I saw that yesterday. Like, all right, 218, not as big as I thought he would be. But then he ran a 4.7. Now, for running backs, like 40 time isn't a death knell if they're super slow. But 4.7 historically has been a number where you're like, that's right on the fringe. 4.6s you can stomach. But I think he just is what he is. He's going to be another body. I can't imagine with the number of players that are going to be available. He's going to be. You've said it all year, Ray. He's a very acquired taste to a team, right? So only certain teams are even going to want a guy like that. So does that hurt him from being – it probably helps him from a landing spot standpoint because the team that takes him probably puts him in a very specific role. But I can also see him being – I think Chris Rodriguez from last year is a good comp where he could easily go round 6 of the draft, round 5, round 6, and he's literally behind another guy that looks just like him, which means he's probably not day one in a role where he's going to see the field. So that makes him a little bit of a clogger. He's on a 53, but I think the landing spot for him is 100% meaningful. If he lands on a depth chart already with a guy like an A.J. Dillon or something, it's a wrap. It's not a guy I'd want to buy into. I'll buy in next year when it maybe a guy gets out of the way in front of him, but that's the risk with him. He's not going to get good capital, I would guess.
Well, here's the bigger one for you, Clay, and Scott. I need your guys' opinion on this because I was sort of caught off guard by my own community. The DD fam hit me upside the head, right? We're talking about RB1, Jonathan Brooks, and Terrell, Cody, multiple people were like, there's not a chance in hell I would draft him at RB1, RB2, You're talking about a running back who is going to be out, that not at the start of the season, an injured RB. Like, how on earth can you guys have him as your running back one? Clay, for you, what are your thoughts? Whether the name is Jonathan Brooks or whomever it is, the RB1 consensus right now, torn ACL, not testing, you don't know how athletic he is. Are you comfortable with drafting Jonathan Brooks?
I mean, as always, and you obviously know this, it's context matters and format and all that fun stuff. But I doubt I'm going to be tapping a lot of running backs like I always do in the second round. I'm not going to have the RB1 on many teams. I can pretty much guarantee that. Hopefully I've built correctly to where I don't need to draft the quote unquote RB1, but landing spots I'm very, very curious about. I do like Corum. It's nice to see that he checked the box today. That was just good to see because I don't know, he's a root for him kind of guy as well. So I don't know. I look a lot at character, but I'm not going to have the RB1. I'm not going to get him in drafts, just like I don't draft running backs in startups.
Scott, what do you think? Because Terrell and Cody were adamant. Like, I'm not taking him. Like, can't do it.
Well, we could talk about this more on Destination Chill tomorrow, but I said it the other night. I'm actually more interested in Jonathan Brooks for the reason that he's going to have a built-in excuse for year one. People already like him. I can draft him as long as, again, he doesn't get the full clearance because you've started to hear some stuff where he's going to be ready for the season. I don't really want that. I'd rather it be we're not sure. Maybe he's not on the PUP list, but he maybe can't participate in mini camps. He can't participate in training camp. He can't play in the preseason. If I can then get him, he's going to be given, he's one of the few running backs in the class that will be given 100% pass for the season. Meaning if I get him and he can't be effective for the first half of the year, other people will be going, there's a little bit of a different reason to be excited for him going into the second year, especially if he comes on at the end of the year and shows anything. Look at Kendre Miller. Look at the benefit of the doubt he is getting right now from people. He was injured, but he finished off the season okay. He's seen as a guy that's a top 30, 35 running back in Dynasty. Now, that's going to change when players sign and stuff like that, but he wasn't hurt much from last year. There were other guys last year didn't produce. They've been buried. Tank Bigsby been buried because he was there all year and didn't do anything, so he didn't have an excuse. So I think Brooks is going to have an excuse. A guy like Blake Corum, no excuse. If he goes out and just isn't that great, then what? So I actually think there's some investment value in Jonathan Brooks where it doesn't exist at the rest of the position, which is, I think, a reason to consider drafting him if he's falling to a range where there's other guys going ahead of him.
Shout out to Terrell. Real quick. Let's give an air horn for him. He was on at the start. He said his daughter woke up, but he'll try to get back in later. Did a great job. Thank you for joining us, man. Watching these quarterbacks throw. Milton's got a big arm. Nix has looked pretty good throwing the football. But it's a tough drill right here. Go ahead. What's up, Clay?
I'll take this as a time to excuse me, bow out too. Okay. Puppy Dog Pals is going to be ending in a minute and 43 seconds. So, I'm on. No, but thanks for having me on, guys. Appreciate it. This is
thanks, Clay.
And I used to watch you as a fan, man. So this is a bucket list thing for me.
Thank you,
so
Clay.
Thank you.
Well, we'll do it again for the draft, man.
Sounds good. Later on.
All right.
Point on Estime, Ray. I'm curious. Your thoughts on Estime's. I mean, he top of the class in vertical and broad jump. Does that matter to you a little more at running back, just given the fact that he's not a straight line speed guy? Like, he's a guy that could get yards where others may not be able to for those reasons. Because that's the one thing I keep seeing with him. Like, he's not as bad as his athleticism, the 40 time is.
Did I not say? I was like, he had a high vertical jump and a far broad jump. He's just slow. He's still ranked where he's ranked for me when we came into this. If anything, if I were going to make a change, maybe I put Ray Davis ahead of him, right? But he's still going to be a top 10 back for me. But I had him in the back of around RB9. He's still right around there. He's going to be, for a team, what they need him to do. Turn around, hand him the ball, slam it up the gut. You know what I mean? And if he gets a crease, he can get some chunk plays. So I think if you expected Estime to go out there and run a 4.4, you were out of your damn mind in the first place. Like, that ain't his game. I didn't expect him to run a 4.72. Like, come on, man. Like, get off the start better. Get us a 4.6 something. But ultimately, he's going to be what he's going to be. He's literally a body that can absorb carries up the A-gap. A hammer. That's what he is. The things that hurt for me, Scott, because Garrison said it, nothing changes. We all knew he wasn't fast. Agree. The things that change for me are when the players who were supposed to be fast are slow, and the players who were supposed to be slow ended up being really fast. So Bucky Irvin, I said I knew he wasn't 4.4 fast, right? I knew that. But it's something like, damn, dude, you're a high 4.8 guy and you're sub 195. Like, I really wanted you to be a little faster than that. How does it impact his real draft capital? That I don't know. I don't think Estime's draft capital gets impacted at all. I don't think anything that Estime did here, running a 4.7, I do not believe it gets impacted at all. You know whose does? Probably Bucky. You're light and you weren't fast. And then we didn't talk about him, but Garendo, Scott, this was a player nobody was talking about or drafting 24 hours ago. Not a soul. Doesn't even have an ADP clocked in our registry, man. What do we like? What I said is, if he were valued as a 7th round NFL pick coming into this weekend at 6'2", 220, and you run a 4.33, you're probably like moved up to the 5th round. Somebody would just take a shot on you. So what do you do with a running back like this? Where what's the stat tie? Only Achane and Keaton Mitchell had faster. What was it?
It wasn't faster. They were kind of in the same arena, wasn't it? Like just under 15. Was it just under 15? Is that the number?
Like miles per hour or something?
Yeah, they ran 20. Yeah, in the past 2 years, they hit 24 miles per hour. So
24 miles per hour.
Yeah.
I mean, Garendo, like, that's one that's got to move up for me. Like, who the hell is this guy? I know people have been ripping on Kendall Milton's 4.6, but I'm looking at him like that's another hammer. Like, I'm like, dude, he was put together. He ran 4.6. Like, Kendall Milton to get drafted to carry the ball up the A and B gap. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Garendo was a track star. I remember hearing his story, and he literally didn't do anything his first 4 years in college. Then he transferred to Louisville, and he still was the second running back on Louisville. And there was probably the third best running back on Louisville if you watched him last year. I'm not a fan, but I'm now intrigued to where he's on the radar. He's a running back that probably still goes in the 6th, 7th round, maybe a little higher, but it's not like he's going to – I said it earlier jokingly in the Discord, Garendo RB1, but the consensus is probably he's not a starting level caliber running back. but he's going to get drafted now. A team's going to go.
Yes.
I mean, that's probably a good special teamer. You know what I mean? That's a guy who can do multiple. Yeah, like he's a supreme athlete. Yeah, that's a good comp than Eric Prince.
Deneric Prince, Deneric Prince. There you go.
I think
I'm not taking him at the 2-4 like the mock did, but yeah. But yeah, I agree.
Looking at some of these others, do we think that? No, Josh, go ahead. We haven't heard from Josh a lot. All you, buddy.
I think the Bucky thing. I mean, it's just too easy to say it's like the Kyron situation, because what you saw on film, then you see him do this in the 40, and you're just like, oh, did I see something different in the film? Are my eyes lying to me a little bit? And I don't want to call him Kyron, but man, it's a close correlation between the two, because when you watch Bucky, you see the burst and you see him move like we did in that film session. And it shows up on the field, but it just didn't show up here in the combine. So I think it's going to be, whether it's right or wrong, it feels so much like a Kyron situation right now.
I think the only thing with Kyron is, he tested bad. Yeah, he was small, but Kyron Williams was a bell cow in college. Like, he was the dude. Back-to-back 250-plus touch seasons. Mm-hmm. Whereas that wasn't Bucky. So I think the comparisons are...
But they're not even being drafted to do the same thing, right? Kyron was drafted to turn around, carry ball. Bucky's got back-to-back 1,100-yard seasons. He had 56. He'll be drafted to be the thing that he was. He's not going to be the Kyron, though. I don't believe whether Bucky ran a 4.41, he was ever going to be the type of running back that they turn around and give the ball to 25 times. He is Kenneth Gainwell plus is what you're hoping he can be in space. Can he carve out a role in a 4-minute offense, catch a bunch of passes, and get a couple of carries?
Yes. Which, to the point, let's not compare Kyron Williams to Bucky Irving, because what we saw from Kyron Williams is an outlier this year, meaning you can't take every guy that's small and slow and go, well, he could be Kyron Williams. That's probably not a good place to start, even though their numbers on paper look very similar.
You see this Lad McConkey, Garrett Wilson comp? Y'all see this?
Yeah. I have this pulled up. Do you want me to go through the numbers?
Yeah, can you real quick? Excuse me. Go ahead, Ty. Go through this.
Yeah. So Lad, 40 is 4.39, 10-yard split, 1.52, vertical jump, 36, broad jump, 10.4. Garrett Wilson, 40-yard dash, 4.38, 10-yard split, 1.41, vertical jump, 36, identical, and then broad jump, 10.3, so 1 inch lower. So
Jake Anderson said Daniel Jeremiah comparing Lad to Garrett Wilson. Yep. Lad is going to be a first-round pick. I'm just telling y'all how the community is going to treat this player coming off of a year where everybody in the NFL sort of saw that these quick space creators, quick separators can thrive in the NFL. They want that guy. They don't want the big 6'4" slug anymore. They want the Lad McConkey. And he's going to get the hell with Cooper Kupp. He's about to, like you said, Scott, Antonio Brown, Garrett Wilson comps. People are going to want him because despite what everyone said, they didn't think that boy was going to run no damn 4.3. I promise you that. His line was set at 4.58. And he runs a verified 4.38, 4.39.
Well, here's another thing about Lad McConkey is I think people kind of shit on his production a little bit, but there's something to be said about target competition. You know, you look at Georgia's passing volume the 2 years prior to this, and think of some of the names that Lad McConkey off the rip outproduced. 2021, A.D. Mitchell, James Cook, Jermaine Burton. A.D. Mitchell and Lad McConkey on the same team for 2 years. He was better for 2 years. And not to mention Brock Bowers. That's another thing people have talked about with Bowers. It's like his production. You look at his production. You've said it many times, Ray. His production was dominant from day one. You're going to look up. There's going to be 5 NFL players, running backs or receivers, that Brock Bowers outproduced. So, I mean, if you think his is impressive, you got to give some credence to Lad McConkey's production in 2021, 2022. You know, you had some of the same guys there. You know, you had Darnell Washington, A.D. Mitchell, James Cook. I mean, you had
Kendall
guys
Milton,
playing.
Dewan Edwards, you know?
Yep. And he was right there both years, right behind Brock Bowers. So I don't know. And I think he's the biggest winner if we're talking about the combine today. I think scouting the helmet a little bit to compare him to Garrett Wilson and being like Garrett Wilson was there from the rip and then Ladd wasn't. Yet on paper, you're going to say, man, it's hard for me to move Ladd McConkey up into the top 4 or 5 in the class just because he was never there. But it was a mistake that he was never there. I don't know.
Not for me. Not for me.
You moved him. We were talking Ladd and Roman Wilson in the top 6 the other night. So like that's not shocking. I mean, hell, he was the most impressive guy in Mobile. Those were the 2. So maybe that's my bias because that was really the first close-up look I got at him. But it's interesting that it's kind of come to roost to the point where I want to ask the group this after the combine's over. So we see all the receivers in the second group. They all test. We're going to have a handle on the quarterbacks and stuff. So let's say we do get Brian Thomas confirmation, Roman Wilson confirmation. Are people going to be more interested in these picks now?
Yes.
Not are they going to want them, or are you going to be able to make moves with them? Are you going to be able to sell that 110 now for the likes of George Pickens, that type of deal? Like, are you going to be able to get those more, do you think?
Yes. Cody, what do you think? You haven't said anything in a while.
Every pick, every single pick goes up in value because we got running backs who tested well in the third. We got wide receivers to fill out the second. We've got running backs to fill out the second as well. We've got good elite level, quote unquote, if you determine it from this, wide receivers in the back of the first as well. I almost think you could turn any first into a 25 first right now. Like tomorrow, if you go out and send a 112 for a 25 first, I think you could get it done.
I'm telling you, it's the prime time. I've said right after the combine, your picks go GME, GameStop, like literally, because people are doing the math. They're like, all right, I know the first, like, especially in Superflex, like the first 7 are accounted for. And then you just go 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Ladd McConkey, A.D. Mitchell, Roman Wilson, you know, just throwing names, right? Like, and people are doing the math, like, I can get that guy. Jalen Wright, you haven't even talked about how the community's going to react to this. An SEC producer, over 210 pounds, that runs a 4.38. He did it in the SEC. And he's big. Like, man, I think that these picks, even some of the guys, even the Trey, we didn't even talk about Trey Benson, who most people had as the RB1 coming into the season. He verified at 216, he runs a 4.3. Blake Corum, people were ready to bury him. He's not going to test, right? He's not going to test, but then he tests, and then he tests better than people thought. 4.5. Like, no one saw that really coming. Like, I think everybody's going to want these picks, man.
Hey, Ray, your mic might be a little crackly there. Getting a little bit of feedback. It seemed like when you were talking there, we were getting some feedback.
Well, I'll say this to Cody's point. If you have a 111 or 112, let me check my exposure to those picks. Yeah, I have a lot of 111 and 112s. I think if you can send those picks a day after today, be sending those picks for 25 first. I think that's an auto accept if you can do that. Let me ask you guys, Cody, is that a deal you just send out? Do you think you have to do it like sooner rather than later? You think you just send it right now, or you think that buzz will last for another couple weeks? What do you think?
I think right now is probably the biggest time, or tonight, tomorrow is probably the best time that you can send out that type of a deal. It's gonna slowly fade away once we get to the NFL drafts portion. Whenever people start doing the landing spot mocks, because they're gonna realize that even though all these wide receivers are testing well, they still can't land all high premium best positions. So I think the pick value will slowly start to trickle down post draft. So I think we might be at a all-time high of pick value in the next 24 hours or so.
Ty, you're shaking your head.
Yeah, I mean, you think like Ray said, there's these windows that we have to operate in, and I would say, the next couple of weeks is definitely going to be important, but at the same time, too, we're only going to overanalyze everything. We're going to get that prospect fatigue, like Cody said, probably 2, 3, 4 weeks. So I do think right now is a good time to act. I think I'm not in any 25 first at this point. Like, I'd still like to take my strategic bets because, like you were saying, Scott, like you still have to find someone that's actually going to buy these picks. But I do feel like having like a live asset in this draft, especially if these wide receivers show out, I don't mind trying to do something a little different with that if my only out is like the champions 25 first. Like it's not a straight across the board any 25 first for me, but no, I think this is definitely the time to try to do something. And this is why I've been waiting on moving or doing anything with these picks, is I knew that this kind of a hype train boost would come for many of these spots. And like Cody said, we filled out many rounds in this draft, right? Like it's the depth of this class is what stands out to me.
Josh, let me pick your brain on this.
Class. Actually, get Josh.
No, you can finish. I was going to pick Josh's brain on a similar question.
To the point of that depth that Ty was just talking about, would you rather move it for that 25 first or actually just take 2 shots in the second round if you have like that 111, 112?
And I think to go back to Scott's point, like I think getting 2 seconds is going to be tough, especially in like DD leagues. But I think there's a reality where you can get a second in something else and you probably still leave with the same range of player you could get at that first, right? So it depends on the deal, but yeah, I like having things that I can do things with now, but I also like first. So I'm gonna lean the first, but I do think you can approach this many different ways and kind of be creative.
Am I still crackling? I'm just checking. Is it still?
Yep.
It's still crackling.
Yeah.
I think to Ty's point, if you're anybody out there that's playing in a point per carry league, so 0.25, 0.2, you're a big winner after this combine because the running backs legitimize themselves to where there's going to be a cluster of them that people are going to want to take from 110 to 212. There's going to be 5 or 6 running backs, whereas I think before people were a little hesitant on putting names there. But I think now, especially in a point per carry, where if you run the war, if you look at the My League analytics, running backs are favored flexes over wide receivers. That's a range where if you can move a 110 and get back a 204 and a 209, even going back to that second pick you're getting is a later second in to take the 2 for 1. If it's a 12-team start 10 PPR only and I'm passing up on the wide receiver 5 for 2 later shots, that's maybe where I would probably pull back the reins a little bit. But Josh, I know you are a fairly aggressive player, but you're also very calculated. Would you rather trade the 111 or 112 for a 25 first? And let's assume it's a team that you've vetted. You've looked at their roster and you're like, I'm comfortable with this being a manager. What do I always talk about? A manager I'm willing to bet against their management of the team. Right? There's people I play in leagues with. They're damn good managers. I'm pretty much going to bet they're going to be active enough and savvy enough to get their teams in the mix at the end. That's probably not the manager I want to bet on. But let's say you have one of those teams where you go, you know what? I see some flaws in this manager's game. I'm willing to take their 25 first. Or would you rather trade for a 1-for-1 producer? And let's say you have a competitive team yourself. 110 or Stephon Diggs, or 110 and a team's first that you're like, I may have to wait, but that team could pay me off in spades next year. And I think the bigger thing to that question, what happens mid-season when the picks start to clearly become high and low firsts? If you're sitting on the manager's team that's 2-6, you have their 25 first, that's actually more valuable than even the player. Now it's a high first. It's a chance to be in to trade that during the season. You can buy an even more premium asset. So where are you at, Josh, in being aggressive, getting players or getting points? Or you're better now, Ray?
Am I all right?
You're good.
We got 450 people in here. Hit that thumbs up button. That's all I wanted to say. This is a good conversation. Hit that damn button, man. Hit that button. I was talking too much. Go ahead. My kids just came home. I'll be right back.
So what do you think,
I'm
Josh?
trading out. I'm trading out into a future first, and probably doing that more than a veteran player right now, because I think a couple reasons. One, I want to use that future first, either that it accrues in value because the manager I'm taking that bet on, or two, I'm actually going to use it closer to the season and in season. I think the receivers that we're seeing in this range right now, they're probably good receiver 2 or 3 in the NFL. So if you're looking at, these guys in the back end, I think that's more realistic for them, because look who's drafting at the back end of the first round. Baltimore, San Fran. You got, Arizona could be a good spot where some opportunity is. Miami, like if you have some of these spots, people don't feel good if Vlad McConkey goes to Miami. But that could be legitimately what Mike McDaniel says we need to do, right? Sam Fran could say Ayuk's, on a contract year. Debo, right, is aging out. Maybe we need to pick up a guy at that point in time. And you really feel comfortable with them in their first year. So I think to douse some water on the flames of these prospects a little bit, I think I would take the flexibility of getting the 25 first now, because people are excited about their profiles without the landing spots. And I will go ahead and use that for future use in the season. That would be my preferred decision to do.
Ty, Cody, any extra thoughts? And then I want to talk through some shallower league strategy with everybody, because we get a ton of questions regarding that, and I want to make sure we hit those. Ty, Cody, any more thoughts on which you'd prefer? Cody, I know you are you love yourself some guys like Diggs and Devontae Adams. You rather betting on that next year's first, or are you suckering for give me that Devontae for that 111? What you doing?
I do still have that crust lust, but I do think at this point of the off season, we want to push that pick out, right? Especially if you have that team that's already coming off of a championship window, you're already a top 3 team. You don't need to make the move to solidify a stronger roster now. Just keep the flexibility. You're still in that top 3. You're still going to win a bunch of games probably at the start of the season. Push that out into the future, and I've gotten better with this personally in my own dynasty evaluation game. So yeah, that one. And then the other part that I want to touch on real quick before we move on, me personally, I want to move my draft picks, if I am moving them, before the NFL draft, because the class shortens after the NFL draft. Once we actually have those landing spots, people are going to say, oh, I like the prospect, but he went to a bad spot. I like the prospect, but he went to a bad spot. And then the class shortens compared to only upside visions that we have right now. So if you're trying to move picks, I personally am a guy who moves them right around this time and leading up to the NFL draft.
Shout out to Cody for we got the next giveaway #CrustLust. That's a great one.
Yeah,
absolutely got to use that one.
Ty, before we go to strategy stuff, let's wrap up the combine. Let's wrap up this section, because we're about to get the next group up, and that's why people are here. All right, I want to stay focused on the combine. We're giving away 3 Heisman tier memberships. If you want to get all that strategy, come join the squad. Come join and get into it. But let's kind of give some takeaways from what we've seen so far, especially from the wide receiver group. This is what everybody wanted to see. Everybody wanted to see the receivers. Everyone on this stream has been talking very vaguely so far about what they're going to do, how they're going to react. So I want some names with feelings and emotions elicited with these names, all right? Like, so you just, and how to proceed with this player or think about this player. And I do want to start with the running backs, and I want to talk about Trey Benson. How's everybody feeling about his performance today, despite the fact that some people question his vision, like going out here at that size, 6 foot 216, running a 4.3. We're saying most of these running backs are going to be drafted in rounds 5, 6. Like Benson might be a back end second round pick in the NFL draft, right? Or a high third. Like, how are we feeling about that player? Because he is a known name, and a lot of people already kind of had him at the top.
Yep. I got to let my dog out here quick, so I'll go. I mean, he checked the box, right? He ran fast. He jumped high. He checked the box he needed for me. He didn't fall at all. He didn't change too much my mind, but I'm happy to see that he does have that speed as part of his profile. So, yeah, woo, I guess. Dog.
Okay.
I think for Benson, he probably is the favorite to be the RB1 at this point. Him and Jalen Wright, probably right up there. We already talked about Jonathan Brooks a little bit, how he's going to be an acquired taste, especially if nobody sees anything from him. I would anticipate we see almost nothing from him before he gets drafted. So how are people going to approach him versus those two? But I'm kind of with Ty. I think he moves up. We knew running backs were going to move up, though. It's just you didn't know which ones to take, but you knew there were going to be ones that move up. So I think he's probably moved up into the late top 15, top 18 for sure. So, I mean, he's the name you put in there. Everyone knows my running back approach.
So, but everybody doesn't approach it like that. So I want to talk about it from that angle because we knew some were going to move up, but I don't think people expected the names that we got today to be the ones that move up. I don't think the masses were expecting Marshawn Lloyd to be that guy, to be one of the ones that's in conversation for RB1 in the class. I don't think people were ready for that. And because they weren't ready for it, I don't know how quickly the market will react. I'm curious to see where he starts to go. I'm very curious to see where he goes. Blake Corum, another one, right? He checked a lot of boxes today. Braylon Allen didn't check those boxes. Braylon Allen didn't run. What do you think? He didn't run, and then he was stone hands in the drills. So what's everybody feeling about Braylon Allen? Because that might have been, and I said it on my top RB video, the most polarizing back in the class. Because you got some people who say he's Derrick Henry 2.0, and they love him. 17-year-old, 1,200-yard rusher in a P5 conference. I love him. I don't know, man. I don't know.
Allen's
he
my
did
one
not
that moves
shake
down.
Yeah, go ahead.
Allen's my one that moves down, and he's the one that Trey Benson jumps just for checking the boxes because Braylon Allen didn't check those boxes. Those two are very close for me, so Trey Benson jumps in. But I know I'm a lot lower on Trey Benson than a lot of other people are.
I don't know if Allen moves down. I feel like he's got a bit of an excuse because he didn't run. I think people who already liked him are going to continue to like him. And just say, hey, listen, what he shows on film is what he shows on film. So I think, we've been talking a lot about Braylon Allen's likability, and people are just going to go point right back to his production, his early production coming out. He's big, he's physical. I think he's going to still maintain his interest amongst players. I think Benson is now going to get a little bit more love. And it's going to become him, Brooks, and Allen fighting for that number one spot. So I think Benson, for me, showed more with his speed skill. And that's somebody that I feel like is going to get a lot more interest in the community because they're looking for somebody to point to and say, look at his speed score. Like, look what he did right out there. And then now there's going to be some competition pushing around for that top RB spot. And then Jalen Wright, like you called it beforehand, he ran well, and I think those four are going to come out of here with some excitement, and really people are going to start to push them up and start to debate. Well, let me take the RB1 over Roman Wilson, right? A receiver that's got some questionable production. If I get my RB1 over him in a good landing spot that I like, that's one they're going to be a little bit more excited about.
Yeah.
Yeah. The reality is there's not a running back. Go, Ty.
I'll say it's about Braylon Allen. He didn't shake the plotter allegations in my mind, but I think he's one of those guys who's probably going to get better NFL capital than what his eventual fantasy production will be. So I think he's still going to be in that conversation no matter how we cut it. Like I said, maybe it's an overreaction to think he's going to drop too far, or like what was truly the expectation. But yeah, his stock hasn't done much for me based on today.
All I was going to add is there's not a running back in this class that's going to be able to defeat draft capital demons and good or bad landing spot. Not a single one of them. Doesn't matter. We're still going to probably see the first running back off the board outside the top 50. So once you're there, who cares? Who cares what they are? I just want to be able to say something positive about them, but the landing spot is going to matter.
And by landing spot, you mean that the potential for early opportunity, correct? When you say
100%.
landing spot, you're not saying the Dallas Cowboys. It doesn't. wherever there's spot for opportunity, right? Early opportunity. And a little
think
bit
generally,
of ADV. And a little ADV
yes,
for sure.
The community tends to kind of lump the two together, right? They pick landing spots where there's probably opportunity.
Correct.
Whether you like the landing spot team-wise or whatnot, if a guy goes to the Bears, someone's going to see that as, well, there's going to be opportunity because there's not really a ton of talent already there. Vice versa, if he goes somewhere where maybe he gets good capital, but it's not great opportunity. We saw it with Kendre last year. Jamal Williams isn't good, but he kept Kendre off the field for a good majority of the season. So, I don't know. Let's go to the receivers. Running backs are...
Well, let's talk about the receivers we're about to see. Let's talk. Well, we got to talk about the people are here for that. We got to talk about all the positions. Running backs, we know you don't like them, but we got to talk about them, all right? This next group. So maybe we get Shipley here, Cody. Maybe we get Shipley in this group. I haven't seen anything about him not running. We can't hear Cody. Can't hear Cody.
I missed the mute button.
There you go.
Anyway, no, I assume we get some Ship here. I haven't seen any there. Not the Ship because we're in wide receiver 2 range. So it'll be interesting to see what all these guys end up running. I know we got some Pearsall verticals that are giving some people some hope here. So
what a Pearsall jump?
42 inches. It looks like.
Ooh.
Yeah, Scott's boy.
Ricky can run though, man. Ricky can run. And this is what I'm saying. People want to root for new guys. People want some new names. People want to walk away from this weekend and say, ha, my seconds, thirds, and fourths do matter. There's some, like just think about the psychology of what's going on. Any mock draft you pull up, ESPN, NFL, PFF, it's the same damn names in the first round. How many Xavier Worthies to Kansas City have we all seen? How many Brian Thomases to the Bills? Who else gets mocked? Marv, Odunze, and Neighbors go between the Bears, the Giants, the Chargers, and the Cardinals. Now, after today, there will be new names. There will be the Ricky Pearsalls if he runs fast. You'll see Ladd McConkey. Ladd McConkey's getting mocked in the first round. From here on out, he will be mocked by NFL draft people in round 1. You're not going to see Keon Coleman in round. Things have changed. And I think because people want that change for what we do in fantasy, I think all those damn picks, like Cody said, all of them increased in value. I even think people are thinking about, Ty, you said it earlier, I'm glad I got a bunch of thirds. You literally said that in the first hour of the stream, right? I guarantee everybody's thinking that. And I've always said, right after the combine is one of the biggest value spikes for your picks in Dynasty. It's right after the combine and then right after the draft. Like that, they will spike up again after the draft. But we're here now, baby. It is in. If your picks were on on Thinkorswim or TradeView, it'd just be going up. Green thing just going up. They're just going up. The stock is going through the roof right now.
It's interesting that we see that with because I think normally we get to this point, we see those high-end assets actually go up. We're not seeing that this year because all these guys are they've been locked in and none of them are even testing. Odunze is the one that we're going to see here who might actually do something to increase, but he's already being mocked in as like 106, 107, depending upon format.
Cody, I asked the question, is there anything that Odunze can do to leapfrog Neighbors? I said it in the video. If Odunze goes out here and smashes, there will be people, I'd take him at 2. Neighbors, I don't know. So somehow, he's 6'3", 216. He tested and people saw it. And they like him anyway. I guarantee you'll start to see in some mocks. Now, whether they would do it for money or not, I don't know. But in some mocks, you would see Odunze come off the board before Neighbors, which you just don't see at all right now. You don't see it. But let's see what happens.
Ray, I don't think he beats him. I think it just becomes a general acceptance that they're now going to be in the same tier, which benefits anybody that had 104 through now 107 or 108. You're just feeling even better about those picks where, man, what have we talked about in the Discord a little bit? If you really want Neighbors, a lot of people thought they were going to get him at 105 or 106. And now we're talking about, okay, you may have to be 103, 104 with the steam that he's getting. But if Adunze's in there, now you're at 106, you're going, there's no way I'm going to get Neighbors, but I'll take him. And now I have less pressure to move up and get something that I think I need. If I needed a receiver, I think the people that are needing something versus just taking the best value, they're just shaking their fist like, yes, I feel better about not needing to go give up my 201 to go get Malik Neighbors when I was at 105, and I'm scared he's going to go 104. So I think it just gives us another option, which is great for the class.
Yep.
Terrell said he bought a 108 this morning pre-combine. Couldn't be happier.
Good work, T. Yep. Good work. And it might not be today where people have Rome over Neighbors, right? But yeah, I saw that too. JV's comment. Yeah, Malik Willis. Yeah, Washington 42.5 vert. That's insane. But maybe like that 8th run through on NFL Network where they're re-showing the wide receiver. Like, man, that Rome. Maybe that's it. So I hear you. It might not happen today, but it'll happen somewhere. Maybe just some mocks.
He's got to go do what he's supposed to do. He's got to go do it, though. I'm not just saying it's going to happen, but there will be people ready to do that.
Now, if he doesn't show up, then what? Like,
he'll get excused.
What happens if yeah.
I don't know. I think he will, but if he don't do that, Ty. Don't go down that path. Go ahead, Josh.
I saw that. I posted that vert. And is Vanek part of the Malik Hive? Vanek, are you a fan of Malik Washington? Because, man, he was popping in every single stat I was looking at back in January. I was going, who in the world is this guy? I'm excited to see his little Malik Washington. That's my 4th round sleeper right there. I want to see what this guy does today.
42.5-inch vert's a good start. And you look at the funny thing is about the PFF grades when I would run them for like Neighbors narratives or like Marvin Harrison, Malik Washington would always be in there, and I got to get him out of there somehow because you're like, there's no way. But every single thing, man, he's up there, and now he just ran. How tall was he? How tall was he officially? That's one I don't think I've checked on Malik Washington's official height and weight. I believe he's listed at 5'8", 2 something, like 5'8", 2 something, or 5'10", 2 something. It's got to be like 5'9", 5'8".
There you go. 5'8", 191.
So not even as big as he. Man, they juiced him up.
That's thick though. 191. You invoked a name
he's
earlier.
Not tiny.
Xavier Worthy, 165 and didn't run. Is that a guy's that perception just went down? Even though,
well, he might run. No, he might run. He might run.
Oh, I thought he wasn't going to. Is he going to be in the second group?
Yeah, he might be. I don't think anybody ever said that they weren't. We just assumed that, but there is a second group. So he said he was going to run 4.2, so I don't know why he would say that at the podium and then not do it. So let's assume X runs. X is going to run. Let's just assume that.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, we'll see if he checks some of the boxes that you wanted later on with the other guys we mentioned, like Rome and Thomas. But is that a guy that's just kind of getting lost a little bit with some of the hype for the other names? I mean, he's already kind of polarizing, but that's one that'll be interesting to see where, because I've put him at wide receiver 4 or 5 just based on part of it was ADV, just based on his name. He's been there since the get-go. But I don't know. Is he one of the ones that at risk of getting lost in this second group potentially if he goes out and runs a 4.38 at 165? Not fast enough. That's still fast, but it's not fast enough. Like it feels like he's somebody that needs to run a 4.3 or better, or he could get pushed down for no reason.
He better be faster than AD Mitchell. I know that.
True.
Like I mean, just at a bare minimum, there ain't no way.
Yeah,
ain't no way. If AD Mitchell's a 4.35, and I think his official was 4. What was AD's official? 4.34.
I think it was 4.35.
4.35.
4.34.
X better go 4.2. He better go 4.2.
Yeah.
He's got to be 4.2. It's interesting though, Scott, about all of this, right? I can have Ladd McConkey ranked number 8, number 9, number 7. But if he goes to a primo spot in the first round, I will draft him over some of these other guys. I'll tell you that. So how do you even I'm looking at the rankings and I feel like they're almost like the 3 no-brainers that you don't even need to have ranked. Everybody knows it's Marv, Neighbors, and Odunze. And then even after that, Brian Thomas, Roman, Adonai, Franklin, McConkey, whomever it is, like where do they land? Like where are they at? When did they get drafted? And then I'll see who somebody liked better, right? Like do you really care if I've got Roman Wilson at 5 and he lands in the Dolphins situation? I mean, I don't know, maybe. It's like that's what Cody was basically saying about JSN last year. I don't think anybody's truly just drafting these rookies off of somebody's numerical ranking. Like, you better be paying attention to the damn opportunity, the landing spot, the situation. Did you want that wide receiver Atlanta would draft last year with Arthur Smith and Desmond Ridder? Like, you wouldn't have cared where they drafted him at.
Well, I'm curious then, because I think Josh and Cody were talking about it earlier with the teams that are drafting. Let's assume Odunze, Neighbors, and Marv all go in the top 10. Pretty fair assumption, right? Maybe one of them goes to 11 or something like that. And then let's also make the assumption no receiver goes until after 15. Okay? So second half of the draft. Just a little exercise. Teams because there's a bunch of teams that could draft a quarterback. Minnesota, Denver, Las Vegas. Those teams could take QBs. So I don't know if they go first round receiver, but I think after that it's fair game. Wouldn't you guys say? From like 16 and on, it could be fair game for a team to take Jacksonville, Cincy, the Rams, Pittsburgh. I mean, any of those teams could just take a receiver and say it's a luxury pick, right? This is the best player on our board. We're taking him. But which one of those situations do you think is going to be seen as a primo landing spot, regardless of who the name is, that people are going to go, all right, if it's a name I like and they go to one of those spots, people are going to favor it. Seattle, probably no, right? We already mentioned that. Seattle, no. Jacksonville and Cincy, depending on what happens with Higgins and Calvin Ridley, like those could be 2 spots that people like if they took a receiver. I think that's fair. Now, what if both those teams retain their receivers, but then they take the wide receiver 4? People in on that? People in on a Cincy takes Brian Thomas or Jacksonville takes Ladd McConkey? Are you using a 108 pick on that player? Or are you going to wait and see other landing spots? Neutral?
It's tough. It's tough working through this because if you're just looking at the draft order, all of those spots that you're talking about before you get to Buffalo, I think is the first one where they could just take a receiver and you'd be perfectly fine with it. But everything from that range of what you said, where you're going 15 with Indy to 27 with Houston, they almost need something else to happen for there to be a real opportunity. And that's a dangerous range for a wide receiver to go there, because all of those, as long as they keep what's currently on the roster, all of those look like they could be a wide receiver 3 on their own team.
I mean, rail these off, Cody. Seattle, Jacksonville, Cincy, LA Rams, Pittsburgh Steelers, Miami Dolphins, Philadelphia Eagles. All of those teams currently have 2 top 30 receivers on their roster already, if you count Calvin Ridley. I mean, that's tough for a rookie to go in there and put one of those guys in the 108, 109 slot versus saying, I'm willing to be a little more liberal and I'll take the guy that goes in the second. Now, I think after that, though, you got the Texans. That's an interesting one because they have 2 top 24 receivers right now. Yet I see in the chat people saying, oh, Texans draft the receiver. I'm all in on that guy. Dallas takes a receiver. I think people will be in. That's the first spot where I look and go, if they take a guy, I think they'll be in. And then Green Bay, anyone want a receiver to go there?
No, please no.
It's the mid of all mid wide receivers making the room up together.
They have to get younger.
No, Houston has 2 firsts. I mean, I think the one team is probably Tampa Bay at 26. I can easily see the Mike Evans replacement narrative, whoever they take, if they take a receiver. I can see that. But I guess the hard thing I'm reconciling, Cody, is there's going to be probably 2 or 3 other receivers that go in the first, but 90% of the landing spots people are not going to love. They are going to like some of the teams picking in the second round more. Teams picking at the high part of the second, they're going to like that more than they are some of these teams in the 20s.
Oh, that McConkey to Carolina at the first pick of the second round is going to be.
I would go out on a limb to say Ladd McConkey is not leaving the first round. He will be a first round pick. Like I feel pretty good. Like if I had to just right at this very moment, like redo these ranks, I mean, Ladd's got to jump at least Troy Franklin. Adonai went, and I think it's a good group, man. It's a good group. It's a very good group. A lot of guys from the receiver position. They check boxes. What was Legette's Ras score? Anybody got what it officially was? I thought he did well. Looks like they're about to start too. Thank goodness. It's been forever. I want to know what Legette did.
9.66. So
give me his give us the measurables.
Yeah, so 6'1", 221, 40 vertical, 10.6 broad, 4.47 unofficial 40. What is it official now?
They updated
4.39.
Did it drop 4.39? Yeah.
Yeah, his official was a 4.39.
Okay.
And he went up to a 9.92 in Ras.
Yeah. There you go.
I mean, I know they say athleticism doesn't matter, but if I'm going to take a shot, I mean, he looked good today. He looked good in the routes. Like, everything looked good. He looked fine to me.
This is, someone corrected me in the chat, too. Houston only has 1 first-rounder because they did move their other first to the Cardinals. But this is tough to reconcile because there may be 6 or 7 receivers in the first. And there's not a lot of these landing spots where people are going to be in love with. There's just not. I mean, Buffalo and the Chiefs are obvious, but there's probably going to be 2 or 3 receivers that maybe even go before those teams.
That Indy at 15 stands out to me too. I guess it's possible.
Ty, I don't know if people would love a receiver to Indy if they keep Pittman. They already have Downs. I don't know if people would like that much.
But see, the people wouldn't. The team, I could see the team doing it, right? Like it's great for the team. And Daryl said, "Nah, you found out over Ladd right now, first round. Come on, like he's." I believe the NFL will draft him in round 1. Like I believe he'll be in the first round. After today, he didn't just check boxes, man. He completely rewrote his own narrative today. A lot of people were like he's a 4 or 5 guy. Literally go up and down the timeline and look at. I think he's quicker than fast. Shit you not. That was all this morning. He's just quicker than he doesn't have straight line speed. I watched every game at Georgia. I'm telling you, he doesn't have straight line speed. And then he runs a laser 4.39. And then you see the comparisons to Garrett Wilson and who else? Antonio Brown. How crazy if you don't think he's going to go top 32. Crazy. I've been doing this long. I've seen it too. He's top 32. I'm telling you. And he's gritty. Exactly. And he's a gritty kid. He's got a lot of heart. Didn't have only D1 offer he had before Georgia was Tennessee Chattanooga. Real, not even joking, for real.
And we were talking about earlier with prototypes and those Shanahan wide receivers.
Man.
We talked about one team in there, the Texans, who have that back end first round pick, who could be taking a wide receiver, who that Ladd McConkey type would fit real well for.
Hey, yeah. The Eagles would be wild. I could see that. Them adding and just putting him essentially in the slot, interchangeable with A.J. Brown.
Well,
that'd be crazy.
It's interesting because there are teams that will just take best player available. So there may be teams that just take a receiver, especially if there's a player like Smitty or like T. Higgins or Calvin Ridley, where there's a contract situation coming up, and it just gives them a little more leverage in the negotiations. But I'm looking at the second round. I mean, stop me when I get a bad landing spot for a receiver. Carolina. I mean, in terms of like they need one.
Yeah.
Carolina, New England, Arizona, Washington, Chargers, Titans, Giants, Washington again. Then you get to Green Bay, Minnesota. But those first 8 picks, 2 Washington picks. I mean, I know people aren't excited about the Titans or the Giants or the Patriots, but like a lad goes somewhere like there, or Brian Thomas goes somewhere right there. Like the community sees him as an alpha right away. That's the best receiver on the team, or close to it. Definitely the wide receiver 2 on a lot of those teams. So we might get some real debates on, do I really want that receiver that went 19th overall or that receiver that went 39th? And the landing spot makes me pick one over the other.
X-worthy, 41-inch vert, 10-11 broad jump. I'm just asking the question. I know we had Tank Dell and people don't care anymore, but any concern about him being 5'11", 165? Almost 6 foot, 165. Any concern? Be honest. Be honest reaction.
No, because I've already seen Devonta and Tank, and I'm not doing it anymore. I'm just,
Josh,
man, if
so
they're good,
a little concerned, Josh. At the core of who you are, Josh.
Listen,
just a little bit, right?
Fool me twice, that's on me. Not a third time, all right? I will buy in, all right? Give me let me buy in. So
okay.
no, I mean, I think he's an excellent receiver. Like, there's no doubt about it. Regardless of his size, he's an excellent prospect and an excellent receiver. So I'm excited for him to get an opportunity and see what he can do. And so I'm not going to be swayed from that standpoint. His metrics look good from his production profile. It's very strong. So I think, I'm excited to see him go, and I'm not going to be swayed based on his size.
The only argument that I have for the size narrative is there's things in his game that I think are limited even at the college level because of his size. Like, I don't think he's a massively plus yak guy. I don't even think he did well whenever they just tried to pepper him with all these screens this last year. I don't think he really performed well there. So that's more where I see the size concerns, but I don't see just his size as the number being the concern. I think there's other things that correlate, but it's more like tape things for me with Worthy that actually bring up the concern, but then the size is also there along with it. So maybe there's a little bit in the back of my mind, but it's not just looking at the number and seeing a concern like I think we used to do in the past.
Doesn't that matter more this year too, given just the bevy of options that are available? Don't you have to kind of dissect those things maybe a little bit more than you would have in years where you would have just said, oh, he got good capital, he's fast, decent landing spot, I'll just take him as wide receiver 5. Like, does that matter a little more, given there's probably going to be 4, 5, 6 comparable options, capital-wise, him compared to some of the others? I don't know.
We got to split hairs somehow, because there's going to be probably 9 of them that matter. You got to start putting in rankings at some point, and I laid out my process about how I go through it pretty much earlier. So I do my 3-step process on how we get to that rank, but everybody's got to have, you should have something that gets you to that point. And whether that is the size, I wouldn't even knock you if it was the size thing that was your thing that actually was the thing that split that difference for you. I wouldn't knock it, but you got to at some point end up splitting them somehow.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And it's almost been like most of our conversations in the Heisman house, like Josh can attest, we spent hours in there just trying to find the efficiency bets, right? The who in this range, can we take the bet on if we have to take the bet? I feel like this draft class is going to be a lot of, take your best guess. So like we're talking about, if I can find the opportunity and the right manager to actually make that trade back, I'm typically going to try to do that. But at the end of the day, like Cody said, we have to split hairs somewhere, right? So
What do you think about old Jordan Vanek, who said J.J. McCarthy about to attempt more passes at the combine than any game at Michigan?
As long as it's in the first half of the combine, I'm fine. But the second half of the combine, he doesn't have to throw.
JV, that's just dirty. All right, we'll get that off. We are still waiting for them to run. We are still waiting, but Xavier Worthy is going to run fast, and I wonder how people will react, because if he runs fast, which we'll double count it because we expect him to run fast, but he'll run fast, and I wonder where people will slot him in. Slot him in.
I think it goes back to that conversation of just what's that capital and what's that landing spot. If he gets that narrative mock that we've been seeing every single time of either the Bills or the Chiefs, you're going to see him shoot up. If he ends up going to the Washington Commanders to be their deep target, it's not going to look good with a rookie quarterback coming in with Terry McLaurin, with Jahan Dotson, who some people still for some reason like. You're going to see. I think he's one of the most volatile pieces that I think, regardless of really what he does today, as long as he just, like we've been saying, checks the box, he's still going to go high. But I think he's one of the more volatile assets in that back end of the first, where he could go from anywhere 108, 109 all the way to 204.
If any of those guys, pick your receiver, goes to Baltimore, do you feel better or worse about him? Because Aguilar, you know what I mean? Is replacing Aguilar? Bateman didn't really fire. You pick any of these guys, Franklin, Worthy, Coleman. You feel good or worse?
I think if the community will not like that, because whether you like Aguilar or Bateman, they're going to be on the field. They're going to be in the way. They're going to have Isaiah Likely and Mark Andrews on the field. So a guy like Troy Franklin goes to Baltimore, which he's probably not going to go to Baltimore in the first at this point, but let's just say hypothetically he did. I think the community generally is too smart to buy into that now. They'll just fade it. They'll say there's too many options for me to use a pick on that guy. Very few people would say that would be the player I would take at wide receiver 5 or 6 or 7 because of draft capital. And to your larger point, Josh, there's so many good receivers. I mean, there's tons we haven't even talked about. Let's say you get into a best ball dynasty setting here. You taking Troy Franklin that goes to Baltimore in round 1 versus Ricky Pearsall, who gets a great landing spot in round 3? You really taking them 2 rounds apart in a rookie draft when there's 18 receiver options and you have to pick one at 112 and there's another available at 212? You know what I mean? Especially in best ball, there's going to be so many options, and there's just by default going to be good receivers. I mean, we haven't even mentioned some names. I haven't heard them mentioned once on the stream. Guys like Brendan Rice. There's just so many names that are going to go in the first 2 days. And when you're in a best ball scenario, like a lot of us play, the threshold of what you need to be relevant is a lot lower. A lot of these guys are in the same bucket. So how do you play it then? Is that when everybody's especially trying to get more volume than they are quality? Best ball, I'm willing to trade back and give me 3 shots, more importantly. So that's going to be an interesting thing to play here, because there's just so many names, and they're not all going to get good capital. Tez Walker, Jalen Polk, Xavier Legette, Malachi Corley, Brendan Rice, Jamari Thrash, Javon Baker, Malik Washington. These are all guys probably none will go in the top 50. But any of them could be, speak of chasing the next Tank or Puka, best ball especially, those are all players I'm I have interest in drafting depending on where they go.
Yeah, I said I liked those thirds earlier. I love those thirds in best ball. Ooh-wee. Give me all of them. All of them.
Only 11 players have run sub 4.3 in the past 10 years, and CJ2K only one to pan out. Thrash is my sleeper, Jamari Thrash. We'll see what he runs, Garrison. Daniel says, love the Baltimore landing spot. I think any wide receiver they draft, if they are more talented than their current room, they automatically getting fed. I like Franklin in 2024 best ball if he is a Raven.
So you know why I respect that take? Because I think that take from Garrison is one that will go against the hive mind. If you really have conviction on that take, I think you could probably get a lot of Franklin in your leagues if you want. Hypothetically speaking, if he goes to the Ravens.
All right, we got somebody else joining the stream. Look at this. We've been waiting for this guy. Shane, what's up, baby?
There he is.
What's going on?
What's up?
You got crowded all day, so I mean, I didn't see a spot. I didn't want to come in, and there was like 17 people on every time I looked up.
Oh, we're just hanging out, man. We're just hanging out, baby.
It's good. I see we got a lot of wide receivers. Yeah, a lot of wide receivers going to go in the first, which 32 wide receivers are going to go in the first round. 6 quarterbacks. Michael Penix. I didn't even watch Michael Penix's workouts. I saw so far.
Well, he's about
his
to
lobby
work out now. He's about to work out now, so you didn't even miss it.
It's exciting. So exciting for this 25-year-old 7th-year starter.
Ray, can I borrow $23? Mace, I'm trying to get some money, man. Yeah, J Rich checker, not working today. But he set the stream up at the right time, so I'm not going to complain. But he is not working today. Here's one right here. Would you trade the 112 for 204 and 205? I think we kind of discussed that, right?
Need context, right?
Shane had to jump off. He has a computer issue, but he'll be back in a second. But this was a question that is perfect for what I wanted to bring up earlier. Ty, Cody, even Ray and Josh. I mean, start 9. Are you doing this trade? Shallow leagues, are you doing this trade? Are you giving up their opportunity to pick who you want, or you control what you do with that 112 in a start 9? Start 12, start 11, everybody's making that deal, right? Give me the 204, 205 for the 112, not even close. If it's a deep league or a best ball league, you're taking the 2. Yeah. Shallow league, though, because 112, you're probably like, man, now the pressure's on me to find a player that matters in a start 9, which is tough to do. Are you rather just taking 2 shots, or are you thinking I'm keeping the better asset and seeing what else I can do with it?
Man, this is a tough one because it's in most years, I would say the 112. But I think because it's so deep right now, and then we get back to the what happens post NFL draft. But right now, I kind of want that 204, 205. I want the 2 shots because I think it's so flat within that range with all these assets that we're talking about. I think I actually want the 2 shots. We'll see if that plays out all the way through. But right now, today, I do think I want the 2 shots, even in start 9, because I think that they're all very similar assets.
What do you think, Shane? Start 9. Would you rather hold the 112 for what could I do with the 112 to maybe try to move up? Or would you rather just take for me, if you're going to make all 3 picks, I'd rather take the shot on 2 players if I'm holding the picks throughout and just seeing what happens with the players. But asset-wise, that goes against the grain of what you probably would want to do in a start 9.
I mean, the problem is the 112. I don't know what my mic sounds like. Sorry if it sounds bad. I can't figure out which mic I'm on.
Sounds great now.
You're fine. You're good.
All right. Cool. Scott making me all self-conscious and shit. About to cry live on air. The thing about the 112 is it doesn't really hold a lot of trade power. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I can't add that to the 102 and move up to the 101. No one's really going to take that. The 112 is basically a second anyway. And in the start 9, it already is weak. So, yeah, especially in a class like this where there's, joking around, 10 wide receivers that I'll probably want to draft. So 3 or 4 of them will be in that range. I'll just take the double shots, 2 shots.
Yeah, because like that 1 first is not like it's about maybe the same liquidity as those 2 seconds, right? In today's market, and I like to have some dynasty arrogance at times. You know, like to make my bets, but this isn't the time that I'm really trying to make that bet. It's really not the time I'm trying to be arrogant. I'm just going to bet that if I can take the 2 seconds in that case, which again I don't know if you can actually get that deal in most leagues, but if I can make that deal, I'll take the 2 shots. I'll hedge my bets there. Said, like Shane said, it's all the kind of the same range. There's gonna be guys in that early second that I want, probably about as much as I want in the first.
Ray, we got a question from the chat a couple times. Right now, for those playing in Devy leagues, which is probably few and far between, but I think it's an interesting conversation. How many receivers right now would you take over Luther Burden, the asset? You have Luther Burden. You're a team that you're interested in getting into this class, but that's what the other person really wants. No, and you pick your number. What would you say? Ballpark it.
From this. Well, first of all, Burden isn't even my wide receiver 1 in 25. So I'm trying to put my mind in where I think it's pretty clear that it's T.T. or McMillan. I think it's T-Mac. Like everything it should be McMillan in my opinion, but neither here nor there. One of those two, I'll just put those in there. How many 24 assets am I taking over them?
I mean, he mentioned receivers specifically. Where would Burden
3.
stack up? But I think
3.
the easier question is
3.
like just which one would you take? Okay, so he's right there. He's ahead of all the other ones besides the top 3. Okay.
Yeah, I would take Marv, Odunze, and Neighbors, and then that's it. And then it'd be McMillan or Burden.
So do you think he has that name cachet to where we're going to start viewing him like a Neighbors or a Marv when we get to next December, where you just want him because he's seen as a clear-cut top first-round pick?
Absent an injury, McMillan and Burden. We are, but now we're going to react to the combine. We're finally starting. Spencer Rattler is up. Let's see what he runs. I don't really care what Spencer Rattler runs, to be honest, but let's just see. 6 foot 211.
That's a Ty Declare 40 time right there. 4.96.
All here for quarterback 40s. Love it.
Yeah. I had
I think
Rattler, they had his time at 4.77. I was like, there's not a chance in hell.
I mean, Hartman was the only one to run in the first group, right? I think we're gonna get 3 guys
they made
running.
Hartman run back to back. He ran his 40, and they told him to come back, and he had to run his second one immediately. He didn't even get a break.
Penix and he's still the fastest one.
They made him famous for an afternoon. That's his highlight. That's pretty cool. He got to be the star at the NFL Combine for like 15 straight minutes.
Shane, I'm not joking. They didn't give him 2 minutes, man. He got down there and they called his ass right back to the starting line. He's still huffing, dude, and they're like, "Go, we're getting this. You're the only one running. Go." And
what did he run on the second one?
I think he had like a 4.82, so like right in line with what he ran before.
Yeah, it was right in line, but it was a little slower, and I don't blame him. But only 3 quarterbacks running, so this will be quick. Let's just talk about who didn't run. That I'm very shocked. No Joe Milton, no Michael Pratt. Neither of those two ran. Am I shocked that Penix or Nix didn't run? Not really, but Pratt and Penix. I mean Pratt and the other Milton. I'm shocked they didn't run.
Who had Keaton Slovis faster than Keon Coleman on their bingo cards?
No.
Wow.
You could have got somebody on that. That would have been an interesting one to bet.
I didn't touch his prop because it was too. The fact that it was set at 4.6 something, I was like, yeah, let me leave this alone. Do you care about Spencer Rattler's 40 time? I mean, he is slow. Look at that. He's got that gut too. You can tell. It's like it's not like the protruding gut, but it's just the down sag gut. You know what I mean?
I mean, I want my quarterback with a little fluff to take a hit or two. A little Mahomes fluff.
Yeah. Tell him to take the flak jacket off before he runs, huh? Take the flak jacket off.
Let him be built exactly like Mahomes. That dude has less muscles than me, and out there doing whatever he wants on the football field. Workout warriors. Will Levis looking like a Greek god. Whatever.
You're right.
Mahomes 40 time officially is 0.01 seconds faster than whoever's chasing him. So
yeah,
if either can do that, all the power to him. But I don't know. He's got the gut down.
Scott, I'll tell you who we need to stop drafting probably in any underdog or FFPC is Dylan Johnson. I would probably leave that one alone. I think he is probably – people like the tape, but he tested awful today in every category. That's one I'm not going to bet on is Dylan Johnson. Like that stinks too because I really like this film. Last 40 and we get the wide receivers. Who are we excited to see? Let's get the chat is still here, 363 strong. We are almost at the 5-hour mark. Almost at the 5. Somebody said Rattler's running in pads out there.
So who do we have? We have Rome. We have Brian Thomas. We have Jalen Polk, Roman Wilson, Ricky Pearsall, Brendan Rice, Jamari Thrash. Who else?
Malik Washington, Devontae Walker, Johnny Wilson, Taj Washington.
I want to see what Johnny Wilson runs.
Dude, this is a great group. This is a dope receiver class. I just want to keep saying, I want to reiterate this. Just because your favorite analyst has your favorite receiver as wide receiver 13, it's okay. Don't worry. It's okay. Like, the class is deep. Odunze up first. Let's see what he does. I don't want to hear it. Ty's internet's fast. I'm going on mute.
Yeah, I'm not saying anything. I will say this, though. Isaac Guerrero wasn't even in underdog, like, in the system. So, I don't think anyone was on.
Y'all can hear me, but I can't hear y'all.
Let's go.
Smooth. Okay, what do we think? No one says anything.
Comparing him to Larry Legend, huh?
They already had this in the hopper. They had this in
Yeah,
the
that
hopper.
was.
Hell or high,
Yeah, I've been waiting to post that one there.
Yeah, hell or high water. This was ready to go.
Oh, Ricky
He's the next Larry Fitzgerald? Really?
Heard it here first.
It is fun just kind of sitting here going silent and watching it with everybody. It's interesting.
Yeah.
I like it.
Oh, Ricky's moving.
4-4-1.
Yes, he was.
Mm-hmm.
He was moving.
Okay.
You could tell.
Oh, he can get under. He can get a 4-3 on the next one.
Yeah, he was moving. And he was
kind of
he was side to side to start too, Josh. He was moving. Again, another name people want to pick up, push up. All right, here's our boy, Jalen Polk. Here we go.
Yeah, this one I'm really interested in.
It's going to be a 4.62. Watch, Josh. I'm going to have to lean on the tape.
4.55, like the most basic you can get.
Terrell's coming back. Hold on. Let's see what Polk just. I got to mute y'all. I got vested stake in Polk. It's not great. It's fine.
Awful.
It's actually
That's
Jalen
CD
Polk.
time, right?
That's Jalen Polk. If you watch his tape, that's Jalen Polk. You did nail it. You got it.
0.02 of a second off. Just the most basic prospect you can get. That is the most solid NFL wide receiver.
He's solid though, man. All right,
he's
Terrell's
good.
back. Terrell is back.
Hey, I mean, CD ran a 4.5, right? So.
Yeah,
dude,
I like Polk.
What's the record for wide receivers with 4.3s in the combine? This feels like a lot of them this year.
I know that I think 11 players have gone sub 4.3, and the only one that's been good for fantasy is Chris Johnson.
Yeah, Scott Barrett put up a tweet earlier and had some good information, like the fastest, 26 guys. There was one dude with an 1,000-yard season out of 26 players.
It's a big 40 for Brendan Rice. It's a big 40 for him. They said Steve Smith had the best comparison for Brendan Rice, the Isaiah Pacheco of receivers. That's how he runs routes.
Just eating up ground.
Hey, that is a good time for Brendan Rice.
I'll take that. Yeah,
that's a good time for Brendan Rice, man.
For a big dude like that, yeah, that's good.
That's a good time for him. He's a day 2 receiver. Book it. Day 2 receiver.
Yeah,
he'll go off the board on day 2.
Look at him through the chest and the shoulders, man. He is big up top.
He's huge. He's a big dude in person.
Huge.
It's a good time. I know that. I know some of those people we were with in Mobile, Scott. They still can't stand that Brendan Rice, even if he ran a 4.51. Too slow.
Oh.
This is a big one.
Didn't start well. Oh,
It ended real well.
Oh, that was good.
Jesus.
Whoa.
Let's go.
The
Wide
GPS
receiver
data
4.
said Brian Thomas was the fastest receiver in the draft, and he just backed it up.
4-3-4. Wide receiver 4, locked and loaded. Ain't no debate. No debate. Number 4. No debate.
Oh, Lord.
I didn't even see that coming. Not 4-3-4. Close the door. First round pick. Wide receiver 4. It's a wrap. It's a wrap.
The man has spoken.
It's a wrap. He ain't even going to make it to Buffalo. He's not falling to 28. LSU, the last time LSU had 2 studs like this, I'm going to just say it worked out very well for everybody. Worked out very well for everybody.
He jumped well, too. 38.5, 10.6.
The crazy thing about Brian Thomas is, in that recruiting class, in his LSU recruiting class, it was Deion Smith, Brian Thomas, and Neighbors was the 3rd. Brian Thomas and Deion Smith were rated higher. They were supposed to be the 2. And then Deion Smith, whatever happened to him at LSU, who knows? Neighbors outworked him, got the shot. But Brian Thomas has always been there. He's always been there. 4.
Back to what we talked about earlier. There's a shot that if Adunze, Neighbors, and Marv all go in the top 8, 9, you've seen a lot of mocks with Chicago getting the wide receiver 3 at pick 9, right? There's a chance that there's another receiver or 2 that goes into that range where everyone thinks they're going to be moving up for QBs. That Minnesota, Denver team may just take a receiver in there going, it's the best player on our board. You know, like we may see wide receiver 4 come off the board in the top 15.
How valuable did the 108 just get? And this is why, Cody, right after the draft, if you want to sell them first, I don't give a shit if it's the 114. It is way more valuable right now than it might ever get until the draft. Like any first rounder right now, whoever said it earlier that you could probably move any first for 25 first. I'm 111, 112. I mean, the 110 just got mad. I mean, the 108's very valuable right now. Very valuable. Just off of that, because it just checked. Brian Thomas didn't just check a box. Again, he rewrote his own box, going 4-3-4, first run.
Man, just starred the box. You don't check that box. You star that box on the player card whenever they're putting that together. We were talking earlier whenever we saw that last wide receiver group run, and I said I wasn't moving Troy Franklin. He's moved now. Brian Thomas, definitely jumping. So,
it's Thrash.
locked in wide receiver
Thrash 4-4-6. That's very good. 4-4-6 for Jamari Thrash. Devon Vele or Vili.
Okay, Tez.
Oh, it's got to be 4-3. He's got to be. You got that Canadian internet. Go on mute. Goddamn it, Ty.
Yeah, Ty's a good 10 seconds ahead of all of us.
Yeah,
He's
man.
just running for me.
Okay, Tez. Okay,
still in damn commercials over here.
Okay, Tez. I said the same thing, Ty. All right, Malik. Malik's out. Okay, Malik. Okay.
I mean, what we talk about, Ray, those short guys, if they can run fast, then it's rare you see the 5'8" dude run fast.
Yeah, it's very rare. All right, Johnny Wilson. He can move. He's moving. 4-5-3.
Bro got there in like 9 strides too.
All right, here it is. Let's see.
All right, last two for their first run.
Oh boy, these are big for the value of the picks. This is big. I gotta go on mute. I'm not listening to y'all. Y'all can hear me, but I can't hear you. Take your time, Ron. Take your time.
No.
Oof. He's going to run fast. You see it? You see him roll? Try to do the rolling start. He's going to run fast, boys. And that's given very, very much Trey Lance hair. I don't like this style.
I was just going to say, it's aerodynamic Lance, at least.
It's given Trey Lance, and that's never a good thing. It's just Trey Lance vibes with the hair. Tyler Claire, go on mute. I might mute you personally just until it's done. I don't need any reaction from you at all.
Just pause your thing for 5 seconds.
Yes,
then you'll be in line with all of us.
Pause your face for 15 seconds, please. God damn it, Roman. Come on, man. Get down and run. He's out.
Oof.
4-4-1. 4-4-1. It's a good time.
Here comes
but
X Worthy.
All right, X. Damn, you see his 10-yard split? 1-5-2. 10-yard split. That's moving. Roman at a 1-5-2, 10-yard split. All right, X.
Worthy he just looks like a sprinter in there, doesn't he?
Oh man. Just long and explosive. Oh my God.
Holy shit.
He backed it up.
Oh my.
Zoom.
Shit.
So if you put that 425 on the board, do you even bother running the second one?
No. Absolutely not. Oh my.
Well, Ray, you said he had to go faster than Mitchell. I think
he better went faster than AD. 4.25. Yeah, he's done. Look at him. What's the record? 4.24?
4.22.
Damn, Odunze's got to follow that up. All right, let's talk about it.
I don't think there was a loser in that first run, honestly.
Nobody.
Yeah, those are all good times.
Pearsall,
good times
Thomas.
run. Yeah.
Everybody.
I mean, they're all freak shows. Like, I mean, I don't know how else to put it. Like, they're doing shit like this used to be rare. You know what I mean? Like, you see guys this size running like that, you'd be like, wow, he's a unicorn. Now it's just like, yeah, that's some third-round wide receiver. No big deal. Like, they're just all freak shows.
You see JJ pumping him up because X was supposed to be at Michigan. He was committed to Michigan and then flipped to Texas. Come on, Rome. Just stay in the 4-4s. Who lost? Who did we look? Who ran and you were like, ugh?
Spencer Rattler.
Yeah. If you had to say there were losers, it was probably somebody like Thrash or Brendan Rice because you can tell they're a tier 2 below everybody else. You know, they just are.
Yeah.
They're gonna let Keon Coleman run again. He could lose again.
Ooh. Good job, Rome. Good job. You rarely see him improve the second run, and he ran faster. He's a 4.4. That at 212, 6'3", 212. He's a one. He's a wide. You can project him to be a wide receiver 1 at the next level. So whatever targets you want to put in for wide receiver 1s, like plug those into your model. Like that's who he should be. Pearsall and these guys, I'm not gonna say he's not a wide receiver 1. You're not banking on him to be a 1. Good time though.
Oh, you see Pearsall, he's gonna be a 19% target share, right? A good receiver 3, right? He's gonna have some good weeks out there and a good offense, especially. You know, he's gonna be a great best ball pick in your dynasty team.
Agreed. What about Polk? Talk about Polk, because he's got alpha size. I don't think so, though. I think he's a complimentary weapon. I like him a lot, but I think he's a complimentary piece. And he's ran a 4.5, you know? It's a good run for him, though.
Tyler Boyd, you know, he's very good for an NFL team, but he can probably plug in a couple spots, but probably not.
Well, man. He's built well. Let's talk about
headband game strong. Great headband.
Talk about X though. Worthy. I mean, everyone talks about the hands, right? Stone hands. That's what everybody says about Worthy. But he goes out there and he runs a 4.25, which probably means if we're pumping him 80 in round one, you think I don't know, man. He might be a high second round pick. Shane, where do you think that kind of guy goes? Like 4.2 40 fast. For a player that people like, good prospect, good college player. Is he a first round pick, you think?
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
100%. Yeah.
I mean, I'm having a hard time keeping a lot of these wide receivers out of the first round of the rookie draft. I need a 14. I need like a 14 teamer, even though if I'm in a 12 team, like there's like 14 wide receivers I want.
Good job, Polk.
Shane's NFL mock next week will have 11 receivers in the first round.
Yeah. I mean, dude. Yeah. I'm looking at where I've got X now. I got him behind Troy Franklin. That's got to change. That's got to change.
Yes.
I'm not taking Troy Franklin before Xavier Worthy. I'm good.
I mean, right. I think that's more pertinent to talk about is the receivers that were deemed as losers today. Guys like Franklin, Keon Coleman. Hell, you can argue they got jumped by 6 different guys ahead of them.
I mean, Brendan Rice just ran 4.50. If you would have told anybody at the Senior Bowl Brendan Rice is faster than Keon Coleman, they would have laughed you out of the building.
Yeah,
ain't no way.
Absolutely.
You don't know you don't know ball, bro. If I told you Malik Washington was faster, you don't know ball, bro. Like, I mean, hell, Thrash ran a 4.46.
That's faster than
Johnny what did Johnny Wilson run? A 4.3? A 4.5?
Yeah.
4.51, I believe.
Johnny Wilson ran a 4.5, man. And Keon, you couldn't go get me a 4. You know what I'm saying? Damn. Good job, Thrash. This receiver class, y'all, is just wow.
So Coleman, we won't see Coleman in the first round of any rookie drafts anymore. No more of that.
Shane, he's got negative ADV. He's the guy people already didn't like, and then he went out there and ran a 4.6. You're drafting a player that you'll never get anything for him outside of him smashing in the league. You'll get nothing for him. Am I wrong?
That's an interesting point. No, that's the interesting point, Ray. I think ADV, the way that things are, the information flows in today's game, the ADV is being almost created in front of us right now. Right now. There's ADV on Troy Franklin, negative ADV on Troy Franklin that did not exist yesterday that exists now. Now, the draft slots may correct that, and he may not be one of the top 6 or 7 receivers off the board, but people will remember this.
Worthy's
that him and Keon Coleman didn't have good combines.
Oh, he wants the record. Just
Walker's
sit
running
down,
again,
X. Too. I mean, Tez has got to be a riser, right?
Yeah, he's got a 4.36. Why is he even running again?
Because they're all running faster. All of them are running faster the second time.
They're running downhill, aren't they? This shit is on a slope.
And Tez is a big boy, too.
Yeah, he is.
Should have sat down.
Yeah.
I was going to say, should have only ran the first one. I don't know. If I'm Worthy, I don't know if I run again.
I mean, look, they know he could blaze. This is literally all about winning an island or whatever John Ross was going to win.
All right, let's finish these up because these are some good receivers, Malik. But I just got a message from Jordan Vanek. He sent me something, and you know we're all into data around here, so let's check this out. Let me pull this up. I'll put it on the screen and see if this matters at all. You know, now with data, we can craft whatever narrative we want with data and numbers. So let's spin it to Pro Keon Coleman. Here we go. Pro Keon Coleman. So this is from Next Gen Stats, and it says, despite registering the slowest top speed of any Group 8 receiver that was tracked during the 40, Keon Coleman showed off game speed while running routes, tied for the second top speed of the group while running a go route, 21.7 miles an hour. I mean, GPS,
So let me ask you this. There's GPS on all these dudes, right? So
yes.
Well, I mean, and I'll be honest with you. I care about GPS way more than the 40. Like, this is fun and shit, and it's fun when they put the little Ras John together, and it looks all pretty, and everybody's like one of the greatest athletes that's ever existed. But yeah, GPS matters a hell of a lot more than 40 because it's in the game.
I'm looking at comments, and I've always said, I said it last night. I think that in the next 5 years, like, that should be the prevailing sort of metric, but we're still here, Shane, and NFL teams still use these to check boxes. Johnny Wilson, great times for him, dude. I mean, if he turns into a tight end, my God. But what do you think? What do you talk, Scott? I'll show you this, that Keon Coleman was the fastest out there, 21 miles an hour. Does it change? Or is it like still the perception is going to be in Dynasty, they're not going to care about that?
I see that tweet. He's now my sleeper at wide receiver 10. Let's go. I'm back in.
Okay.
I'm just kidding. I'm not being that reactionary. But I do think this whole discussion that we've had over the last 2 hours. Let me watch Rome and Xavier Worthy run here.
Yeah, let's see Rome again.
Get back to it. I want to see Rome second time.
It's too wide at the start, but he's still going to run 4.4. Yep, he's fast, man. 4.40. Did Rome
4.40 with a wide berth?
Yeah, he's got that wide thing. He could have went sub 4.4, but good time for Roman Wilson.
Here we go. Ty, pause your computer or pause your stream for 5 seconds. Your face will give it away.
Yeah, they're cheering for him. This is cool. It's kind of cool that he's running again, right?
Yeah.
It is, right? The safe play is just taking it.
Just don't blow a hammy.
Shit, he jumped out. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Everybody's saying, wow. Texans, look at all the team. Look at all the scouts. Bro, he jumped out of the blocks. My goodness. Nope. It wasn't the same start.
4.22. Holy
4.22.
Let's go.
Shane, he is the new John Ross. How excited are you for him?
Oh, my God.
Man, I'm just saying, look at that tweet from Scott Barrett, man. I'm just saying, all it is he put the list together of the fastest 40 times in the history of it, and it ain't good, man. It's ugly as shit. And there's all types of wide receivers on that list. Dudes that hit in college, dudes you never heard of, all types of them. I don't know. This dude's going to get overdrafted. I guarantee you people are going to come out of there with their dicks hard as shit for him. Oh, he's my wide receiver 1 because he's fastest cat I've ever seen.
Okay, Shane.
And that's who's going to trade up to the 110 and give you 2 seconds for it.
That's right. That's right. That's who's trading at 25 for.
Yeah.
So John Ross got overdrafted. He went from where kind of Xavier Worthy is going to end up, probably in the 20s, late first, early second, to, that somebody took him in the top 10, probably because of the speed, right? Now, let's say X Worthy goes in that range we were talking about, in the 20s. I think that's fair. I think you just put him in I don't think that's an overreaction at all to his 40 time. He just solidified himself. I mean, I'm super happy with this receiver set. We have 4 big risers out of this group.
Based on comparisons, not just the time he ran, but the fact that he'll rise like that, like, I don't know that that's ever worked out in the past. So people, if they want, like, sure, come get my 110, 111 for X, and I'll take your 25 first. Rather take your 26, to be honest with you, but I'll take your 25 first. It's probably going to be early.
See,
so
and
yeah, give
you
me that
got
25
this,
first.
and you still have this crowd out here, Shane. Look at the comment. A lot, except Xavier Worthy. Oh, he's saying is good at football. People are saying, so a lot of people saying that he still can't catch.
Yeah,
but he was good. He's been good since he arrived in college.
Since his freshman
That's
season.
not a problem.
I
The college
don't
production is
give
there. This is not a fluke.
shit. He wasn't a top 5 wide receiver before today. You want to put him in your top 4? Crown him. Good for y'all. You're going to lose bad.
No,
not y'all.
I'm not.
I'm just
Somebody
saying.
told me- Somebody told me I can't have Roman as 5 now. He ran a 4.4 flat.
Well, I love Roman.
I have Roman at 5 because I think he's that good of a receiver. I think he's that smooth of a receiver. Not because I thought he was going to run a 4.30. He ran a 4.4 flat, and based on what I look at, I think he is going. I don't think he hurt himself at all. He's still going to get the requisite capital. So no, I'm not going to move him. But yeah, Worthy will jump Franklin, no doubt. He will be. I will move him ahead of Troy Franklin. No doubt. Because Troy didn't
to the
check
fire,
the boxes.
Ray. Roman Wilson or Ladd McConkey? You sticking with what you had before today?
I think Ladd.
So Ladd jumped Roman then. As of today, you had, because I think you had Roman at 5 ahead of Ladd by one spot.
Ahead of Ladd.
Are you flipping him?
Yeah, I'll flip Ladd and Roman. That's fine.
But you probably feel real good about getting either one, right? Like, let somebody else choose. I'll take the other one. I'll take equal exposure to both.
Let's say Ladd, I'm just using this, went to Pittsburgh, right? And Roman went to
KC,
Dallas, Buffalo, just Jacksonville, right? Roman goes to Jacksonville. And Ladd goes to some other, I'd have no problem
Philly,
depending on where they land. Yeah. Just it literally would be there in a tier. It goes like this, Scott. Marv, Neighbors, Rome, tier. Brian Thomas Jr. for me, tier. After that, Ladd McConkey, Roman Wilson. You can throw Xavier Worthy, tier. They're in a tier. They're in a tier together. I wouldn't take any of those guys over the big 3. And in my opinion, Brian Thomas Jr., he just colored the box in. He's in a tier of his own, right? He's in a year of his own. But yeah, all those guys, I had all of them lumped together anyway, but this helps separate the tiers.
Can I share my screen right quick?
Yeah, can you? Like, will it physically let you?
Up.
I don't know if it can. I don't know.
I don't know. Let's try it. Let's
Careful
not
now.
open that.
Careful.
I know.
Yeah, I don't think Tank ran a good 40 time.
Porn's on a different computer.
Quick. Wait, hold on. Yeah, no, I got you.
Porn's on a different computer, bro.
No, I got you. Here we go. I'm gonna
exclusively on mobile.
I don't know which one it is, but let's assign this to guest. Hold on. All right, what are we looking at?
Blow me. Here's the fastest 40 times ever before today. Let's see. We got John Ross. That worked out well. Dante Stallworth was a killer, but not on the football field. K-Tom Burns. I don't even know if that's a real person. CJ Cool. Dre Archer. What? Marquise Godwin. Henry Ruggs. All right. Whatever. Y'all can have them. Just saying. Not you guys. You in general, I'm saying. I closed it.
Gotta add everybody.
You got the Josh Solo
add
stream
Cody
now.
in there. Yeah, Josh Solo. I'm over here trying to get this.
Josh
together.
was pondering shit.
I don't even know where I'm at. There we go.
Where's Ray? There he is.
There we go. Yeah, I think it's all tiers. I think those are kind of, if you had to make the tiers, let's try to get to some consensus, or let's have a conversation while we wrap this up. Marv, Odunze, Neighbors, they are still in a tier of their own. Are we in unison here?
Yes.
I'm going to say Brian Thomas Jr., but is there a tier of players in there with him? Are we putting Ladd McConkey and Adnan Mitchell and Worthy and Roan? Are we putting them in the Brian Thomas Jr. tier? Cody's saying no.
Nope.
Ty says no.
No. Based on community response combine here, and just him checking this box, well, really punching the box out of the card, I think BTJ separated himself here a little bit.
Josh?
I still think it's kind of a big group after the three. Like, I just have a hard time splitting the hairs between these guys. Like, there's just it's hard. It's just so hard for me to just linearly rank them out. Thomas, Ladd, Worthy, Franklin, Mitchell, Roman. Like there's just so many of them in there. I don't know how to really divide it up right now. There's just nobody got really worse for me in that group. They all showed up well today in their ways that they're strong and showing up.
Nobody got worse. Did y'all hear what Josh said? He said nobody from that group got worse. Like, I mean, Franklin may be the only one.
There's a clear 8 receivers right now that are going to be pushing for high first round or high second round capital. Now, where you tier them after the big 3, you can have Thomas in his own tier. You can have a tier of 5 because we already walked through the landing spots. There's going to be some bad landing spots, but there's going to be a couple receivers that go to them. But I think Mitchell, Thomas, Ladd McConkey, Roman Wilson, Xavier Worthy. Those are the next 5. That's the 8 that the NFL could draft in the top 40 or better. And we all have to say those are all the first round level type of dynasty prospects. We haven't got to running backs. We haven't talked about Bowers, but I think that's how I'm looking at it right now. Without knowing anything else, I'm looking at those 8 as the potential first round dynasty receivers. And whatever order you want to put them in, I mean, BTJ could get the worst capital and he could get the worst landing spot of all. The worst
spot. So then, okay, from a super flex perspective, that's 12 then. That's all picks 1 through 12 in a 12-team league are occupied. If you go, let's go big 8 receivers and then your 4 quarterbacks, that's it. There's your round 1.
And someone will take Bowers, so I think it extends another pick.
Yeah, and I didn't even think Bowers and the one, and here's the thing, there's probably a chance one of these running backs land in a spot that we like, that the community loves, whether that's Braylon Allen or Jalen Wright or Trey Benson. One of them will be in Dallas or one of them will be in Baltimore, and people will be like, I'll blow the 112 on that. Like, I'm fine with Trey Benson in Dallas at 1. Trey Benson goes to Dallas, he's going to be a first-round pick. Even if he's drafted in round 3 with his size and athleticism, I guarantee you people will be like, I'll take him over Roman Wilson or Ladd McConkey.
I'll take him over Ladd McConkey. So there's that.
If you count those 13, and then one thing you didn't even factor in, Ray, I know you mentioned the running backs, but there's also a chance that a Penix or a Nix goes somewhere that he's an immediate starter, but he goes in the second round. Someone in Superflex will go, you know what? I need a QB. He's my 202. I'm taking him over Roman Wilson, who's just another wide receiver 2 or 3. I don't need that. I have 6 of them. I need a QB. So I'm feeling real good about the top 16 picks right now. Ish, somewhere in that range.
I'm setting up a mock right now. Superflex, I'm setting up a couple right now.
Cool.
I definitely think you can take that 112 and turn it into a 25 first.
Easy. Especially
you might start to see You might start to see high seconds go for 25 first.
Right now, it is premier. I said 3. I don't care what you look. There are 3 prime times in Dynasty for pick value, right after the combine, right after the draft, and right before playoff push, when contenders know they're out of it and they're just trying to liquidate, or vice versa. We are in the moment where everybody's watching Worthy and all these guys, and we're over here poo-pooing a 4.40. Like, think about that for a minute. Cat's running 4.42, and we're like, I don't know. This class is stacked. Every last one of them picks 1 through 12 is valuable. All right, new mock. Let's duplicate.
It's almost incredible considering that there's 2 real running backs in the right, and like you said, Trey Benson. There's probably 2 running backs in the top 15 picks, and it's still a stacked, just amazingly deep ass class. I want the entire second round. I want 201 through 206.
Yes.
We'll try to work that out. just take 6 shots. You could have the 110, 111. Me and Scott, when we did our mock on Manic and Chill, like that's where we started getting, obviously the top of the draft. But when we got to that point, it was like, dude, there's a bunch of dudes that I'll just take here. Like I'd rather take multiple shots in the second than trying to guess at 110 on who that other wide receiver is going to be.
We will give you a shout out on Destination Chill. If you can turn a second round pick into a future first, send me a screenshot, Discord, Twitter, whatever. That's impressive. If you can capitalize on that over the next 48 hours or so, that's legit.
BTJ, great gauntlet drill there. Stick down the line.
Was it? I'm not even watching. Was it good?
It's pretty good.
Yeah, for me, he's an interior of his own. But to Scott's point, I think there are a clear 8 receivers that there's 8 of them. All right, I got 5, and I'm going to open up 6 real quick, and then I'm going to drop these in the chat. Like, how many we got in the stream? I saw like 450 a little while ago. Let's copy this.
422.
422. All right, mock is coming. Mock is coming. Turn that to 6. As soon as it fills, I'll start them. They filled really quick, so if you want to get in, like, be ready. All right, I am. All right, that's 5. Did Tez drop it? Are they talking about Tez dropping the damn ball? All right, here we go. Here's 4. Superflex PPR 1.5 tight end premium. Link going in the chat. Now, there's one of them. Again, Superflex 1.5 tight end premium. PPR. Damn, my watch is going crazy.
What
as soon as you're in, I'll start it. There goes the second one. And this one is filled. Scott got in at the 112. Interesting. Ooh, Scott's in this one. Scott's in all these joints. Crazy. Here goes the third one. While Scott's mocking, we will talk about it, and then we will watch these routes. Third mock is live. Superflex, tight end premium. PPR. All right, start draft. Got it. I want to jump in one, but not going to do it. Jump in, and I started. Oh, we need one more. All right. Start draft. If there's Jake Anderson is in that one too. If there's an appetite for another one, let me know, and I'll create it, and we'll talk about it.
Oh, God damn
Shane,
it. That's not fair.
Shane's not impressed. I mean, he's impressed by the time, but you're not about to go out here and put Xavier Worthy as your wide receiver 3 today.
No, I've always been a dude that's a little less, what's the word I'm looking for? Not that I don't care about the combine. It's very important, but I can't care about it from the sense of what does the NFL think about it? How does that affect their draft capital? Like, we don't do that double counting where he gets drafted in the first. We go, he got drafted in the first, and he runs a 4.3. Well, no shit. That's why he got drafted in the first. That's baked into his draft capital. I care more about that, but I'll still fade him, even with first draft capital. I'm gonna be the Xavier Worthy hater. It's just that's gonna be me this year. Sorry.
Well, it's interesting you say that, not to double count, because I think everybody knew X was going to run fast. But we are going to – the counting will double up because, like, it's just going to happen. Not saying that's right? But people are going to be like, I knew he was fast, but I didn't know he was 4.2 fast.
Right. No, I mean, he's, like, next level fast. Like, I mean, honestly, that's something that should be talked about. I mean, the dude just blazed a 4.22. So I 100% get that. Like,
right.
But I'm just saying, for me, if the NFL drafts him in the first round, obviously I like him better. They draft him in the third round, I like him less.
I think I'm going to open up another mock, too. I think I'm going to go another mock here in a second. Once I get set up.
I think people got a little caught up in the receiver hype. They let J.J. McCarthy fall to the 112.
Did they?
Yeah.
Huh.
Xavier Worthy over him. Shane would be all over that. Loves that.
I'd be trading
watching
it.
this mock. This is interesting.
Yeah.
It's an interesting mock here. I'm gonna open up one more. We're gonna do one more. Let me just get my stuff situated. All right. Now I had to get back into a good spot. Let's see.
I like the way this mock is, Shane or Ray. I love it. I love when you get that 112, you won the ship, and then you also get that 201. That's a great class.
I mean, you smashed. Freaking took.
Too bad it doesn't actually work like that
I
in
know.
most drafts, where you don't get the snake.
Oh man, I did it a snake.
I mean, it doesn't really matter. We're not.
Doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter. But no, it's supposed to. Yeah, it doesn't matter. But still.
Man, look at that! Look at that running back run in the second. That's what it's going to look like.
Some more. Now, look at that run. Oh my gosh, look at this. All right, let me go linear here. Oh shit, what am I doing? Tripping. Create a new draft. All right, what else, man? I mean, pretty much everything is over. This ended a lot earlier than I thought for the most part, but we still have 422 people in here. I do want to open up some that are linear, but let's say, how about we wrap at the top of the hour, boys? 6 o'clock, we'll shut it down, so we'll give the people another 20 minutes and let everybody have a good evening. And then, Scott and I are on Destination Chill tomorrow, so we'll do some more talking. And again, another plug, if you want this type of engagement, go to the website, go to the Patreon, come join the squad. I will be giving away 3 Heisman tier memberships through the draft. All you got to do is after the stream, leave a hashtag Heisman, and we will get with you. And Jay Rich and I will announce that on Monday, get you Discord links and all that stuff. So let me do this, and I'm going to copy this one because I'm dropping 2 more mocks. 2 more mocks. We want 2 more of these in. So it is linear. Maybe 3 more. Who knows? Let's go 8. This is great instant reaction, sentiment type stuff going on. All right, so league.
Look at that. Keon Coleman falls to the 3rd. Wild.
Fell to the what? Excuse me?
Keon Coleman fell to the 3rd round. I mean, it's a little bit of a reaction, but I think it's interesting to where you can, and I don't disagree with most of the picks in front of them. I mean, I think that's an interesting one. Ricky Pearsall or Keon Coleman. Let's assume similar draft capital. They're both 2nd round picks. A little acquired taste with both, right? Like, yeah. I think there's be people that will not want one over the other or vice versa.
All right, super flex. I just had to change that because I don't want people to join in and they're like, it's 1 QB. All right, 1's going in the hopper right now. Let's go. Boom. Join the mock. 1 is in the hopper. The other one, comment section, incoming. Now. Right now. Once they fill, I'll start them. I think, Scott got in that one. That one is done. Start draft. Boom. I'm jumping in this one.
I bowed out of that one. Let one of the listeners jump in.
All right, start draft. And I think we're good. Ties in there. All right, there it is. All right, let's see which one. I think one of these is almost done. Let's talk about it. What is that? That's 1 QB1. One of these super flex. Here we go. We got one finished. Let's take a look at this one, y'all. Let's take a look at this one. Marv at 1. Caleb, May, Neighbors, Daniels, Bowers, Odunze, Thomas. Pretty standard 8. You can talk about the order all you want. The 8 is standard. Mitchell, McConkey, Worthy, McCarthy. McCarthy should have been there, so that's good. McConkey and A.D. Mitchell, big risers, okay? Roman Wilson over Franklin. Tez Walker. There goes your RB1 and Jalen Wright. X Leggett. Corum, Benson, Brooks, Marshawn Lloyd, top 5. You got Pearsall, Someone took a Jatavian Sanders, and then Penix also hit the first round. Coleman in 3, Brendan Rice, Braylon Allen, Jalen Polk, Bo Nix. This is super flex. Corley, who did nothing today, surprisingly. Burton, Baker, Bucky Irving falls to the back of the 3rd. Jalen McMillan, Jamari Thrash, and Ray Davis. Shane, what do you think about this? Or Shane's out of here. Scott, what do you think about this mock and just the changes that you've identified just off of this one, just looking at this one?
Well, I mean, the running back runs stuck out to me in the second, but I think that's pretty much now that we have some names. Landing spots, I think, are going to matter a ton, but there's going to be 4 or 5 running backs that go late round 2 to mid round 4 that are going to see landing spots where people like them. So you're going to see probably half the picks in the second is where you're going to see those running backs. I do think there's going to be some, like you mentioned earlier, there's going to be 1 or 2 that could threaten with the first round. But I look at the first round right now and I'm like, it's hard for me to justify a running back, not for this class, but where we stand in Dynasty, taking a 3rd round Blake Corum in the first round of a draft over somebody like McCarthy, Worthy, a first round receiver, right? Like that's tough for me to do just based on the process. And then I think the other thing is that once you get past those top 8 receivers, it is your pick your flavor. I mean, there was another 12 receivers that went in the next 23 picks. So there's a lot of options. I mean, we didn't mention on the stream once, really, at least when I was on there, we didn't mention really at all about Jermaine Burton, about Javon Baker. Yeah. We just mentioned Corley did nothing. I mean, there's names where they've been on the radar and then they're off the radar now. But if you're for some reason doing a draft or like we're doing a mock, I mean, look at those names in the 3rd. Jalen McMillan in the 3rd. You know, Jalen Polk, Corley, Thrash, Baker. I mean, there's just a ton of names
Brendan Rice at 3-2, man. Well, let's go to another one. Let's see what it looks like from another angle. Top 8 still the same. Top 8 identical. That is your top 8. McConkey, McCarthy, Worthy, and Mitchell. Next 4 we're up. We're the same.
Top 13 are the same. Top 13 are the same.
Top 13.
Just a little different order.
Well, Roman Wilson went behind Pearsall in this one. He went in the 2-7 spot. So you had Coleman, Benson, Corum, Pearsall, Wright, Rome. Jonathan Brooks is somehow fallen from RB1. It always felt like people just said that shit because they didn't know anybody else to put in there. So now, how was Brooks 1 and now you drop him to 4? You know what I mean? Or 3 or 5. It just, nobody had a real RB1. I just call BS on it. Brooks is still my 1. Leggett and Walker both still hit in the 2nd round. So did Marshawn Lloyd and Jatavian Sanders. So the 2nd round was still the same. The same names from both mocks are in the 2nd, just different order. There's no other, the Coleman. Same names.
I was going to say breaking, they just corrected Worthy's 40 to 4.21, so he officially broke the record.
Wow.
Damn.
Wow. Good catch, Rome. Johnny Wilson goes in the 3rd here, and you get Will Shipley, Cave Stover, and Garendo.
Old Garendo.
Let's go look at another one. Let's look at what's happening in 8. Same top 7. McCarthy goes 108 here. Ahead of Brian Thomas. You get Ladd. There goes Rome and Worthy. So a little... Who fell out of the 1st here? That was in the 1st and the other ones. Mitchell.
So yeah, Mitchell, this is the one I said same top 13. Same top Mitchell, 13 in this one.
Got it. Coleman, Leggett, Brooks, Benson, Corum, Nix in the 2nd, Wright, Lloyd, Shipley, and Bucky Irving. And then we've got Penix, Sanders, Walker, Pearsall, and Polk in this one.
That stands out to me is that you're seeing these QBs fall because there's so many receivers, but I don't think that's going to end up being correct when we get to draft day. I think you're going to see
Nix and Penix will be higher.
If they go in the 2nd round, they're going to probably go in the 2nd round to a team where there's an ambiguous job situation, which means they're going to get pushed up. You're not going to get Michael Penix in the 3rd. I will guess you're not going to see that. So it makes me feel a little better about those teams that are picking at the 203, 4, 5, 6. There may even be QB options there to take as well.
Okay. Let's look at this last one. And we've got the same top, sort of not really. Bowers falls to the 109 here. In a 1.5 tight end premium, I mean, I'm just going to say, I understand, right? I can get it. I understand. But you got Thomas and Odunze over McCarthy and Bowers. Mitchell, Franklin still a first rounder. Roman Wilson, 112. People are happy with, and I think I'm seeing some people on the timeline say Roman Wilson looking very good in the on-field drills. I'm not watching, but that's what I'm hearing. Sanders, Walker, Pearsall, Allen, Irving, Rice, Estime. That's the first Estime that's been selected. The first Estime. Here in the third, I think that's the first Javon Baker. Jonathan Brooks did still come off as RB1 with Wright at RB2. Marsh, there's your top 5 running back, Scott. Braylon Allen has consistently been in the third. It's Brooks, it's Wright, Lloyd, Benson, Corum. Good pick right here. Whoever this is, grabbing Rattler there, I like that. And Will Shipley goes off at 312. But right now, there's your top 5 running backs. Will Shipley did not test. Braylon Allen did not test. Did they hurt themselves? Maybe. I don't know. Thoughts, Scott?
I think the value pockets right now are going to be those mid-second round picks because I think those are the biggest winners from today just because you're going to have running backs that got pushed into that range. I keep saying it, but you're going to have another quarterback or two that is a viable second-round pick. Don't know who it is. Don't know where they land. But there's enough buzz on Rattler, Penix, and Nix that one of them or two of them are going to go in a range where a team is viewing them as at least a one-year starter. May not be a long-term guy. We talked about that in the Discord yesterday. The history of a second-round pick turning into a franchise QB is low. But for purposes of a super flex draft, if you were sitting from the 203 to the 212 today, you're feeling a lot better about those picks. And I think that's going to be the new range where if you're holding those picks, you still can't trade those picks for what you think you should be able to get. But to our discussion for the last 2.5 hours, if you have the 109, 11, 13, what top 13 picks, you can probably get 25 first. Those are going to be able to buy more over the next month than they could have before. The new picks that you're going to be kind of like stuck with, but happy you have is going to be those outside the top 15, but inside the top 27 to 30. I think you're going to feel good about at least taking shots on players there. So that's the biggest takeaway for me.
Can I ask y'all a question about this pocket right here? Are we sure that the community in consensus is going to like J.J. McCarthy over? Where's the mock that happened where he was at the 112 and you thought it was crazy? Is this the one?
First
Scott,
one, yep.
I can see this playing out where Thomas, McConkey, Mitchell, Worthy all get picked ahead of J.J. McCarthy. Like, I can see a world in which that happens. And if one of these guys hit a great... People like Troy Franklin so much, he's like Trey Lance. They'll just excuse it. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter how bad he did. He's still a top receiver, and I don't care where he goes, Troy Franklin's good. So depending on where Franklin and maybe Wilson land, but I can definitely see a world in which dynasty managers say, give me X-Worthy, McConkey, Mitchell, Thomas over McCarthy.
Does he look to be the starter day one? I think that's the question. If he brings in some veteran, I could see McCarthy back here. I think that's where you see it.
Start, I'm not projecting him to start from day one, Cody. But if he does not start from day one, I think a bunch of people will take players over him. Not saying that's right either. I'm not saying that's right. I'm just right here. Right. This was the first one, and look at what happened.
Well, let's zoom in on that question, Cody, because the landing spot, people are going to make a decision on whether he's starting day one, depending on where he lands, right? If it's Atlanta, he's probably starting day one. If it's Denver, he's probably starting day one. If it's Minnesota, he's probably starting day one. The Raiders, I could see somebody thinking O'Connell starts early on, or if it's a team that trades up but already has a QB, maybe you don't think he starts day one. But let me ask you, Cody, do you think he goes in the top 12?
In
the draft.
NFL or NFL draft?
NFL draft, yes.
I think he goes NFL draft, but I think we're seeing those positions now. I think a team could easily bring in a veteran in free agency before we get to the draft, where that it looks open now, but unless you're drafting before the NFL draft, which I don't think most 99% of people are, I think there could easily be a veteran added to one of those places that overtakes McCarthy for at least a little bit.
There it is. Roman Wilson official for. And you know what? Psychologically, it sounds like the stupidest, excuse my language if you got kids in the room, shit in the world. But the difference between a 4.00 and a 4.39 in the eyes of a lot is just monumental. Josh is just snickering down there in the corner because it doesn't matter, dude. We're talking about a tenth of a second.
Dude, we were on the call, and Jatavian Sanders went from a 4.7 to a 4.6, so we were like,
and we were happy.
God. Oh, we were like, thank God!
Thank goodness it's a 4.6 and not a 4.7.
It just feels better. It just feels better for sure.
So now Roman Wilson officially with a 4.39. What was a hundredth? Excuse me, not even a tenth, 100th of a second. What is that? That's like this fast, man. If not even that, it's faster than that.
They bumped Ladd McConkey's down to a 4.39 too, so that looks better. Rome and Ladd both sub 4.4.
Adonai Mitchell really ran a 4.34. I didn't.
Ryan Thomas ran a 4.33. My goodness.
They're just showing the screen right now.
This many guys right under a 4.4.
Whoa!
You notice that top speed in their 40s? Brendan Rice in the top 5. How about that for one of the biggest receivers in the class?
Wait till you get to the Lucas Oil Stadium screen where it's comparing what's the fastest, X-Worthy, the Millennium Falcon, the Speed of Light, or an Indy 500 race car.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Eric. Eric Huntley said, great stream, 6 hours, went too quick. Appreciate everyone. Good night, y'all. Thank you. Y'all, you really can't, and right now, I'm not watching, but everybody is saying Penix and Rattler throwing the ball well. Scott, you're right. The fact that Penix is going in round 3, it's not real. It's not real ADP because he's going to probably be a top 50 pick at worst. I'm not saying he's going to be a first rounder, but someone's going to take him high in the second. And in Superflex, you're going to take Penix 2.5 to 2.01. You're going to be put in that position to do it.
Well, I'm just thinking psychologically, an NFL team, if we project Penix, Nix, and maybe Rattler to go in the second, that is a draft pick. A team is not looking for their backup QB with their second round pick, right? The Bengals are not drafting a quarterback in the second round. That's not going to be the type of team that takes a QB. It is going to be a team that's going, we're taking this guy and we're going to give him 8 or more games to see if he's anything. Now, does that mean that you really want to get him in the second round of your dynasty draft? That's a different story, but he's being drafted to start for a season, which gives you a window of time to where I don't care if Michael Penix is good long-term. If he goes somewhere like Atlanta where he's the perceived day one starter, there's no chance he's fallen past the top 16 picks. Someone will take him over the wide receiver 10, Troy Franklin. They just will. So, and to Cody's point, what is real competition? We don't have to talk about this because we could go another 20 minutes on this question. What is real competition at QB when you see a guy's landing spot? Is Desmond Ridder real competition? Jarrett Stidham?
No.
Okay, if a team signs Jimmy Garoppolo and drafts Michael Penix, that might be real competition, right? Maybe. A guy like that. I mean, Ryan Tannehill is on the same team as Bo Nix. That's competition. But every team's going to have a good backup or a starter that you could see starting over him. But if the Vikings are posturing that they're going to start Nick Mullins over Bo Nix on opening day, I'm not dinging Bo Nix because he went to Minnesota. He's going to play, and he's going to play sooner than later. So I don't buy is he the day one starter? You draft J.J. McCarthy in the top 10, he's playing. He's not sitting the entire first year. Barring a team Someone mentioned like Seattle trades into the top 10 and drafts J.J. McCarthy. They might start Geno Smith all year, but there's not many situations where J.J. McCarthy is seen as a guy that's just redshirting.
I agree. My whole thing is he'll hit a spot and see how some veteran to start until the bye week or until week 4 or something like that, and then JJ will take over. That's a reasonable. And if he lands in a spot like that, I do think, Scott, that people will take receivers. He's not going to start day one. Like, that's what they're going to say. He's not starting day one. I can't wait for the production. Give me Xavier Worthy. Give me Roman Wilson. Give me Ladd McConkey. It's just an interesting thought, man. It's an interesting thought. Look, we've got 4 minutes left. I honestly thought I had budgeted in like till 9 p.m. tonight. I was like, it's just going to be, but it's going fast. I think there were a few, we didn't solicit any, but I think we had a few super chats, and I just want to shout them out. Matt sent one in, said, shout out to the 7 of y'all. Love this community. Thank you, Matt. Appreciate you. And then Ice Walrus said, Cats by 90, Scott. How about your guy, Sweet Baby Ray? And Dillingham showing out today. So I'm assuming Kentucky played today?
Yeah, they did. It was very... just like every one of their games, full of drama and a shit ton of points. But yes, they did win.
There it is. And I just want to show love to all of y'all, man. Cody, you have been here with me the whole time. So thank you, Cody Smith. Just plug what you do for Destination Devy, and where can people get some more Cody Smith?
Yeah, we do the Overreaction podcast every Tuesday. I think we're right on a year right now, actually, of Overreaction podcast on the channel. So it'd be awesome going into year 2. We also do the Fantasy Draft Room as our YouTube solo kind of adventure that we do, and we put out some content over there. You can find me at Cody Smith TFDR on X, Twitter, whatever you want to call it. I don't do any of the TikTok, Instagram at this point, but we might be expanding that here in the next couple of weeks. So we'll see what happens there, but that's where you can find me. That's what I do. And you can also find me about 60 hours a week in the Heisman voice chat if you want to connect with me over there.
All right. Thank you, Cody. Ty DeClaire, where can the people find you and your excellent trade advice?
Well, if you're perusing, like I said, I'm with Cody. If you're looking for me, look in Discord first. That's where you're going to find me. But you can reach me at TyDeClaire44 on pretty much any social media site you go to. And yeah, DestinationDevy.com. Come check out the trade article. I'm sure Jay Roach will post that once he's back from wherever.
Yeah, from vacation, this guy. Josh, I got to give you a shout out as well, too, my friend. All the value you bring to the community, for you jumping on here. You still put out a lot of stuff, man, on Twitter, just little charts and little nuggets, Josh. So anything you want to say to people, man, I'm sure everybody's appreciated your input as well.
No, I'm happy to be on the stream today. Thanks for the invite. I would say, if you guys want to further these dynasty discussions and prospect profile conversations and what you do with these picks, it's the Heisman House. That's what I'll say. Just come join us in the Heisman House. It's going to be real gracious of Ray to do 3 free spots here coming up. But even if you don't make it in through that, come join and check it out. Certainly you'll see all of us in there that's on the screen now talking ball, talking through these prospects as well as the rest of the community. So I know I saw Ben Mason in there talking about the Bort model, getting it ready to go based on these numbers. So we'll learn about what the community thinks inside of there too.
Thank you, Josh. Thank you. Appreciate you, Scott. Man, the reason I kind of want to wrap now without a recap is we got Destination Chill tomorrow night, and I'm sure we'll think through some more of this as we progress through the night and talk a lot about it. But anything you want to say to the folks who hung out with us, man, all damn day?
No, I mean, I've been only in here for the last 2.5 hours. Appreciate all the creators that came on before me. Great discussion. I was able to listen to most of the first part before I jumped in. So it's just an awesome community. We're growing, but we're also, it seems big on the outside, but like we're very tight knit when it comes to the Heisman group, especially. Like all of us are in there. We're talking about this stuff all the time. Tuesday afternoon at 2:00, we're in here talking about this. Friday night at 1 a.m., we're in there talking about this stuff. So it's just always popping. And it's just pretty cool to see this stream. And you know what? If you liked this stream today for the Combine, it's nothing compared to what we're going to have during the NFL Draft. So it's going to be the same thing, but it's just awesome to do this. And got to go back the next couple of days and start digesting this new information. Because like it or not, a lot of shit has changed in the last 48 hours.
Yes.
And it's time for us to react and start putting out the content. So appreciate you for doing this, Ray. Taking a whole Saturday. Makes the community for what it is.
I just want to thank everybody in here. There's still over 300 people in here, and I mean this sincerely. When I woke up today, I thought maybe we'd get like 50-something people to start, and maybe we can get 150 in the stream, maybe 200. We had over 480 at one point, and there's still 300 people here 6 hours later. Like, we're doing something right. We're doing something right at Destination Devy. We got good community members like Josh. We got good content creators like Cody and Ty and Chase. Eugene and Ike were on earlier. Terrell, Sandiford, Shane, Clay. Like, the squad is good, man. So I just want to thank every last one of y'all that sat here for 6 hours, listened to us, watch us overreact, yell, scream, mic issues, and just know the best is yet to come. So appreciate everybody being here. If you have not, hit that thumbs up button, like the content, subscribe to the channel. Make sure you tap in tomorrow. Scott, what time do you want to go live? Let's tell the people so we can get Jay Rich to set it up. You want to go 7 your time? You want to go 7 p.m. your time? 7:30?
Yeah, I think we talked 7:30-ish my time,
7:30?
so 6:30 Central, 7:30,
So
6:30
7:30 Eastern. Scott and I be back on, and I'm sure we'll talk a lot about this. But thank y'all for this. Go ahead and finish watching the Combine. Let's adjust those models and stay tapped into everything that we're doing. So I'm going to go ahead and end this stream, and my wife will be very happy. Love y'all, and see y'all soon.